in a minute. There is, well, first, there is also the plan viewpoints and my comments on that and general arrangements for the site visit. And there's also some points I just wanted to raise into relation to AL3 site that got quite a bit of mention yesterday. In terms of the plan viewpoints, yes, I've had a look at the example you gave me yesterday. That looks ideal. The only thing I would request that is added is it possible to add to that the labelling of these sites on the plan, because obviously they're referred to differently, if you see what I mean. So, for example, VR1 recreation users of SB1, which is what it says on here. Well, which one is that on the plan? Now, it would be beyond my IT skills to put a nice yellow number onto the onto a Word document potentially, but if that can be done, that would be most helpful, or something on that. Is that all feasible? Yeah. And just so I'm clear, I sort of counted them up, but kept on getting different numbers, as it is when you try and count these. It reminded me of the thing that you do at the opticians, where you have to click for the number of dots you can see in your peripheral vision. But just so I'm clear, the intention is that every dot on the plan will appear on here, and only the dots on the plan will appear on here. That's right, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Otherwise, that seems absolutely fine to me. So that's great.
The one thing, sir, I wasn't sure whether following cross-examination that might be helpful, and this was an area of amity in cross-examination, was certainly as between my witness and Mr. Reynolds, his identification of the areas of significant landscape and significant viewpoints which were agreed between them, and which ones were disagreed between. The disagreed ones you've got there, sir.
I think I've got where you're agreed. It's where you're agreed. I can see that on here. It's not highlighted as such, but yes, I can see it. Am I missing your point?
No.
It's whether I want it highlighted, is it?
No. So you recall the statement of common ground identifies where not significant views are identified and agreed, but it doesn't identify where significant views are identified and agreed, as between Mr. Hammond and Mr. Reynolds. That's all. But you've probably got to.
I've got that information there, haven't I? It's there. It's just not highlighted as such. So I can, yeah.
Thank you,
and then there are issues of where local residents have raised about looking at and things. So
yes, sir.
It sort of would be helpful, but then it just complicates the thing, doesn't it? With all sorts of, the more you put on and the more points you try and cover, the more complicated it becomes.
Absolutely.
So I'll be fine. I think just as long as it's got the cross reference to the number on the plan, that's helpful. It is, however, helpful to have that number on as well, the original, because that I can then trace back to the evidence, can't I?
Well, I'll add a separate column, or maybe even to the left, which has the map references on it.
Yeah,
just to say, in terms of what Mr. Tucker was just mentioning, obviously in my proof, there's the table which does set out with the colour coding where we agree, even where they're both significant, and we both agree they're significant. So if you're looking for that as a quick reference, that is in the table in my proof as well.
Right. Okay, thanks. And if you want to turn it landscape to get the 4 columns on, that's absolutely fine with me. But don't have strong views on that. But don't think you've got to squeeze it into portrait. So I think that was that. Just in terms of the site visit, then, what I propose that we do is, because we've still got landscape evidence to hear, let's hear that. But what I would propose to do is, after we've heard all the landscape evidence, is then to just have a quick discussion about the site visit and the arrangements for that tomorrow. And in particular, so I just want to get an idea of what we're doing on the site, where we're meeting, that sort of thing, obviously. And as I suggested, was it yesterday or the day before, or whenever I suggested it, that we go to the site, see the site, and then see 1 or 2 of the more distant and go to to one or two of the more distant ones. So I'm, you know, if you can perhaps between you agree which one or two suitable ones to go to, so that we can, and as I say, the purpose of that is just for us all to see. So I can see, you know, I can see what you say, I can see your views, and then the way you've reached your your conclusions, which then helps me when I go around all the other ones by myself. And we'll discuss that once probably first thing after lunch if we've finished all the evidence by then. So I think that was that. Anything else on that? On the
So there's one point on the site visit which I've been asked to point out, which is when you go on the site visit, obviously, sorry, there's 2 points because there's the pegging out, but it makes sense perhaps for Mr. Reynolds, Mr. Hammond to go and have a look. So Mr. Reynolds is happy that it's in the right place before tomorrow. There are works that are taking place on the site which are unconnected with this appeal in relation to the construction by relevant utilities for an electricity substation. So when you go into the site visit and wonder what's that, it's not my clients having taken up your invitation yesterday to build the thing, but you can have a look and do so at their risk. It relates to a utilities work. So
I fear that I'm going to regret saying that. Actually, I come away from most inquiries regretting mostly what I've said. But anyway, that's another story. Okay, thanks for that. Okay, AL3 then. So I sort of, as the sad way of this is, you go back to your dreary hotel and you sit there and these things mull over your mind. AL3 was obviously raised to some degree yesterday, and I don't know whether these are points that are going to come out in evidence or cross-examination anyway, but I did have two thoughts and would be grateful for some information on them. The first one, the ALL permission, and I asked yesterday when that was, which was 22, and I see it's in somebody's proof somewhere, I can't remember where, that it was June 22. I don't know if we've got the exact date it was, but well, potentially we have, but it sort of, my query goes beyond that. So what I think...
Sir, I can answer that. It's 23rd of June. It's in my proof.
Right.
Paragraph 5.1.
Okay, thanks. My question then comes with that. Is it, does anybody know, has the permission so far been implemented? I mean, obviously, I realise that...
Sir, no, not yet. There are reserve matters pending at the moment that would implement permission.
There's
reserve matters.
Oh, of
determination
course,
at the moment.
of course.
But there's been no implementation so far.
Right, and there is no reserve matters application.
Not approved, pending determination.
Oh, there's one pending.
There's two reserve matters
right, okay.
pending determination.
If I'd remembered all this.
The determination date is listed as 25th of March this year. That's the target date for determination on the council's website for those reserve matters.
Right, okay. Could I just have a brief note on what the current status of that is, if you can agree that? I mean, hopefully you can agree that between you, because hopefully it's just factual.
We can prepare a note. I think it's probably in both our proofs, but we can prepare a short note.
Yeah, that's fine. If you want to do that and send it through.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, it's not a problem. Just for the inspector's reference as well, the actual documentation which has been submitted for the outline and then the two reserve matters are in the core documents. So they're at core document 113.09 to 11, which I think is core document.
Let me just go there. So the permission is there, is it?
So the original approval, outline approval, is included as 09.
Which core document, sorry?
Is it, they're a bit peculiar, the core document reference. So I know it's 113.09. Is that core document 11?
It's in CD 13, which is appeals and other documents identified by WNC and STN. So, and then...
Oh, right. It's whichever one. I've just got them listed by appeal decision number.
And then inside there's 113.10, which is unit 1, and then following after that is unit 2. So there's 2 units under 2 RMAs at the moment.
Yeah, so but the outline should be in there as well as 09, and then
the outline is,
and then the 2 reserve matters are 10 and 11. Yes, correct.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Let me just. Oh, this is the reserve matters, but have we got the original? Spot. The problem here is that it's all just quoted by application number, so it's which is which. Have we got the
outline is in there as well?
The outline permission, which is that.
So that's 09, but the reference on that is 2020-1644. That helps you.
Right. This is just the, that's the,
It should be a
the actual
collated set of
decision, just the
information, which has
decision.
got the
Do we have the
decision.
committee report? Or,
It should have the decision, the committee report and the plan all attached as one
oh
PDF.
yeah,
I think
4
it's,
pages.
I think
so
they're
that-
all in there, but we'll
Yeah.
double check. But Sarah, I think as part of that note, we can probably break down a few key plans, parameter plans. If that is helpful, just to put it all in one place.
Yeah, that's fine. Got no problem with that. It's a matter of fact agreement just to help the inspector. Yeah, no
Yeah.
problem.
Okay, actually, it is. Okay, I think a note would be helpful, but I think probably in terms of the detailed information, it's already there. Yeah. Okay, that deals with that. That was it. That was it from me. In terms then of timings and the cunning plan, where are we?
So the question was left hanging at the end of yesterday with regard to next Friday. I've taken instructions. So my clients are content that Mr. Riley Smith, who I appear as co-counsel with, attends on Friday of next week. If it's to be an in-person session, and you recall, Mr. Guthrie, we thought would be the witness that would hang over with estimates, which are probably about half a day's worth of cross-examination for Mr. Guthrie. And so I will join online, and I won't appear as a magic head unless I absolutely need to. So that's the day that I think we were talking about potentially having for conditions and 106. Mr. Stedman Jones has raised with me a possibility in that regard, which may give more flexibility, which is for the planners to deal with that essentially on a round table basis, and that what doesn't need then the advocates unless there's a point to pick up. Conditions as between the council and my client are agreed, save for one small point about a trigger, which is relatively straightforward to articulate. Certainly I've taken instructions and we have no difficulties with that. It's a cunning plan, second cunning plan. And equally 106 can be dealt with on that basis. If you were content to essentially have that without advocates, then that provides more flexibility
As to
in
when
terms
it
of
would be.
finding when that could be, potentially the week after next, or indeed the week after, or some of the week before we do closing submissions. But we
Right,
can take
and
that. I haven't discussed it with my learned friend, Ms. Kabir Sheikh, but Mr. Stedman-Joe's suggestion seems still sensible.
So, thank you. I mean, I don't have any comments, obviously, on the suggestion that Mr. Tucker's junior takes over on the planning evidence. I mean, that's entirely appropriate. And I have no objection to Mr. Tucker's head popping up if he thinks that he can improve on Mr. Riley's
You've not seen it doing so yet.
So no issues on that. Insofar as the round table idea is concerned, I'll have to take instructions on that. Obviously, I'm instructed to appear, but I can take instructions and see what the view is.
right, in terms of between the council and the appellant, there is just this one now
Yeah.
that's at dispute. Mr. Stedman-Jones, in terms of Save Toaster now, you've got some concerns about a few more, haven't you?
Sorry, sir. I will. We've reserved our position to comment on conditions and obligations, and obviously some of that goes to the transport discussion early next week. But Mr. Weeks would be able to comment on any of that in terms of the roundtable session, which was where I was coming from in terms of what I was suggesting. And obviously I can make any points that I need to make in closing.
Right, okay. I mean, there's the potential of holding a virtual roundtable just between without advocates on that, although whilst it gives more flexibility, there's still, everybody's diaries will be filling up, so there becomes less, less flexibility. One of my thoughts on this, and that's why I was wanting to see where we are on this. One of my thoughts was we have a brief session on that Friday. To discuss where there is points of dispute. And then we could potentially see whether we can set up a date that everybody's agreeable with, but otherwise I would be tempted to do it in writing. If I have any queries about any of them, to do it in writing. Is that a feasible way forward? But the doing it in writing means that people have to be available to respond very quickly. It can't be, oh, can I have your response within a week to then have a comment from the other within a week? It would have to be fairly immediate. Or maybe that's then the stuff that gets done at the roundtable discussion if we've got a date set up.
We can plan for both, sir. I'm sure that won't be an issue in terms of having a rapid response, certainly from our side. I suspect that's probably the case also for my learner friends teams. But certainly in terms of identifying a date when the planners can be available to have a roundtable, we can report back next week.
Okay.
So as to give you that flexibility. Obviously, so that also then leaves the 106 discussion. My understanding is that whilst there's obviously the blue pencil clause in respect of the cycleway, where you have to form a view as to whether that should be triggered or not triggered, were the appeal to be allowed. In terms of the mechanics of the 106, my understanding is that there isn't an issue as between the parties. It does what one would expect, but that will be a matter that we can perhaps clarify next week.
Yes, that's fine. I was talking about. I was thinking of my mind conditions and section 106. Yes. And I think where the other day I said I thought there's a couple of areas outstanding on the conditions. I was sloppy language. I think there's one in the conditions and then one in the 106 in effect, yes. Isn't there? Yeah, I'd conflated the two, which was my.
But again, sir, we can identify where those provisions. We can identify where those provisions are on Friday morning of next week, and then leave it with you as to whether or not you would want to then have a virtual session. The advantage of that is you can bring the solicitors who've actually drafted the 106 on a virtual session, or whether or not you're content to deal with that in writing. And that may be a matter for you to muse upon after Friday morning.
Yeah. Okay. Thinking about it, may well be the best way is that we try to identify dates if people can begin to be doing that now. In fact, why don't I just very quickly tell you when I potentially would be available? We can get a date, and then if we've got a date, if I then feel I don't need it, then we don't need it. So let me just very quickly. We're talking here. When are we talking? We're talking here. Actually, my availability is fairly limited, but I would be able to do the 12th, 13th and 14th of March. So if suitable people are available on any of those days to do a virtual, then that could be, if we need it, that would be the dates that I could do. And this is on the assumption then that we're going to closings on the 20th. Okay. Yeah. So if people can confirm their availability for 12th, 13th, or let me just. Yeah, that would be okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, is there anything else procedural before or administrative? No?
Sorry, sir.
Right, okay. In which case we'll move on to hear from Mr. Hammond. Morning, Mr. Hammond. Over to you, Mr. Tucker.
Thank you, sir. from Mr. Hammond, sir, you should have a main proof of evidence with appendices, a rebuttal proof of evidence, and also a summary proof of evidence. Which seem to fall into increasing disuse these days. From page 2 of your proof of evidence, Mr. Hammond, can I introduce you to the inquiry? Are you Richard Hammond?
I am. Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Are you an associate landscape architect with EDL, specialising in LVIA and landscape design issues? Do you hold a postgraduate diploma in landscape architecture? Are you a chartered member of the Landscape Institute and a practitioner of the Institute of Environmental Management and Assessment? And have you been doing that job for the last 20 years?
I have. That's correct.
Thank you. You tell us a little bit about your experience in the next couple of paragraphs, and then you also tell us in relation to this appeal, your involvement with this. Can you just briefly summarise what your involvement has been in terms of this particular project?
Yes, I was appointed in December 2020, and then in table 3.1 of my proof, sir, which is just over the pages on page 6, I set out a number of dates, and you can see December 2020 in there when I was appointed. And from that point on, I've worked on both the landscape and visual impact assessment and the landscape design as part of the design team for the project. I undertook the LVIA that's before you, and then I was also involved with the post-validation correspondence with Mr. Askew, and then I appeared at the committee meeting last year and spoke briefly on landscape matters.
So it probably follows from all of that. How familiar are you with the site and the area?
Yes, I've been here a number of times over the years as part of the LVIA field work, etc.
Thank you. Turn to paragraph 212 of your evidence, please. And I wonder if you would read that out and confirm whether or not you stand by it, please.
Yes, paragraph 212, I confirm that the evidence I have prepared for this appeal is true and has been prepared and given in accordance with the guidance of my professional institution, irrespective of by whom I am instructed. I confirm that the opinions expressed are my true and professional opinions, and therefore I stand by that paragraph.
Thank you very much indeed. I have a number of additional questions, if I may, before handing you over to my learned friends. Tender questions. Firstly, the LVIA, which is core document 11.03. Could you just identify the scope of the LVIA and the process of the application, including, we heard about a Mr. Askew. So just explain to us what the scope was of your work and then what happened after that was presented as part of the EIA.
Yes, Sarah, I'll go back to that table 3.1 in my proof and just summarise it really, but it's all the timelines are set out in there. Evidently, as you go through a process of putting the LVIA together, you're always looking to agree the scope with the local planning authority, and it's I know you're aware that it's obviously more formal in an EIA application because you have the actual scoping report, but even so, rather than just wait for that scoping report, we undertook a number of emails, telephone calls between the 28th of January 2021 and the 6th of May 2021, which are in this table, which look to agree the study area, i.e. the 3 kilometre study area, the location of and the location of the viewpoints, so that when we got to the submission of the LVIA, we had an agreed position on what was included within it. And then the table goes on through the dates so that when you get to the application validated in October 2021, there's then this is on page 8, sir, of my proof, middle of the table. Mr. Askew then is involved and he undertakes his first review on that 21st of February 2022. I've just summarised what's in the CDs of his actual responses, CDs 80.02, 80.3 and 80.4. But essentially, he's setting out that he thinks the LVIA is an appropriate level of assessment, the viewpoints are reasonable, and the methodology is sound. And then what's set out in the rest of the table is that whilst there's changes to the scheme, that the buildings were then lowered from the 24.5 to the 21.5, and an application was resubmitted. The dialogue with Mr. Askew is much more about the design and a disagreement over a level of effects, but there's no commentary from Mr. Askew over an actual disagreement over the scope of the LVIA on its study area, its viewpoints. That remains agreed and current through that process.
And I think we heard yesterday there were some methodological tweaks suggested by Mr. Askew. Did you respond to those methodological tweaks?
There were tweaks in terms of some additional receptors requested, which were incorporated at the Toaster Racecourse. But once the application was submitted, the discussion from then on was very much about design and a disagreement over a number of effects rather than actually anything to do with the LVI methodology. And then just to finish off with a couple of other reviews that were in the table, when we get to the 8th of February 2023, which is on page 10 of my proof, sir, there's a review on the landscape design by Quartet, and that was mentioned yesterday. And in summary, they considered the landscape design to be appropriate.
Sorry, who are Quartet?
They were a landscape architecture company, sub-consultant of the council, who were brought on board to review the landscape design. And they were also, as I understand it, the company that undertook a document in relation to the assessment of the special landscape area several years prior. And that's what I've set out in the beginning of my table. It's in the second row in July 2017. There's a South Northamptonshire review of the special landscape area. It's the Tow Valley Special Landscape Area, which is back that way, overlaps a bit with the conservation area in Eastern Neston Park, but that also is by Quartet.
Thank you. And you've referred to changes in height. So zone 1, we heard yesterday, pre-application was at the building was at 21.5 metres and then was reduced in height by 3 metres
To the 18.
by the time of the application for the detailed part of this particular proposal. And you also mentioned that there was a reduction in height of the remaining parameters for the outline part of the application from 24.5 to 21.5, is that right?
Yes, that was for the zones 2 and 3 specifically.
And we've had quite a lot of chatting about the white banding, the 3 metres at the top of the buildings, which are shown at that height. Was there any request to reduce that height further by the authority?
Mr. Askew's commentary was focused on building heights, but there was never a specific height we were given to achieve.
Yeah, was there any request to reduce it further?
Not after the reduction to the 21.5, no.
Thank you. Good, thank you. Just one more point with regards to the LVIA. Don't mind if you bring the document out, but it may be easier just to read the paragraph. Study area. Discussion yesterday about the study area potentially should have been wider than the 3 kilometres study area, which I'm going to ask you about in just a moment. Does the environmental statement say anything in relation to whether there are effects beyond the 3 kilometre study area? And I'm thinking perhaps paragraph 3.3.
3 in the actual LVIA, sir, which is the CD 11.03.
Just read it out if you would, please.
It's paragraph 3.3. Whilst the development may be perceived beyond the 3 kilometre study area, it has been assessed that there would not be significant landscape or visual effects due to the combination of distance, intervening features and perception of existing land uses.
Was that based upon consideration of what happens beyond 3 kilometres, or did you not consider what happens beyond 3 kilometres?
And no, that was based on consideration because of the amount of field work that was undertaken. When I was travelling around the area, and so visiting locations from a range of distances, from which I then settled on the 3 kilometres as a proportionate and representative study area. And that was the 3 kilometres that was put forward for the LVIA, and to when reviewed by Mr. Askew was considered appropriate.
And just to confirm, the inspector will form a view with regard to it's the one viewpoint PR1, which is beyond 3 kilometres in terms of visual impacts, which is said to be significant. But having considered the evidence of Mr. Reynolds, do you stand by the 3 kilometre study area?
I do, yes.
Thank you. Good, that's helpful. Thank you for that. Next, design intent. Can you look at your page 13, image 4.6?
Yes.
There was a suggestion by Mr. Weeks yesterday that this is a scheme driven by maximising footprint. Is this a scheme that was driven by maximising footprint?
No, it's certainly not the case that it's being driven by that, nor that it was a retrofit that we were given the buildings and then we had to fill the space that was left. That's not the case at all. It's been design led, and there's always a number of environmental disciplines that input into a layout, but this one's had a very large steer from us on a landscape footing that we feel very strongly that it's been landscape led. And the plan on page 13, it is a schematic, and it's there to help with the internal discussions we had as part of a design team to show what we felt was going to be the kind of key parameters for setting out the new landscape areas, the extent of planting. Those are the kind of the green wavy lines and the green hatches that you can see on the plan, sir, to say we needed these buffers to begin with. We felt the buffers needed to be substantial in width. We obviously wanted to retain the existing footpath that ran along the eastern edge of the site and look at new recreational opportunities across the site, which is the kind of dashed yellow arrow. And then as part of that, we also adamant about how much of the existing vegetation we could retain, accounting for root protection areas. It was a decision early on to site the football pitches in the southern part of the site so that the remainder of the development was in the central and northern parts. And whilst it's a schematic of the design intent, if one goes across to the SPD, which is CD 60.05, and on their page 69.
So SPD.
It's CD 6005. It's the employment site allocations development brief.
Rest assured, we know what it is.
Yeah.
So page
It's
69,
there.
which is PDF, page 68.
It's their figure 70.
Just hold on a second.
Yes.
What page did you say, sorry?
Page
It's,
68, sir, of the PDF, page 69 of the hard copy.
It's a schematic that looks like that.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So again, it's a schematic, but given this was done after our work, I suggest, sir, there's a extremely high degree of parity between the schematic
right, okay.
kind of layouts we were looking at in my image 4.6 and the schematics in the figure 70 of the SPD, which is obviously setting out what it considers to be the development framework. And you see the similarities with the darker green line around the perimeter of the site for new tree planting. You see the similarities with the dashed yellow lines for new footpaths. You see the similarities between the development being located in that northern part of the site and the sports pitches in the southern.
And can I just want to get timelines in my head here between these two. So your constraints plan 4.6, this, I'm just looking at this, this was produced in December 2020, wasn't it? Is that right?
It was actually in the new year of 2021, because I was appointed in December 20 and then went to site. And
So
then
this was sort of produced-
this was the kind of early work in January and February 2021.
Produced early 2021.
Yes, as part of our thoughts and informing that iterative design process with architects and other environmental disciplines.
Okay, you did well to get out of your house to to go and do something in January 2021. But anyway,
Yeah.
And then this is the the SPD was formally adopted in, I don't know if it says almost a formal adoption date, but well,
It's dated October 2022 on the front, sir.
October 2022.
Yeah.
Now, presumably there were drafts of it that you were seeing before that. Is that right? Were you seeing drafts of it? And what I'm saying is presumably October 2022 wasn't the first time you ever saw anything on it.
It was actually the
It
first
was?
time. Yeah, I was not aware of seeing anything on it because in my table, I have it October 2022 as to when it was development brief was published. And then it's not until the November that we provided a response there.
So, and this is perhaps going a bit beyond what you're, given what you've just said, that what you're able to comment on. But so was the appellant as a whole aware? The appellant as a whole had submitted a planning application back in.
So our first on my table, the first planning application was validated in 29 October 2021.
So in October 2021, the appellant submits a planning application. Now, there's then a year between then and the SPD being formally adopted, and when you became aware of it, not you the appellant, but you personally became aware of it. So was the appellant made aware of it in that intervening year?
The answer is we're just checking that point. Obviously, you'll see from the witness's timeline that a response was made the following month to the document, but our understanding is that it was adopted in October 2022. But we'll report back, sir, as to whether we knew about a draft document.
So it might help you in this document itself at page 8, paragraph 1.13 to 1.15. It sets out the community involvement and the consultation that took place.
We just quickly.
Yeah.
Right. So, first, the council's point is the public was made aware of this. You are the public. Right. Okay. I mean, it would be interesting to know whether the appellant did respond to that, how you were engaged in that would be interesting to know. Perhaps that can come out in.
It's Mr. Guthrie. So I'm told
Yeah.
core document 1.07 is our response.
1.07.
1.07.
What date was that then?
Sorry. No. So this is a response to the SPD. I'm told, but I've not checked it.
Sorry?
Sorry, sir. So appended to the compliance note is our responses to the consultation. So there was a consultation in August 2022 to which we responded to.
Ah, right. So you were, right, okay. So the appellant was aware of it and you had
we made representations.
Representations. Right, okay. But you weren't aware of it
Correct, yeah.
until it actually came into force in October 2022.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Was adopted.
Adopted, yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
So yes, just to conclude on that, sir. So my point being, it's there in my proof, obviously, what the early design intent was there to do, and it's bullet pointed in paragraph 4.4 in respect to those key landscape matters that then set up the landscape spaces around which the buildings would then go into, thereby being landscape led in that respect.
Thank you. And then perhaps bearing that schematic plan in mind, if you look at A11 in the plans bundle, which is the landscape master plan. A11. It's how that schematic then ultimately informed the scheme which is before the inspector. Just talk us through that, please, with regard to what the intent is of this.
do you have that plan, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got that.
So at the high level, obviously you can see the football pitches in the south, the spatial arrangement of those in the south, and then the buildings in the central and northern parts of the site. The landscape buffers, which we talked about, and ensuring they were a substantial width, so that they range between 80 metres in width on the northeast of the site, to between 23 to 42 metres on the west, and up to 2021 on the north. We've retained the existing public right-of-way along the eastern part of the site and looked to offset the buildings from that on the east, so that there can be extensive new planting along that eastern edge of the site. In terms of the new recreational access and trim trails, they extend along the northern and that eastern part of the site. And then in terms of the spaces which are left, you then have zone 1 in the northwest there, which was decided to be orientated on an east-west axis, so that the smaller length of the facade is adjacent to the A5. There's new planting along the Spine Road as you come into the site there, so there's a visually attractive entrance and very well vegetated. And these vegetation patterns also account for retaining existing vegetation, which you can see by all the yellow dots on the trees, which are the existing retained trees.
In terms of earthworks, what earthworks are proposed and why?
Well, as explained to you yesterday, so it's obviously not a flat site, and so in order to create the development platforms, there needs to be earthworks or cut and fill, and so that's outlined in my proof between paragraphs 4.14 and 4.38. But the key point about the earthworks is part of an appropriate design solution and a sustainable design solution was to look at a balanced cut and fill, so the materials retained on site. And I think that demonstrates a sustainable approach to how the movement of earth and creating those development platforms has been achieved. And it's something which is commented upon as well in the officer's report, which is CD 3002, paragraph 7.136, where the conclusion is from officers that the solution to the earthworks is appropriate. And in that paragraph within the committee report, they also set out the implications of what happens if you were to look at lowering the levels even by a metre in relation to what we've achieved, and the number of additional lorries, etc., that would have to be involved in moving material off site. The committee report, paragraph 7.138, also states that the levels, and it was mentioned to you yesterday how zone 1 is in part cut down by the 3 or 4 metres on its eastern side, and then there's the fill on its western side. But that's all part of trying to locate that building as well as the other plots as low as practical in the site, so that they're situated as low as practical. It does help with that wider visual impact issue. And that's what's also noted in the officer's report, that those earthworks aid in mitigating the visual impact.
Now, we looked at some length in relation to the plateaus yesterday, and the point that's been raised by the third parties is that there is an inconsistency with the undulating character of landscape character area 6 as a result of the creation of the plateaus. But it was posited that if you had smaller plateaus, that you would have something more consistent with that undulating character, albeit absent a scheme. Do you have any thoughts on whether you agree or disagree with that proposition?
I disagree with it, because to get a site that works as a whole, that combines access, development platforms, car parking areas, pedestrian access, there's going to have to be earthworks and level change across the whole of the site. It's just an inevitable factor of the fact that its starting position is a site which is not flat. It's rising from its southern edge to its northern edge, and then it's curving from its east to its west. So there will be level change across the whole of the site, regardless of what type of scheme comes forward. And again, that can be found in the officers' reports, which note that there will be that inevitable change in landform across the site.
Thank you.
Just my reading of Mr. Tucker's question was, my interpretation of it was, the argument was put that if there were smaller plateaus type of thing, the impact of the development could be potentially less. I think that's how it was.
On the undulating character.
Yeah, it was how it was put to you, to which you said your answer was no, because that's just not realistic.
Yes,
But do you, on the point of take aside, and we can't ignore realism, but just so I understand what your argument is, take aside realism, smaller plateaus with development on smaller plateaus, do you agree that that would be potentially have less landscape impact?
yeah, yes, if you were just purely on a, you know, dropping it from space and not looking at the wider issues that are involved, yes, smaller footprint, smaller impact.
But then realistically, what you can do in an employment site, you say this is as good as you're going to get, in effect.
For a solution which gives you a balanced cut and fill exercise, particularly, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. In terms of landscape effects, I can lead on this because it's agreed. It's agreed between the two landscape architects and also Mr. Weeks. There will be a significant landscape effect upon the site itself, both at year 1 and year 15. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
In terms of any wider impact, is that if there is any, would that be a direct or indirect effect?
It's indirect once you go beyond the immediate boundaries of the site, because obviously the physical change to the landform, existing vegetation only occurs at the site level. Okay. So once you're beyond the site, it's then more the kind of indirect effects of perception and experience.
In the fantasy world of the landscape architect, we assume buildings there year 1, and that's what you've assessed, albeit the landscape would also run in parallel. But buildings there year 1, is there an effect beyond the site in terms of this indirect effect on character? And if so, what is it?
Yes, there is. There's a drawing in the back of my LVIA, so which gives the character areas, and there's a character area called LLCA 6, local landscape character area 6, which wraps east to west and slightly north of the site, and that's a moderate adverse significant effect at that year 1 situation.
And by year 15?
I've reduced that down to a minor adverse effect, which is not significant. The reason for that reduction is across that area in that summertime situation with existing vegetation and leaf. Across that wider area, the perception of the proposed development is going to be less than in a winter scenario. And then in closer proximity to the site, as we saw in some of those viewpoints yesterday, there is a reduced perception of the buildings as well in the more of immediate setting. So that's why I've reduced the effect from the year 1 to the year 15.
We know that Mr. Reynolds has subdivided the local landscape character areas still further to a more fine-grained analysis. In your rebuttal proof of evidence, Appendix 1, I think you provided your view on that fine-grained analysis. When did you first learn that the council was running a case about a more fine-grained local landscape character analysis than that which Mr. Askew had referred to?
I was aware Mr. Reynolds was doing it as he was preparing his proof. He was upfront about that. The actual extent of the areas came through in the proof, so that's why I had to wait until after the submissions of the proof and actually respond to the areas in the rebuttal, because that, whilst I knew they were coming, I didn't actually know their geographic extent until afterwards.
But having now seen it, you provided your response, which the inspector will read and form a view about. Has that changed your overall judgment?
No, I don't disagree that with what Mr. Reynolds has done in finding another level of detail. I totally accept that. You can, of course, you can kind of, a bit like the Russian dolls, you can keep finding a smaller and smaller one. You can, for sure. In terms of the effects, I think as Mr. Reynolds has set out, you know, he has. I think this is fair to say probably the majority of those smaller areas are not significant effects, and then he has some significant effects in closer proximity to the site. And so whilst we would, appreciate it's confusing with my LCO6 and the sub areas, but I think whilst we'd agree there's that significant effect at the year one, where we disagree is at that year 15 scenario. And for Mr. Reynolds, I think it's a couple of his, I think it's 2 from memory, but versus my wider area one, which is saying not significant.
Thank you. Visual effects. The inspector's got, well, he has your appendix 2 of your rebuttal, where you look in terms of a comparison in terms of visual effects with Mr. Reynolds, and he will have the table in due course. I'm not going to take you to it, but I want just an overview. Sometimes one has visual effects that are not just close to a site, they're further from the site. Sometimes one has them close to the site, sometimes one has a mix. What's the broad picture in this case?
I think a broad picture is that I do report significant visual effects in the immediate setting of the site. So there's a number of footpaths at close range, and then obviously we've got a stretch of the A5. But broadly, with increasing distance from the site, the tiers of my effects reduce, and there's several reasons for that. One is we're obviously getting further away from the site. The actual extent of the proposed development in the view is getting proportionately smaller to the wider panorama that you'll see. And as you step away from the site, you're obviously accounting for the existing vegetation, which is in between you, which provides an increasing amount of softening or screening of, the lower and central parts of the buildings. And so whilst you get in the views still the visibility of that upper part of the building, in combination with its green render and its white cream render along the top, that's essentially why, from increased distance from the site, I concluded a reduced effect.
Thank you. We know that there have been additional views provided both by Mr. Reynolds and also by Mr. Weeks, provided in the proofs of evidence. You've now looked at those additional views. Did they change that overall picture in your judgment?
No, I think for Mr. Reynolds, he acknowledges that of three that he identifies, he feels would not be significant in any event. 3, 4, and 5, and then with number 2, which he feels is significant, it's still within the 3-kilometre study area. It's not too far geographically from one of Mr. Weeks's views, but it's something we could point out on site is that between those viewpoint locations and the sites, the land continues to rise to the north of the site, where it forms a kind of local crest or ridge at around about 125, 130 metres AOD, and then you've at least got 15 to 20 metre tall trees along that ridge, which you'll be able to see on your site visit. So you've got to look across from where Mr. Reynolds' PRO2 location is. You've got to look across the A5 beyond that intervening vegetation to a site which is topographically lower, and it's because of that intervening change in landform and existing vegetation patterns that I didn't feel from PRO2 the effect would be significant. And then PRO1, which is the longer distance view of Mr. Reynolds to the southwest, I just think it's too far, and the site is tucked off to the, as you'll see when you're on site, so it's tucked off to the right as you look, so it's not within that direct line of sight of the church at Greens Norton. And you've just got intervening vegetation to such a degree that come the summer month, I just don't think it will be the significant effect as reported by Mr. Reynolds.
So bringing all that together, policy AL1, subparagraph 6, subparagraph B, requires there to be a detailed strategic landscape assessment of the whole site to deliver a high quality landscape setting within and around the boundaries of the boundary of the proposal. To what extent is that met or failed by the proposals before the inspector?
I suggest so it's entirely met. We have a landscape setting which is robust by the extent of planting that's proposed. It will deliver a high quality setting to the site. It's a landscape scheme which gets implemented as part of the first phase, so it's deliverable. And that not just aids in quickening the screening and the softening of the earthworks which will occur, but obviously once that planting's gone in that first phase, it's going to continue to grow until those zones 2 and 3 and 4 come forward for development, at which time the planting's already got a head start to it to some degree, depending on the timing. So we've got that landscape framework already established and deliverable from the get-go, in which other buildings can then be located.
And we also know from paragraph 6.25 of the SPD.
Actually, sorry,
I'm
sorry,
so
just to
sorry,
interrupt there. In terms of the policy wording, you went on there to talk about the landscaping on the site and how you felt that, together with other existing landscaping, would minimise the effect beyond, you know, looking from beyond, from distance into the site. Was that aim, your reading of 6B of the of this policy? Because I know 6B just says that you've got to provide a detailed strategic landscape assessment of the whole site to deliver a high quality landscape setting within and around the boundary of the proposal. It doesn't refer at all to distant views and protecting distant views or mitigating effects on distant views in any way. It just talks about the site itself shall be landscaped, you know, nicely landscaped.
Yeah,
Did you read into
I,
it something?
no,
more than that?
I read that it's the site which should be, as you say, nicely landscaped, and that's what I suggest to you, sir. We've done via our landscape scheme, so that it's the landscape setting within, i.e.
But you have gone on, obviously, to consider the wider.
We've considered the wider landscape setting, because that's considered as part of the landscape and visual impact assessment and as part of the visual analysis.
Yeah.
But the landscape design that we control within our red line is what we say we've achieved in that policy on site.
But the policy wasn't necessarily actually asking you to do that, was it? It was just concerned with this bit of the policy was just concerned with the site itself.
That's how I read it, so yes.
Yeah, as opposed to above, which talks about the heritage impact and all about the different views as where you would see it from in relation to the Eastern Neston registered park, was it? That talks about all that sort of stuff about.
Yes, that's how I read it, sir. Because you're right. It starts with 6, and then it's got specific policies, and then they're split A and B. And I've always read A as the wider relationship.
In terms of heritage impact, it says.
And height, and then B is then specific to the site of your landscape design.
Yeah, and of course that is, to be fair, it all says you've got to comply with SS2, which takes you to the wider landscape point anyway.
It's in the
okay
preamble. Yeah.
Thank you.
Which is exactly where I was going to take you. Mr. Hammond, SS2, which is page 34 of the same document. So page 34, sir, SS2.
Yeah.
And when you've got there, Mr. Hammond, criterion B tells us that permission will be granted, inferentially not granted, if you don't meet this, but permission will be granted where the proposed development ... uses a design-led approach to demonstrate compatibility and integration with the surroundings and the distinctive local character area in terms of type, scale, massing, siting, form, design, materials, and details. To what extent, accepting this is managing change, but to what extent does that criterion inform how you have judged this particular scheme?
Well, it completely informs it, because, as I suggest, it has been a design-led approach, and those various matters are all set out in my proof, whether they're the earthworks, the landscape design, or the building design, and then the materials and details. That's also in my proof, but you can find that in the design and access statement with regard to the way in which there's a family of buildings whether it's through the design of the parapets to ensure what goes on top of the roof isn't visible, because you'll just have the straight line of the parapet, through to the continuity of the cladding and the design choice of the colour facades to the cladding. And that was something that we took the steer from the council on. Their preference was for the dark green. And it's, yes, it is a common approach in terms of seeing coloured cladding on buildings, but it's also an approach that the South Northamptonshire Design Guide recommends for employment buildings, varying tones or banding, and they see it as a way in which employment buildings can sit comfortably in the landscape. And this is a landscape where, as you'll see from your site visit tomorrow, but I'm sure you've seen already from the work you've done, that there's clearly a vegetated character and context to the site with the vegetation along the A5, the taller trees to the immediate north, the former vegetated railway embankment to the east of the site. So those greens are there on the building facades because it's going into an environment where there are greens already, and you'll see it in the long distance view. I think we're going to propose going to Toaster Racecourse tomorrow. In that long distance view, you'll see the setting of a wooded backdrop to the racecourse, and the greens of the building are going into that context to sit comfortably with what's there.
And then finally, if I may, Mr. Hammond, page 68 of the SPD, which is the Site AL1 Development Framework.
Yeah, thank you. I'm there. Yes.
Disappointed to hear that. I'm not going to ask you questions about access and movement and drainage, but we've then got a section marked green infrastructure. Do you see that?
Yes, starting 6.21.
Yeah. It talks about proposing green infrastructure comprising a series of enhanced new edges stroke belts of woodland, hedgerow planting, areas of green space, new substantial landscape edge buffers with tree planting as shown as a requirement along the northern, east and western perimeter to help mitigate the visual impact of any new buildings. That's looking for substantial landscape edges buffers. Mr. Weeks suggests that certainly on the west side that these are just slight setbacks. What's your judgment? Slight setbacks or substantial landscape buffers or something else?
I think they're substantial given the distances range between the 26 and the 42 metres in relation to zone 2. And we've got similar distances of up to, in terms of building setback, up to 77 metres in terms of zone 1 from the A5, from which planting can then go across both the external yard and the embankment, which slopes down from the plateau down to the A5. So I do think there's substantial landscape edges and buffers.
Thank you. And then under building height, scale and massing, we've got different typologies described. And then for large buildings, it says large buildings which have a greater impact, i.e. are visible above the tree cover from longer distances or affect the character of the area in which they sit, will need to provide robust mitigation, such as delivering the highest design quality and a thorough programme of landscape measures. You've seen what the officer's report has to say. What's your view, and to what extent is your view different or similar to that of officers?
Well, it's similar to officers in that they felt we'd met their aspirations of the SPD. I would reiterate that because I think we do have the highest design quality, which is, I won't go through it all again, but it's a combination of the earthworks, the landscape and the building design, including the orientation, creating the active facade with the office building in zone 1 in the southwest, so it's facing the A5. And then in terms of the highest design quality being followed by a thorough programme of landscape measures, that's what I've previously described. And then what I'd add to that in terms of reinforcing why it's robust is the point I made earlier about this landscaping being deliverable in the first phase. So it's controlled, it goes in from the get-go.
And then I'm not going to ask you about gateways, but there's my learn from Mr. Stedman Jones may very well do, but under placemaking urban form, it says there's the development framework of AL1 suggests a series of key frontage opportunities across areas of new development, including along both the central Green Link stroke South Parkland, the A43 mirroring frontage on the southern side of the road, and the A5 adjacent to an access to the northern area of development. These frontages would require a considered approach to building orientation, materiality and massing to ensure an attractive and where possible active building facade can be created. To what extent is this suggesting one should be hiding built form or mitigating built form along the A5?
It's not suggesting it should be hidden. It's obviously talking about how it can be designed, which you can call mitigated. So I've always read that there is an expectation that something is going to be visible in terms of a building.
So bringing all that together, whilst plainly the building is not popular in, the built forms are not popular in some quarters, to what extent do you say that those design aspirations in policy have been met or failed in your judgment?
I would suggest they've been met, sir.
Thank you. Would you wait there, please? Thank you, sir.
Can I just before we turn to cross-examination, just ask one question in terms of the various viewpoints and what can be seen? And this isn't a point that I don't think has been already raised so far, but when I went on Monday, I think it was, and is it Mill Lane I went to, over on the road up, is it Mill Lane? The road up towards Greens
Norton to Greens Norton.
Greens Norton.
Yeah, it's got the football club on it. And do you come up from the roundabout up? So you're travelling?
Yeah, I came
upwards?
from
Yeah.
west out of Towcester, across the A43, turned first right.
So it's 17 on that plan.
Let me just get the plan so we know what we're talking about.
And then
14.
Oh, sorry, 14. Yeah, 14.
Yeah. So I stopped at 14 and looked over towards the site, and I sensed that I was a bit higher than the site at that point. I'm not saying I was, but and certainly the road was at that point climbing up, and I didn't go any further up it, but it was climbing up somewhat. I suppose the point I was leading to is it occurred to me at that point, oh, well, potentially in this area there is somewhere at a high level where you'll see, you would see the roof of these buildings set out like as you would if you were at a high level. Do you see what I mean? I'm not explaining myself very well.
No, I understand what you're saying. So
is there anywhere?
I would suggest you go to viewpoint 13. Mr. Weeks has other views along Mill Lane as you travel from 14 towards Greens Norton, which it would be worth going to. And then
I suppose I'm asking, do you
won't look down onto the top of the roofs to see the roof.
There's nowhere where you would look down
and
see.
No, you're always going to be in a position where you're seeing the top of the buildings in that straight line, as opposed to anything that was on.
Yeah, you won't. No. You won't get. It's not obviously not quite a bird's eye view, but you don't get that view.
You won't get the type of view you get when you look at a 2D plan. No, you're not.
No, or if you were in a town
That's right.
Surrounded by quite high hills, and you look down, you won't get that view.
No,
right.
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Jake.
Good morning, Mr. Hammond.
Good morning.
Mr. Hammond, can I just start by confirming a couple of points with you, please? You've told us when you got involved with the scheme, which was, I think, did you say it was September 2020? December 2020?
December 2020 in the table there, yes.
Yeah, December 2020.
On page 6.
Yeah. And you say that you are committed to the importance of design being embedded in the development, yes?
Yes, absolutely. We would see it as needing to be, because it forms your embedded mitigation. Yeah. The better the design, it should translate when you then come to do your assessment of effects.
And can we agree that the inspector, in determining this appeal, will need to be satisfied that your scheme is design-led?
Yes, I agree.
Thank you. Can I also check one point with you on your proof, 2.9, page 4?
Yes.
Do you have that? You make reference here, just for clarification. You say, I include several extracts of plans, photographs, photo montages, etc. However, due to scaling or zooming in on these within the proof of evidence, the original graphics should be referred to and used as the basis of the proof of evidence. Do we have those original graphics?
Yeah, yes, you do. They're either in my appendices or they're the original graphics in the
Yeah,
LVIA.
LVI, that's what you're referring to.
That's what I'm referring to.
I just wanted
yeah.
to check
So-
that there
so-
weren't some others somewhere.
No,
No.
and I'm sorry if that's not very clear, but
Yeah.
what I was meaning was that if I had a photo in there and I tried to put it on the page and
We should go back to the.
you end up pushing it a bit, and
Got
so
it.
you go back to those. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you very much. All right. Now I just want to go through some of the evidence that you've given.
Yeah.
Particularly directed to this question of design-led approach. The first thing I want to just ask you about is the environmental statement. So it's volume 1. If you can go to that, it's 11.2 in the core docs.
DD1 11.2, isn't it?
That's right. Yes. Sorry. That's right.
No,
It's confusing.
It is very confusing.
Yes. It's in the application docs 1 and then 11.2.
1102 yes, full report.
You got that?
Just opening up volume 1.
Volume 1, start at the beginning, Mr. Hammond. Got that?
Yes.
Right. So volume 1, and if you could turn to chapter 4, and chapter 4 is dealing with alternatives. And I've got that at, well, chapter 4 is probably the best thing to just say, alternatives.
To about page 40 something.
40, yes, I just don't seem to have any page numbers on this.
Yes.
46.
46.
Thank you. So then we have a heading alternatives.
Yes.
And this is looking at, amongst other things, the alternative designs that you put forward. And we can see that at paragraph 4.4. Little heading alternative designs. Got that?
Yes.
Then we see the site boundary alternatives. We don't need to look at that, but we should look at the layout alternatives. 4.4.4.
Yep.
And at 4.4.5, you can see the 3 alternatives that were considered.
Yep.
And it says there, a number of alternative master planned options were developed exploring different unit types and sizes. A number of alternative layouts were considered by the applicant as follows. And we've got 3 schemes there, September 2020, March 21, and then the preferred scheme, which we have here. Yes?
Yes.
And if you have a look at 4.4.7, you can see here what's said. The 3 development layout options comprise similar land uses and floor space quantums, which would be expected to give rise to a similar number of vehicle trips. No material difference in terms of air quality and so on. But what we can see here is that all these 3 layout options comprise similar land uses and floor space quantum. So this floor space quantum was always similar in these 3 options. Yes?
Yes, that's what it says.
Yeah. Well, that's not just what it says. That's the reality. You didn't explore any different quantums, did you?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Yep. You can see in the design and access statement different options that range between one big building to buildings orientated in different ways. So there were options explored.
Right. Well, we're on the EIA at the moment, the ES, which is an important document, isn't it?
It is, and
Yeah.
the DAS forms part of that.
Yeah. And this makes it clear here, doesn't it? The 3 development layout options were similar in terms of floor space quantums.
Yes, I suppose it's looking at the fact that that's an overall number rather than necessarily how that's distributed in terms of the actual arrangement of built form and the size of built form.
All right. Well, we've got the layouts set out here.
Yeah,
We
they come.
turn over the page and we can
Yeah.
see how they're set out.
Yeah.
The inspector can see those for himself. Because at one point you were even looking, I think, at a 1 million square foot.
The single
building.
option building,
Yeah.
yes.
And that was driven by a particular commercial operator, wasn't it?
I don't know on that, but that would make sense from other experience of similar jobs.
Yeah, 4.4.14 makes that clear.
4.4.14.
Yes, sir. First sentence, this scheme was explored due to interest from a potential large single occupier.
The March 21.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See that? Right, thank you. All right, then if we move on into this document, 4.4.19, which is the conclusion of this alternatives design section. Got that?
Yeah, I'm there, thank you. Yeah.
Conclusion, fundamentally, the core principles of development relating to the site area, the location of the football land, and the maximum building heights have remained the same throughout the design process. And then it talks about the design having evolved in terms of the optimal site layout. Now, again, that's confirming the core principles have remained the same. I know you reduced the height a bit later. We'll come to that. Core principles remain the same, yes?
Yes, that's what it says there. And I think it's taking account of the fact that the scheme still evolved in that last sentence in respect to site constraints, of which landscape and visual was one.
And then if you take up the next document, please, which is the addendum
To the ES.
to the ES. And so that is 11.05 or 11.04.
5.
5. Thank you. And if we look at the addendum, so this is where things have moved on, I think, a little bit in terms of the height, Mr. Hammond, yes?
Sorry, it's still open,
Yeah, there's
but
obviously lots of
yeah,
plans and photographs and
Yes.
it's still opening, but if that's where you're at,
Don't worry, take your
Yep.
time. That's the trade-off with being sustainable, isn't it?
this is sustainable.
Well, don't get me started. Mr. Hammond,
it has opened. So if you have a page you'd like me to go to,
You've got, it's chapter 2, 2.1.1. For some reason, my copy has no, oh yes, it's page 4.
Oh, page 6 of
PDF,
PDF.
the paras 2.1.1.
2.1.1, yes, thank
Got
you.
that? So here we talk about the applicant is now putting forward a few amendments. One of them relates to the reduction of the building heights for zones 2 and 3 from 24.5 to 21.5. And then again, we see at 2.1.2, do you see? There are no material changes proposed to the quantum of floor space or land uses. Yes?
Yes, that's correct. That addendum, yes, it says what in there, it dropped the height and put the pumping station in.
Just trying to see, you know, the extent to which any changes have actually occurred. So we can see that there's a reference there to the heights, but quantum has remained the same. Now, I just want to look further at what you say to the inspector about how you have had design at the heart of everything you've done. You have referred, haven't you, to Mr. Askew?
Yes.
Yes, and that's featured quite. Mr. Askew's featured quite a lot. I mean, I think in cross-examination of my witness, and even you have put him forward as somebody who's sort of been who's been advising and giving opinions to the council, and you've taken them on board, I think, is what you've said. Is that right?
Yes, we had 3 reviews by Mr. Askew, and at the time of writing my proof, that was the position I had from the council, and Mr. Askew's included in the officer's report, and it was his quote. So I very much worked off where Mr. Askew was coming from, because that's essentially the only person I could.
Yes, no, that's right. Well, I just wanted, I mean, this is the thing that I need to just go over with you, because you say very openly that you've worked off what he had to say, and you followed what he's had to say, and you've put forward a number of comments about him. So can we take up his 3 reviews, please? Now, these are in, I think, CD8, and they should be CD8 02, 03, and 04.
This is actual CD8.
Actual CD. No, so this actually, I think, is actual CD8.
Oh, which one is the one that is missing?
Oh, no.
I'll go
Oh,
electronically.
dear, that's... What about over there? Can we get them from there? It will be much easier if the inspector's got...
I've got a hard copy if the inspector would like that, and I can go off.
I'll go, it's fine, I'll go, you have the hard copy. And I'll go electronic. CD8, what was the number again?
So this one was CD802. This is the first. There were 3
Yeah.
reviews from Mr. Askew.
Yeah, and that.
So the first review, 02, 1.2 and 1.3, Mr. Askew makes it clear that this is not an LVIA. He's visited the site. He's commenting specifically on the LVIA, yes?
Yes, I just wish to. This is his first of 3 reviews.
Yes, I'm on the
And then-
first one.
And then in the committee report, it does state that Mr. Askew, I'll find the exact wording, but it's stronger than just what's written there in the idea that it's not an LVIA. It's I think in the committee, the officer's report, it's referred to as a critical review of the LVIA, but I'll find the exact word.
Well, you can come to that if it pops up in something you want to say, but
Yeah.
right now I'm quite clear that I'm on Mr. Askew's own words.
Yes,
Not anybody else's words. All right, Mr. Hammond?
Yes,
So let's concentrate on this, because this is the person that you say was advising and you were taking on board his comments. So I just want to test whether that is actually correct or not, how accurate it is. So the first thing is it's not an LVIA, but he's commenting on your LVIA. Yes, 1.3, he says that.
yes,
These are his words, all right? He then says that he covers the application site at 1.4, he reviews the LVA's methodology, and he makes the point at 1.11 in terms of the visual context. He says the ZTV provided shows the potentially very wide visibility of the development, yes?
yes,
1.14, proposed development. He describes the development as proposing large industrial buildings, yes?
yes,
The next sentence, substantial earth moving is required to achieve the proposed plateaus.
yes,
Southwest corner of the building on plot 1 would sit on land raised circa 5 meters above existing ground levels, yes?
yes, that's in relation to the western side of the
Yeah.
plot, because the eastern side's cut down, but
Yeah,
yes.
southwest, I think it is, isn't it? And then he talks about the other ground levels and the other works that are going to be required, yes?
Yes,
Now, he moves on then to look at the assessment of the visual effects itself, talks about construction first, and then over the page, he looks at 1.118. He starts looking at the assessment in year 1,
yes,
and then he goes at 1.23 to the assessment at year 15.
yes,
And he concludes here, doesn't he, in that last sentence of paragraph 1.23, here there will be most likely moderate and major adverse effects with the permanent and substantial change in character. Yes?
yes,
1.25, he agrees that there will be significant adverse effects at the various viewpoints that he mentions there. And he adds in a few other comments about the impacts.
yes,
Yeah, and his last sentence, I would conclude moderate adverse, significant given the scale, proximity, etc., albeit adjacent to the busy A5, yes?
yes, in relation to that visual receptor at Bairstow's Lodge.
Right, and then at 1.26, he says the cumulative residual effects. And here he's talking about LLCA 6, isn't he? This is the one that is in dispute between you and Mr. Reynolds.
We just remind me from the pump, which is LAA? Oh, sorry, no, it's okay. I was thinking it was a viewpoint. We're not.
No, it's not, no, it's
Yeah,
the character
yeah,
area.
yeah,
It's 6,
yeah.
it's the one that's divided up
Yeah,
by Mr. Reynolds. And it's the one which, Mr. Hammond, you just mentioned now. You conclude, don't you, or the LVIA concludes that there'll be minor adverse effect on this one? Yes?
At the year 15.
At year 15, yeah.
Yes.
And this is the one, of course, that Mr. Reynolds has split up into 6 parts, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Yeah. So I just want to be quite careful about how we go through this now. Mr. Askew says that the effects would vary. He suggests the harmful, 1.26 I'm on, harmful effects will be more harmful and more significant closer to the site, major adverse immediately adjacent to the site, moderate as one moves away, up to 1 to 1.2 kilometers of the site, then minor negligible further afield. He then says visual effects, and he talks about his opinion on that. He says that the residual cumulative effects will remain, as he says above. But then the conclusions Mr. Hammond, and you say you've read all of this, don't you? Because you
So-
told us.
So on the 1.26 and the 1.27.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Askew's talking about cumulative there, so
Yeah.
he's considering AL2,
Mm,
AL3, and the remainder of the AL1 allocation because it's cumulative.
mm. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Now, conclusions. If we go to 130, so he's talking about your methodology and he talks about the level of assessment and saying that's all fine. But at 130, he looks specifically at LLCA 6, doesn't he? He says, and it's quite important this, the use of LLCAs to assess landscape effects is appropriate. However, LLCA 6 is a very wide area in which the landscape effects will vary greatly. The area stretches from the southern side of Northampton south to Brackley and east towards Milton Keynes. Effects in the wider LLCA are likely to be minor or negligible. However, the effects in the more local context of the application site will most likely be more significant. For this reason, it is important to not simply assess LLCA 6 as a whole, but to consider the landscape character more locally. The LVI should break the local landscape down into more local character areas, perhaps within 2 to 3 kilometres of the application site, and then consider the impact of the proposed development for each local character area. Now, Mr. Hammond, this is exactly the exercise, isn't it, that Mr. Reynolds has done?
So this was actually a section of the report that I didn't think Mr. Askew had perhaps understood. My LCA 6 is only within the 3 kilometre study area.
Mr. Hammond, this isn't answering the question at all.
And then in terms of what Mr. Reynolds has done, yes, Mr. Reynolds has broken it down into smaller geographic areas.
Sorry, Mr. Hammond, you can give your caveats afterwards. This is the first time, one of the criticisms you've made, and this point was made a couple of times, is the first time you'd ever heard of this idea of breaking down character area 6 was when you saw Mr. Reynolds' proof. That's something you've said, isn't it, in evidence in chief?
In terms of what Mr. Reynolds' character areas were, yes, I
Yes.
knew he was doing it, but I didn't know what the areas were.
Yes, but you've been put, and remember, you're giving evidence as an expert witness, so you need to be frank, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, you've said in terms in chief, and the question was also put to Mr. Reynolds, that the first time you ever heard about breaking down local character area 6 was when Mr. Reynolds sent you his proof. You said this, didn't you?
Yes, in terms of the areas that
Yeah.
Mr. Reynolds was going to break it down into.
Yes, in terms of the specific areas that he
Yes.
chose. But the concept and the advice to you about breaking down the local areas into further areas is something that Mr. Askew had told you about in February 2022, isn't it?
Yes, it was, yes.
Yes. So why didn't you mention any of this when you were giving your evidence?
Because my evidence, as I see it, is in relation to what Mr. Reynolds has provided, because it's no longer here for Mr. Askew.
I think Mr. Hammond has said just now that he was aware of this, which I think is the point. I'm not entirely sure that when he answered the question, Mr. Tucker's question earlier, I don't think the question was put as, when was the first time you ever heard the concept of it?
Yeah, I would agree with you, sir. I mean, I have not been clear, and I apologise for that, but the point I was making was that in terms of responding to Mr. Reynolds, who is obviously here as your witness, the definition of where his geographic areas were, I was aware he was coming up with that, but I didn't know what they were until I saw his proof. And I can only respond, as I understand it, to Mr. Reynolds, because Mr. Askew is not here.
All right.
Sir, forgive me intervening. The point that I put to Mr. Reynolds was specific about Mr. Reynolds' character areas. It wasn't about the principle of breaking it down. I expressly didn't put that.
Well, you did put the principle because there was a question of the Russian dolls that came up that you can go on forever.
No, I didn't put that to Mr. Reynolds.
Well, irrespective of the point, the key point, it seems to me, and the subsequent question, which seems the logical one, which is probably where you're going.
Probably.
But I'll
Go ahead, sir. Yes.
Say, so you have said you were aware of this.
Yes, because
suggestion,
it's
this
part-
recommendation.
Yes, because it's
What did you do about it?
Well,
Exactly, sir.
well, we had post-validation correspondence with the council, and as part of that, we gave a response. And as part of that response, it's similar to the response that I've given to Mr. Reynolds, is I felt my area for LLCA 6 was representative and proportionate to judge the local character area effects, and therefore I didn't break it down any further.
Right. So, so the short answer then is you knew what Mr. Askew had suggested about breaking down the areas. Yep. And in terms of following his advice, you decided not to. You were content that you had the right answer in terms of not breaking down the area.
Yes, I felt I still had a proportionate and representative area at that local scale
Right.
within the 3 kilometre study.
Right. But what we can agree between three experts, Mr. Askew and Mr. Reynolds, regardless of the precise areas that were broken down, Mr. Askew and Mr. Reynolds, some 3 years later, both thought that it was appropriate for this area to break it down further so that you could properly identify the effects, but you didn't do that.
Yes, that's correct.
Right. And the result of that is that you found minor adverse effects, so insignificant effects in that area. But Mr. Reynolds, when he did do what another professional had suggested as well, found there to be significant effects in some of those broken down areas.
Yes, that's correct.
Right. So at least we can be sure of this, is that you didn't follow Mr. Askew's advice to the letter, did you?
No, I didn't take up that further breakdown and responded to Mr. Askew post-validation as to why I thought it was not required.
Right. Where did you respond to him?
We gave a written response to these comments.
To this particular comment about breaking it down?
Yeah, it was part of that's right. Yes, it was a specific response to that.
Right. And the answer was what you've just told us, that you didn't think it was necessary.
That's the short version, but
Right.
there was a longer explanation as to why.
Right. But why would you not do that if it was more likely to throw up a better understanding of the local character and the impact? Why would you not break it down?
Well, I'd already broken that study area into 14 different landscape character areas, and LLCA 6 is obviously one of those that had a similar pattern of arable, predominantly agricultural land use, predominantly an undulating landform. And so I thought it was still a representative scale of which to make an assessment upon.
All right, thank you. Now, 1.31, he makes this point, and I want to follow this through again in terms of the advice he gave you. He says, the scale and massing of the proposed development is such that it will, without doubt, have significant adverse landscape and visual effects. And he says, landscape effects will be most harmful within the local landscape within 1 to 2 kilometers of the site, east, northwest, and the application site. And then he says, on the application site itself and in the immediate context, there'll be major adverse. Yep. So scale and massing, he's flagging up here, isn't he, that he thinks that the scheme is large.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is the first applications. This is when the buildings are at the 24.
Absolutely. Yes. No, I follow that. Now, because this is what he says to you, isn't it? 1.34. He says your landscape scheme has certain benefits, but even at year 15, it's highly unlikely that the proposed planting will be capable of mitigating the significant adverse landscape and visual effects. And now this is the advice he gave you. In order to achieve this, one would need to consider reducing building heights and increasing the amount and effectiveness of the proposed planting. The raised ground levels exacerbate the impact of the building heights, and consideration should be given to reducing these levels. So he's telling you to do 3 things, isn't he? Reduce building heights, increase the proposed planting and its effectiveness, and to reduce the levels of the raised ground levels. Yes?
Yeah, he's asking us to consider those 3 options.
Yes.
And as part of the written response that I referred to earlier, we set out back to Mr. Askew why the ground level option wasn't practical, because we had a sustainable and balanced cut and fill exercise already. And so what we did obviously take forward there was then reducing the building heights, his first suggestion of what we consider.
Yes, I mean, he didn't say it's either or. He was saying that in order to achieve all of this, you'd need to do, he was giving you 3 things that he thought you should do.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you. And you went back and just did one of them, which was reducing the building heights.
Yes, for the reason stated, we felt, given our position of a balanced cut and fill, to lower that even more, as I set out earlier, has other impacts. So on balance, we kept with the levels we had and lowered the building heights.
The balance cut and fill and the issues you raised there, that's a consequence of the scale, isn't it, of the scheme that you're putting forward?
I still think whatever.
Is that a yes first and then?
Yes, but I still think in whatever form development occurs there, if you don't want to be exporting material off a site, you're going to have to redistribute it to achieve a balanced cut and fill exercise.
So can we then see what happened in August 22? So this is his next review. Actually, it's dated, I think, January the 24th, 2023.
So is this?
This is 03.
83.
803, yeah.
August 2022.
Yes. Is it August 2022? It's January 23.
Oh, I think it says August 22.
It
I think
does.
it's talking about the
I think this-
review of the impact
document.
assessment. which
Yeah, I
was
think the
August
date's the
22.
24th
Yes.
of January, but it's.
That's right, sir, absolutely. So August 22 is your revised assessment that you sent in, Mr. Hammond. And then his review is January 23, yes?
Yes.
Right. Now, so we need to just put in context what you've just told the inspector as well. So you went back to Mr. Askew and you said, sorry, can't reduce these levels. I don't know what you said about the landscaping, but then you said, but we're going to reduce the height a little bit. Yes. So this is all after that happened. Yes.
Yes.
Right. So you've told him all your explanation. Now at 1.2, you can see what Mr. Askew says. He says that in my review, February 22, I suggested that the residual landscape and visual adverse effects would be more significant than the applicant concludes, or the LVI concludes. I suggested that the LVIA should consider the characteristics of the local landscape more closely, rather than simply considering the impact on the wider local character area 6 as a whole. So he's again reiterating here, isn't he, that he told you to break down that area.
He is. I just go back to what I said earlier, that I never received any clarification from Mr. Askew that he had understood that LLCA 6 was only within the study area, not as he was perhaps suggesting that we were up to Northampton and Brackley and to Milton Keynes. So
I mean, what we have here is him repeating that he had told you that.
that's correct.
Right? And
Yes.
he's not saying that he's understood anything you had to say about that. He's just saying,
Yeah,
I told
that's
him
right.
to do it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Then at 1.3, he says, at 134, he's going back again to the advice he gave. I also suggested that consideration be given to reducing the building heights, increasing the amount and effectiveness of planting, and reducing the ground and floor levels to reduce the height of the buildings further. Right. So again, he's repeating what he asked you to do. And then he says at 1.4, you know, you've now, he's also now seen that there's an SPD as well. He's noting the SPD's publication.
Yes.
And then he says at 1.5, he assesses or addresses your proposed amendments. He says the revised scheme reduces the maximum building heights from 24.5 to 21.5 above the finished floor levels. Ground and floor levels remain the same as before. And then in that last sentence, the landscape scheme and all proposed planting remain the same as before. So he's noting here that all you've done is to reduce the building heights, but you haven't taken on board anything else he had to say.
Yes, but we took it on board and considered it, and
rejected it. You took it on board, but rejected it.
for the reasons I've given. Yeah.
Sure. Now, at 1.7, he comments on the revised LVIA.
Yes.
And in the last sentence, after he's worked through it, he says, I would expect there to also be significant adverse residual effects within the local landscape beyond the application site boundary. Right? 1.8, the reduction in building height will make a modest difference. Yes?
Yes, that's what he says.
To the landscape and visual effects, such as the magnitude of the proposed development within this rural setting. So he is here not giving a ringing endorsement to the scale or the massing, as you say, the width and the length and so on. He's saying that the proposed development has such a magnitude that the reduction in height that you've put forward is only going to make a modest difference. Yes, that's a fair reading of what he says.
Yes.
Thank you. And he confirms that in terms of your conclusions on the LVIA. And he also says that the wireframes show that, frankly, there's very limited difference between the 2021 scheme and the revised scheme.
Yes.
So as far as Mr. Askew is concerned, he doesn't really think that you've put forward much of a difference in the two schemes.
He thinks it's a modest difference, doesn't he? That's what he says.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now at 1.11, so if we work down, you can see he is looking at LCT 6 and the character assessment strategy. And you can see after he quotes the last 5 lines, he says, the proposed buildings will remain highly prominent in the landscape, even with the proposed reduction in height, allowing for the proposed mitigation planting. Revised wireframes show the building sitting above the skyline, resulting in a pronounced change in these views and local landscape character. So again, he's concluding here that it's going to be very prominent. It's highly prominent, limited differences, magnitude of the development means that, quite frankly, there's not really going to be much change from his original assessment.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. He then deals with the SPD at 1.12, and he quotes that, doesn't he, at 1.13?
Yes, he's quoting that paragraph 6.25 there, isn't he? Yes, as he says, yeah.
Yes. And he also quotes paragraph 3.19. Got that?
Yes.
Yeah. And then 1.15, he gives his assessment. He says, as demonstrated in the LVIA, the proposed buildings will be clearly visible in the long term within the rural landscapes to the northwest and east of the site. I am still not convinced that the proposed planting will be capable of mitigating the significant adverse landscape and visual effects. The revised wireframes and photo montages A, F, and G clearly show the proposed building sitting above the likely height of the proposed planting at year 15. Where the proposed buildings sit on raised ground levels up to 6 meters above existing levels, this exacerbates the landscape and visual impact of the buildings and reduces the ability to mitigate the adverse effects. And then 1.16, so this is even after all that, you say you told him, a further reduction in building heights, reduction in ground levels, and an increase in the amount and effectiveness of perimeter planting could increase the effectiveness of mitigation and could reduce the severity of some of the significant harmful effects. So here, Mr. Hammond, he's not happy with your scheme. He's not saying, thank you very much for reducing the heights. I think everything's fine now. He's saying the opposite, isn't he, at 1.16? He's saying reduce it more, reduce the ground levels and increase the effectiveness of the perimeter planting.
Yes, and his comments obviously fed into the case officer's judgment on the scheme, which ultimately.
Not talking about the case officer.
No, but it all feeds in, doesn't it? Mr. Askew's work feeds into that. It was considered by the case officer.
Yeah.
And weighed in the balance.
Yeah, not my question at all, Mr. Hammond. We're talking about Mr. Askew because you've brought him forward. I'm just trying to be, so the inspector's quite clear. Mr. Askew was not giving you a clean bill of health. He was giving you the opposite, wasn't he? He was saying, you need to reduce the building heights further. And I have to say, in chief, you said that you were not asked to reduce the building heights further. I've got a note of that after you reduced them the first time.
Not by a specific amount.
No, I've got the note of what you said, actually. Mr. Tucker asked you, were you asked to reduce the building heights again? And you said, no, not after the first time. But that's not accurate, is it? Because he says, again, doesn't he, at 1.16, a further reduction in building heights. You were asked again.
Well, he's saying that it could increase the effectiveness of mitigation. He wasn't giving us a height to which it should be reduced to.
No, but he was saying a further reduction is something that he was advising.
Yes, he does say a further reduction, yes.
Yeah. So it's not accurate to say you weren't asked again, you were.
I accept that here, yes, he is asking for that.
Okay. And the answer to that, and the follow-up again to that is, what did you do about that, his advice about further reduction? Did you reduce further?
No, because we felt we were at a position where we had a scheme which could achieve the aspirations of the SPD.
Yeah.
The effects were as reported.
Yeah. And then we've got his final input, haven't we, in 2024, 15th of March.
Yes, this is just the 6 paragraphs.
Yes, 15th of March. 04, I think this is, sir. Yes, 804.
Gone too far with my backspace. We're in CD
8.
8. That's, yeah.
04.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Now, Mr. Hammond, so yet again, poor Mr. Askew is trying to put forward some advice to you. And so far, his advice hasn't been followed by you because you didn't think
Well,
you needed
we did drop the building heights from his
That's
first
true.
one,
Yes,
so.
he did drop the building heights,
yes.
although not further as he'd asked later. Now at the end, 1.6, so he reviews. He's asked to review it all again.
So just so I'm clear, so what he here is reviewing.
So what's happened here, so is a period of time has obviously elapsed since the application went in with the reduced heights. We got to a point in the process where the MPPF had been updated. And so the point of the resubmission in the February 2024 was really just to refresh the LVIA in relation to the revised MPPF. And it's something that perhaps Mr. Guthrie can explain more in the planning context, give a set of documents which was perhaps more current than the original documents going back to the 2021, 2022. So I don't want to sound over, it's not that we've continued to work on it since those two reviews. It's from the LVI point of view, it was just a refresh of policy and a rejig of cumulative and future baseline. It wasn't a redesigned scheme or continued working in that respect.
In fact, 1.1 sets out, doesn't it, what he was doing. He was asked by the council to compare the applicant's revised LVIA February 24 with the previous LVIA and check for any substantive changes in content or conclusions. That's what he was doing.
That's right, yeah.
And he makes the point at 1.2 that you have updated planning policy, the new framework, one of the new frameworks. And then you've made, he then says the landscape and visual effects remain the same, except where you've expanded the baseline and cumulative effects, taking into account the AL3 development. And then he narrates the other facts. And then at 1.6,
just taking account of the AL3 development, because that by then had outline approvals.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think it had by then. And then 1.6. So this is his final message to the council and by extension to you, Mr. Hammond. I have reviewed the EDLA response. Well, that's the response you're talking about, isn't it?
Yeah,
The one that you sent off.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, so this is the response when you told him, well, sorry, but I don't think you're right. He says, I have reviewed the EDLA response to my previous review dated 24th January 2023, where he told you about lowering heights, lowering the earth, lowering improving your planting. And he says here, doesn't he, this is significant, my own conclusions remain unchanged. So having reviewed what you had to say, my own conclusions remain unchanged to those expressed on the 24th of January 2023, that there are likely to be significant residual adverse landscape and visual effects arising from this development, as confirmed by the applicant. For some landscape and visual receptors, I would expect the adverse effects to be more harmful and significant than has been stated in the LVIA, both for this development alone and cumulatively in relation to other permitted or emerging nearby developments, right? So fairly read, Mr. Hammond. Mr. Askew is not telling you that, giving you a big tick for what you've done. He is critically reviewing your scheme. He finds it to be causing more significant impacts than you've identified. He's, yes.
Yeah, yes.
He's telling you how he thinks it could be improved and how these impacts could be reduced, i.e. reducing the height further than what you've done, yes? And you didn't do that, did you?
Not after the initial reduction between the 24.
He also says to you that you should break down the landscape area. You didn't do that, yes?
No.
He then says to you as well that the raised ground levels should be reduced. You didn't do that, did you?
No, for the reasons stated.
Yeah. And he says that you should improve the effectiveness and amount of the proposed planting. You didn't do that either, did you?
No, but then we have had the review by Quartet, which was specific to the landscape design, which considered it to be appropriate.
I understand, but we're looking at Mr. Askew, aren't we, at the moment?
But they're both reviews.
No, we're talking about Mr. Askew. Sorry, Mr. Ham, we can come to Quartet if you like, but they were looking at something different, as Mr. Reynolds said.
Mr. Askew is looking at the landscape and visual impact assessment, whereas Quartet is specific to the design.
Indeed. So Mr. Askew has given you all of these different ways of improving your scheme, and you decided to reject all of them. That's right, isn't it?
No, we lowered the building heights. and
After
then-
that,
And so we did respond to that. And then in terms of the landscape design, the suggestion is something should have been done, but actually the quartet review showed it was appropriate.
no, the quartet review was looking at something different, as you and I both know. But I just put it to you again, I can make submissions on this anyway. I think you have answered it, to be fair. In terms of these three things, reducing the height further, you didn't do that, did you?
Not following Mr. Askew's
Yeah.
second review.
You didn't reduce the ground levels, did you, as he requested?
No, for the reason stated
Yeah.
due to the balance cut and fill.
And you didn't improve the amount and effectiveness of the proposed planting from what he looked at as he advised?
No, because as demonstrated by the quartet review, it was considered appropriate.
Thank you. And you can also confirm, can't you, that Mr. Askew had your response, didn't he? The Edler response that you were referring to?
Yes, it's that
And
last
he reviewed
paragraph
that.
1.6.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So that's what Mr. Askew said in his words, and the inspector's got what you did in response. Now, what you've done is hardly what one would call design-led, is it, Mr. Hammond? You made hardly any changes, reduced the height a little bit. Everything else remained the same. That is not what is meant by design-led, is it?
No, I disagree. We'd been design-led going into that point. We've then submitted an application, and then we've had comments back on that application. So
Yeah.
you've got a whole design process before the application is submitted and those comments come out.
But you're supposed to take those comments on board, otherwise there's no point in the comments, is there?
I think you can all review the comments. We took it on board in terms of the reduction in the height,
And
But-
ignored the rest.
considered the rest.
All right. Anyway, we can see what you did and what you didn't do. Thank you.
But I would, if I may, just obviously point the inspector towards the officer's
Officer's
report, where it comments that it considers it to be adhering to the design qualities and the design responses that are required for the scheme. That's in the officer's report.
Yeah, we can go to the officer's report shortly. I will take you to the parts. I don't think the officer's report does quite say what you say, but we'll go to it in detail shortly. And then you can point out the bits you want to point out. Right, now, if we could then move on, please, to the section on in your proof to do with the SPD. So you've got, and it'd be helpful, I think, if you've got the SPD to hand as well.
We'll need a break at some point fairly soon.
So this is actually a good moment.
Is this a good
Yes.
moment?
Yes.
Right, well, it's just coming up to 25 past by that clock, so should we say 25 to 12? Yeah, okay, 25 to. Thanks.
break. There's apparently a fault with the fire alarm. So, yes. So there's a risk it may go off again. If it does, we will have to comply with it. But there's also a call out to try and fix it, in which case they may test it. If we're told that it's a test, we can just carry on.
Marvelous,
Right.
right?
Just-
I thought you were going to say there's a call out in the room. Is there somebody can fix it? A bit like, is there a doctor on the plane?
Yes.
Yeah, no. Okay, thank you for that. Well,
Just
we will bear that in mind.
see what happens. Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Hammond, we were moving to the SPD. You addressed the SPD in your proof at page 37
Yes,
and 38.
yes,
And you also do make some comments about it in your rebuttal. So I just want to go through that with you. First point, I think you confirmed earlier that you were not aware yourself of the SPD until after it was adopted. Is that correct?
yes.
So insofar as the SPD is concerned, your analysis and so forth wouldn't have taken into account the SPD up until the point that you became aware of it.
No, because we were working
Yeah.
before
Yeah.
it came out. Yeah.
Fair enough. So everything your LVIA, all of these comments that we have in the environmental impact assessment, none of that would have taken on board this SPD.
Correct.
Thank you. Despite that, you say to the inspector, but by happy chance, I think we comply with it. I think something to that effect. Yes?
Yes, I do. Yes, and that was
Mm.
a note from the committee report that in 7.299, their summary is that overall the proposed development is considered to be in general compliance with the adopted SPD.
Yes, I mean, again, that's the committee report that you keep. I mean, I understand why you go there, but I'm actually looking at what you've done and your evidence today, right? So now at 4.80, page 37, you talk about the SPD, and it looks like here you, I mean, do you accept, I wasn't entirely clear, I think you don't accept, do you, that the SPD requires for this site at least, or prefers for this site, the presumption for this site is for small and medium-sized buildings. Do you accept that?
No, I see it that it's saying you've got small, medium or large buildings at this site by
Right.
what's stated in paragraph 6.25.
Okay, so can we just take up the SPD then first?
Yes,
And if we go into this document, and I know you're not giving the planning evidence, but obviously you would have a working understanding that this is an adopted document now, and it's a material consideration in the decision making. You follow that?
and I would just ask when the time comes that Mr. Guthrie is obviously
Of course, to give the details.
to give the details on the position on that Mr. Guthrie set out on
Yeah.
his proof.
But as I said, I don't think you're disagreeing. You obviously have a working knowledge of.
Yes,
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
So you're not disagreeing with me here on this basic principle that it is adopted, published, and is a material consideration in the determination of this application appeal.
No, I'm not disagreeing.
Thank you. Now, in terms of what it says then, can we first turn to the introduction, page 6. And you can see, can't you, from this introduction that the purpose of this document is to provide guidance in relation to the 5 sites allocated for employment in part 2 at paragraph 1.6, and we can see AL1 set out there.
Yes,
Yes. So 1.7, straight under that, do you see?
Yes.
Sites AL1 to 3 are located to the north of Towcester, well connected, etc. The sites were identified to facilitate some additional small-scale employment opportunities to provide additional choice and opportunity for the growing population and so forth. You see that? So small-scale employment opportunities is what's said. is intended for AL 1 to 3.
That's in the introduction, isn't it? I mean, 6.25 is small, medium and large buildings.
Yeah, we'll come to that in a moment, but there we are, isn't it? It says so at 1.7, that's the purpose of these allocations.
I don't think that can be the purpose of the allocations if you then go to 6.25, which is the development framework for site AL1, and it
All right.
mentions small, medium and large buildings.
All right, we'll go to that as well, but I suppose let's agree this at least. The introduction sets out that the purpose of these sites was to identify employment opportunities for small scale buildings. Can we agree that that is what it says in the council's own document?
Yes, in that paragraph, and
Yeah.
you can pick others, can't you, from the introduction about support ambitions for sustainable economic growth in the area.
Yeah. And then if we turn to page 38, small, medium and large unit sizes. Now, Mr. Hammond, again, I know you're not a planner. I take that completely on board, but we do have to read this document in a common sense and a comprehensive manner, don't we, as a whole?
Yes.
Yeah. Page 38, please. Small, medium and large unit sites. Do you see that?
Yes.
Right. There we have the definition or scale, so to speak, for small, medium and large, yes?
Yes.
And the last paragraph says, the presumption will be for the accommodation across the employment sites of a mix of small, medium, and in exceptional circumstances, large-sized units as defined above. This will allow them to support, as the design brief state, a variety of employment types to reflect the need for diversity and resilience in the local economy. Yes?
It does. Yes, it does say that, and perhaps that's why you mentioned I'm not a planner. You're seeing this for another day, but obviously there's not the definition of those exceptional circumstances for large buildings, and it's not actually a constraint within the policy of AL1.
Mm. In terms of this document, though, we are being told, aren't we, that there is a presumption that there will be small or medium and in exceptional circumstances, large-sized units. That's what the document says.
As an overview, and then you come back to 6.25.
The presumption will be for small, medium, and in exceptional circumstances, large-sized units. It's not. The presumption will be for small and medium-sized units, but in exceptional circumstances. I read that as the exceptional circumstances are part of the presumption.
Yes, I think that's fair.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you happy with that, Mr. Hammond?
And sir, forgive me, I think these really are starting to be Mr. Guthrie type questions rather than landscape questions.
Well, they're not, because Mr. Hammond deals with these points in his evidence. So insofar as they become planning questions, I'm very happy for Mr. Hammond.
Well, let's see. Let's just see.
Yes, let's see where it goes. Absolutely.
Put your question.
Yeah, thank you, because Mr. Hammond does deal with this. So that's right. Are you happy with that? The way that the inspector formulated that, Mr. Yes. Good. All right. Now, if we move then to AL1 itself, we find a special section, don't we? Page 68.
We do.
Right. And here, this is, it said at the top there, site AL1 development framework. Got that? The development framework for AL1 establishes key parameters and principles. Yes?
Yes.
And then we have a series of headings, and the ones that I want you particularly to look at are building height, scale, and massing. Yes? 6.25.
6.25, yes.
And that makes it clear, doesn't it? At least here, small and medium-sized buildings will be acceptable where there is no significant visual impact, likely rising to approximately 16 meters in height from existing ground levels, and being effectively screened from sensitive views by existing or proposed tree planting. So that's the commentary on small and medium. Yes?
It is there, yes.
And then moving on, it says large buildings which have a greater impact, i.e. are visible above tree cover from longer distances or affect the character of the area, will need to provide robust mitigation, such as delivering the highest design quality and a thorough program of landscape measures. Now that I'm suggesting to you means that the acceptability of small and medium will be where they can be effectively screened. And large buildings, which are to be read together with the section we looked at earlier in terms of exceptionality, will be permitted on an exceptional basis where they deliver robust mitigation. That's what I'm suggesting to you.
Okay, yes.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, I read it similarly. That
Thank you.
large buildings are permitted there because they're acknowledging there's a greater impact because they're coming above the tree cover. They're going to be visible in longer distances. They're going to affect the character of the area. So they need to provide robust mitigation.
Yes, on an exceptional basis, going back to the paragraph we looked at before.
But that's not in 6.25.
All right, okay.
And I think that the core of the issue is that test of exceptionality is not set out.
All right, well, that's
There
yeah.
to preclude or influence whether large buildings are
okay.
there
Well,
or not.
Probably is a planning point, so I'll leave that. But as far as you're concerned, I've put the point to you. I've suggested that the exceptionality point needs to be read into this, but I hear what you say. Can I just ask you this from a logical perspective? Right, I don't think it's particularly a planning point. If small and medium-sized buildings are acceptable when they're effectively screened, it would be illogical, wouldn't it, to say that a large building would be acceptable generally, even when it cannot be fully screened.
No.
Right. Okay.
I
Even
think-
though they give greater impact.
Yeah, just because something's visible doesn't inherently mean it's harmful, and just because something's visible and does have an adverse visual effect doesn't mean it can't proceed.
All right. Okay.
Otherwise,
yeah.
How do you get to a point of having an outline approval for AL3?
All right. But greater visibility can also lead to greater impacts, can't it?
That's fair, yes.
Yeah, thank you. 6.26, and I will, Mr. Hammond, just leave some of those points to Mr. Guthrie, I think. I don't want to debate them too much. Just put the points to you now insofar as you've dealt with them in your proof. Placemaking and urban form.
6.26.
Yes. So here again, it just makes the point, doesn't it, that placemaking is something that is an important parameter in relation to AL1.
Yes, it's
Thank you.
it's a subheading and a requirements there, which Mr. Tucker took me to.
Yes. And then if we go back to your proof, page 37. Paragraph 480 onwards.
Yes.
Here, this is where you've put out, you've reproduced parts of the SPD. And 4.83, you make your point about the SPD not defining exceptional circumstances. And you quote part of the committee report. That's the point I'm going to leave for the moment for Mr. Guthrie.
Okay.
All right. And I think you sort of, although you float it at 4.84, you do say he addresses this in his proof. However, I understand there's no development plan test for exceptionality. And then you say, even so, I struggle to see how a larger range of medium-sized buildings would give rise to a reduced landscape and visual impact compared to proposed robust mitigation described above. Appeal would still be marked and so on. Now,
Sorry, where are you reading from here?
4.84. So it's the last sentence on page 37, last paragraph on page 37.
However, there is no such scheme.
Yes. No, it says my planning colleague, so that one. My planning colleague,
Oh,
Mr.
sorry, the beginning
Guthrie.
of that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm there. Sorry.
Got it?
Yeah.
And he says, even so, I struggle to see how a larger range of medium-sized buildings would give rise to a reduced landscape and visual impact compared to the robust mitigation described above. Change in character would still be marked. Visual impacts would be lessened but not avoided. And then it's this. However, there's no such scheme against which an assessment could be undertaken, such that I have set out a hypothetical situation in the following section of my POE. And save for an unspecified reduction in the proposed parameters, there's been no feedback about the type and height and so on. And then over the page, you again quote from the SPD at 4.86. Yes?
Yes, that's the quote of 6.25.
Yes. And then at 4.87, you talk about, again, you say the SPD permits large buildings. When you say that you don't think that a lower height building would be better in terms of the impact. Is it your image 5.19 that you're putting forward to the inquiry, page 66? Wasn't entirely sure.
Yes, so that image on page 66, image 519, is a ZTV, zone of
Yeah.
theoretical visibility, and
Yeah,
notwithstanding the theoretical in the title.
And
And
just, oh, sorry, go on.
and it takes a 16-meter building height across
Yeah.
the site and extrudes it from existing ground levels
Yeah.
to match that wording in the
Yeah.
SPD.
And I just wanted to,
And it gives you in blue, the blue hatch of where those buildings would, in theory, be visible from.
just so I can follow this through,
Mhm.
that's looking at a 16-meter high building, but the SPD's definition of small, medium and large buildings doesn't refer to height, does it? I don't think.
This comes from paragraph 6.25 of the SPD, where it gives an approximately 16 meter
Slightly
in
lower.
height. And I mean,
Okay, yeah.
just because we're on this, I mean,
Yeah.
the text there says from existing ground levels. So the difficulty you've got there is it's common ground that the levels across the site are varied. And you've got levels at the site that go up to 111, 112 meters AOD. So how does one interpret that if you took it entirely literally of putting a 16-meter tall building at 112 meters AOD, you'd be taller in the landscape than zone 1 is. And then if you go back in the SPD to page 62, chapter 5, where there are overarching design principles, the second bullet in the middle column is ensure.
Sorry, just where are you?
I've gone, it's still the SPD, sir.
Yeah.
It's page 62. And it's under paragraph 5.3. The second bullet point is saying that ensure that development platforms are created to reduce the impact of the scale and massing of buildings. So one bullet point is telling you to change ground levels to reduce the impact of buildings. And then in 6.25, it's saying building heights from an existing level, which suggests no change. And levels in the site, and as I say, with 16 meters can give you a building higher than that of zone 1.
It does
So
say in 60, let me just see 68 again, it does say existing height, does it?
Existing.
Height from existing ground level, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah,
But ultimately, there has to be an assessment, doesn't there, of the impact?
yes, for every scheme, there's
for
going to
every
be
scheme, yeah.
there's going to be an assessment, and yeah.
These aren't absolute figures. I mean, there has to be that assessment consequently.
And that's why I think it's opening the door in the end of the end of 625 to large buildings and an assessment there of them.
Yeah, well, come back to that in a moment. Now, in terms of this image that you've produced, the ZTV, and you say it's theoretical, you fairly say. I mean, this wouldn't, would it, take into account mitigation, would it?
It's only if you're referring to new planting within the
Yes.
site. No, it's
No.
just modelled on the buildings. So
Indeed.
it's to demonstrate. It's in relation to the landform, and the inspector will see this on the site visit as you go west of the A5. You get a little dip, but then you rise up towards Green Norton, so you're on elevated land, which is why that blue hatching extends across the left side of that plan there, because you're elevated in relation to the site.
I understand. I just wanted to see how useful this really is, because the mitigation, for example, in your scheme goes up to about 16 meters, I think.
So the assumed height of you've got an assumed height of planting, and then you've either got it on a bund, as in raised earthworks, or you've just got it on the embankment on the A5, which is from the platform back to the A5.
Yeah, but it ultimately goes up to about 16 meters, doesn't it?
About, yeah.
Yes, so that's why I'm saying I'm not sure this is a very useful exercise you've done here, because you'd have to take into account the effectiveness of mitigation in terms of, I mean, it must follow as a matter of logic that if the building is lower and the mitigation can be more effective, then heights do matter. One of the problems in your case is because it's so big, the mitigation isn't effective. I mean, that's our case, obviously, it's not effective. So I don't think it's quite right for you to say, well, it just doesn't matter how tall something is. I mean, that's not right, is it, Mr. Hammond?
Well, I'm not saying it doesn't matter how tall something is. I do say in my proof it's a truism that a lower building heights will enable a potential conclusion of differing effects. The graphic we've gone to in image 5.9 is under a hypothetical assessment because I'm looking to interpret what's in the SPD here about 16-metre tall buildings on existing levels, and the fact you're still going to get landscape and visual impacts from buildings at 16 metres in height.
Well, this is why there's a danger, isn't there, in trying to just interpret the SPD in absolute terms. I mean, those sort of questions were being put to, what are the battle lines? How tall is acceptable? It doesn't work that way, does it, Mr. Hammond? You've got to look at the context, the area, the character, and look at the impact of any scheme in its particular context.
Yes, and I think we're probably going to say the same thing for whether you allow height or you don't allow height. You've got to approach it from a point of what the design is, what the context is.
Yep.
And I think the SPD is allowing the larger buildings because it's obviously acknowledging that they can have a greater impact. They will be visible above tree cover and from longer distances.
Now, in your rebuttal, I just want to, I think you go a bit too far. If you go to your rebuttal, please, and you go to page 4 of it, maybe you were just getting quite enthusiastic at this point, but it's paragraph
Perhaps running out of time.
2.47.
Hold on, let me get there.
Yes, sir. It's section 2 of Mr. Hammond's rebuttal where he's,
On page
is-
3,
yes, to page 3. And it's 2.4.7. And I can just sort of visualize you with your keyboard and 4.7.
It would be exceptional.
Yes, so this is where Mr. Reynolds is, where Mr. Hammond is commenting on Mr. Reynolds' evidence about the study area. And in the box where you say rebuttal, you say, I strongly disagree. You got that?
yes.
Yep. And then if you turn over the page, it says there's no formulaic approach to the geographic extent of a study area within the Glivia. A study area of 5 kilometers would only usually be appropriate for large-scale infrastructure projects such as onshore wind farms. And then you say this, in addition, I set out in my proof of evidence the work undertaken by the employment SPD, which accounts for and seeks large-scale buildings at the appeal site. Now, I don't think even on your own reading, it seeks these buildings, does it?
I think I've read it that it seeks them because it includes
Right.
them within 6.25
Okay.
under the the
Right.
introduction ambitions of employment growth
Right.
in the area.
Okay, so you read the SPD as saying that it actively is seeking large buildings on this site.
It's not precluding them.
No, I'm asking about your words here, seeks.
Well, yes, I've used the word seek, so that's how I've interpreted it.
Yeah,
That
okay.
it's allowing for large buildings here because it's accounting for them in 6.25.
But seeking and allowing is not the same, is it?
I've read this that it is allowing a large building at the site, and I've interpreted that as seeking. So if I've used the wrong word there, it's looking for, because it's including it as
All right.
in 625 as I see it.
That's fine. So you've understood the SPD to actually be seeking large buildings on AL1.
Yes.
Right, thank you. Well, that's helpful. I mean, that's how you have approached your evidence. Thank you. All right, well, I won't ask you much more about the SPD because I think there's further questions can be asked even in the light of your evidence. SS2, however, again, I think we did go to that in your evidence in chief. So could you take that up? So that is in,
Yeah,
You-
I think So sorry, AJ.
It is in,
Sometimes getting the numbers is even worse
it
than
is-
just
it's in-
finding it yourself, isn't it?
well, it's
No
CD4.
offense, you know,
I know.
yeah, and then other people say, oh, it's also available here, or it's available there.
I know.
Where?
I shall
Just put it in
leave.
front of me.
You've got it in front of you. And I did, and now I've foolishly moved it because I was trying to be.
It's the local plan SS2.
It
isn't it?
is, yes. I had it right here. Oh.
Page 33.
Very silly of me. I had it in front of me. Now I'll have to. Oh, here it is. Yes, right. So if we've got, have you got it, Mr. Hammond?
I'm just getting there. I've got an
Yeah.
extract in the back of my, which is the policy itself. So 33, was it?
Yeah, page 33.
Yeah.
If you're, well, it's actually page 34 if you're on.
Almost there.
That's one thing AI can sort out, isn't it? Getting
Yes.
printed page numbers and.
Yeah, it's there. Thank you.
You got it. So SS2.
General development.
That's right.
Yep.
So development plan against which the scheme has to be determined, yes?
Yeah, general development design principles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this scheme has to be determined in accordance with, amongst other policies, SS2. You agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah. And again, if this goes outside your expertise, hopefully it doesn't, but the SPD needs to be interpreted in the light of the local plan as well, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, SS2 says planning permission will be granted where the proposed development, and I'm looking at B, yes? Uses a design-led approach to demonstrate compatibility and integration with its surroundings and the distinctive local character of the area in terms of, and this is important, type, scale, massing, siting, form, design, materials, and details. You see that? So this gives a clear steer, doesn't it, as to what sort of factors will be taken into account in deciding whether or not development on AL1 will be acceptable, because you need to look at the impact on the character in terms of scale, massing, height, and so forth. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. So what you can't do is just say, well, the SPD seeks tall buildings, and therefore I can put one there. You have to look at this particular policy as well to make sure that the surroundings are integrated with.
Yes. Yeah.
And that could include lowering or lessening scale, lessening massing, lessening height.
Yes. As I say in my proof, I say it's a truism that a lower building height.
Yeah.
Yes, you potentially go in a different direction with the effects you'll conclude with.
Yeah, exactly. So whichever way we look at it, for a building or development to integrate with its surroundings, it is necessary to consider whether its height is appropriate, its scale is appropriate, or its massing is appropriate.
It is, and
Yeah.
again, just setting out my proof that we did do testing of the heights, specifically with the policy wording of the LIM 6A in relation to Eastern Neston, and we came to a decision on the range of heights which would be appropriate.
Mm. Well, what I'm suggesting to you is that in reality, having gone through all of this information and looked at what you did do, it's the antithesis of being design-led, Mr. Hammond. The scheme was already largely decided in terms of its massing. We know the footprint didn't really change. We know that you didn't lower heights, earthworks as suggested, and we know that the planting has remained fairly similar as well. So in reality, it isn't a design-led scheme in the way that's envisaged. This is a scheme that was always oven-ready, wasn't it? And you are now simply trying to demonstrate its acceptability.
No, I don't think it's fair that you're painting it as a retrofit. I've been through the proof, and I'll just point the inspector back to the elements in my proof which show design stages that were undertaken, the approach to the earthworks, the approach to the landscape, and the approach to the building design. And you say we didn't do anything. We did lower the building heights, and you have the review from Quartet that found the landscape design to be acceptable.
Yeah. Well, obviously that's what you say here. Now, I wasn't going to ask you questions about the officer's report simply because I will be questioning Mr. Guthrie about certain approaches that have been taken. As far as I'm concerned, there's a whole section there on what Mr. Askew says, which doesn't really give a ringing endorsement to the scheme. But I did say earlier that you did say earlier you wanted to go to something there. I mean, in fairness to you, is there something you want to particularly point out?
Well, in addition to the fact it was approved, considering Mr. Askew's comments, there's a number of them, 7124, about officers' content that proposed strategic landscaping is robust and able to mitigate the visual impacts of the scheme.
Yep.
And the design conclusions, 7133, overall the design approach is considered to be well considered and site specific in order to result in a high quality design that responds to, and so far as practically possible, though admittedly not completely, minimises its impact on the character and appearance of the local area.
Well, we know that the officer's report recommended approval. However, obviously I'm going to go through all of that with my witness and also with Mr. Guthrie.
No, fair enough. Yeah.
But I just thought because you'd mentioned it earlier.
No, thank you for the opportunity on that.
That's
Thank you.
fine. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Hammond. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
So I should say, I obviously haven't gone through viewpoints. And
No,
so on yet.
no, and
So that's-
thank you very much for being well within the original target. So that's good, and we've caught up best part of an hour and a half there. So that's good. Mr. Stedman Jones.
Yes, sir. Can I just have 5 minutes just to make sure that the questions I don't need to cover?
Yeah, that probably
scratch
sounds like
them off
5
my
minutes
list?
well spent.
Yep.
We'll just sit here. Probably is probably the.
Yep.
You're happy with that?
As long as everyone's okay with that. Thank you.
Do you need a break to go out of the room?
May I just go to the?
That seems an ideal opportunity for us all to stay here and Mr.
You can watch, yeah.
Mr. Hammond to go out.
Sir, sorry, can I have 10 minutes? I'm just being presented with a piece of paper from Mr. Weeks.
Okay,
let's. Sorry.
Mr. Hammond, you go and do whatever
sorry.
you need to do.
Sorry.
We'll not time it.
Um,
And then when Mr. Hammond comes back, we can all be at ease. Eh, dear.
So we adjourn for 10 minutes.
Sorry?
Are we adjourn for 10 minutes, sir?
Well, I think so, but I think we're waiting for Mr. Hammond to come back, aren't we, really?
We can let you know when he comes back, sir.
Sorry? Well, to be honest, I'm like, yeah.
Sorry. We're going to wait.
Right, well, should we say 15:15?
Thank you, sir.
By that one.
So- so
who
by
knows
by
what
which
it'll be
clock?
saying when we come back. Right, are we all back? I think so. Yep, Mr. Stedman Jones.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Hammond.
Actually, just before you do start, just because it's 12:15 now, have you any idea? What's your? I mean, had you 10 minutes? What's your thinking on time?
No, I won't be. I shouldn't be too long. 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Marvellous.
I mean, my learned friends covered a lot of my questions or the areas
Okay.
anyway that I was thinking.
Okay, so that's fine. So
looking
we
at,
haven't got an issue of having to break over lunch or anything.
Don't think so. I mean, it depends on the answers, but
Well,
it certainly won't be that long, hopefully. Thank you, Mr. Hammond. So good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
As I say, a lot of my areas of questioning have already been answered, and we're not dealing with all the visual aspects that the inspector's going to look at. So, but my learned friend did take you through the points on. I want to start with the vision and the alternatives that you've looked at. And my learned friend started with, or took you through the LVIA, I think. And you mentioned the DAS. So I thought we could just go to the DAS, please, on this, which is core document 0901. And then we've got, I mean, the one I'm looking at is the reduced one, which concludes everything, which is D.
Yes, that's opened up. If you've got a page you want me to.
Yeah, no. So we're going to. I mean, I can't remember if you were here yesterday, but I took Mr. Brook to this, so I don't know if we need to go directly to it again. But there's the vision point, basically, that this of what this development is about. So 1.12, first of all, just where it's stated what the development is going to be. It's the world's largest logistic company, etc. And this is this location is to establish a regional hub to support the DHL's growth and to meet the high level of demand for B2 and B8. And it's aiming to meet that need. Yeah.
Yes, that's what it says.
Yeah, I mean, the point being that this underpins the scale and the size of the development that's coming forward, doesn't it?
To a degree, I set out in my proof that we knew as part of that early design work there was an operator requirement for a certain size of building for sure.
Yeah, and I think you agreed, or you said to my learned friend that and agreed that at no point did you reduce the floor space. You were working with the floor space that you needed to provide for this development to work. Is that right?
As per those original those dates. Yeah.
Yeah, and as per the vision that's outlined here, I mean, it's of a particular scale for a reason, isn't it? Because it's being directed towards being a regional hub.
The scale we had were in relation, from my point of view, to what was discussed in operator requirements.
Yeah,
that I've put in my.
Yeah, no, I understand.
So
you've acknowledged
I'm
that.
not getting into the issues of regional hub and that,
no,
terminology.
Well, indeed. Okay, but so you're accepting it effectively.
I accept what's in 1.12.
Fine, and that's also repeated at 3.1.1, which we don't need to go to if it's not controversial, but it's the vision for the site. Now, and the reason I'm doing this is just because you mentioned the DAS and because alternatives were considered. But if we go to 4.3.1, this is where the alternatives at least are presented in the DAS. You've been to the LVIA on this, but we see it 4.3.1. I'm sorry, I've now lost it. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm it's just arrived. So yeah, you can see one of the master plan studies of the single larger building in the middle if we're on the same page.
Yes, and I mean, so these are different alternative master plan studies there, aren't there?
Yes.
And they are still, are they not large buildings that are being presented there? I mean, they're different configurations, but they're large buildings, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah. Good. So, I mean, again, this underlines that at no point were small or medium-sized buildings considered, were there?
Well, there's the small building, if you like, in terms of height on zone 4, which is obviously lower. But as I say,
Sorry, where are you pointing to?
well, on the zone, we've
You
ended
say
up-
it's small.
well, it's lower in height at zone 4 and smaller in terms of its footprint.
Sure, but it's still
Yeah.
not small in terms of the definitions in the SPD, is it?
But in terms of what we were looking at, we always knew we had a certain operator requirement to.
No, understood.
adhere
So
to.
you're saying that in fact that it was development led. It was the imperatives, if you like, of the development and the developer, rather than the landscape considerations.
No, I'm saying that we looked at it from a landscape and other environmental points of view to create a framework from which developments would then go into. And that's why we've still been able to achieve the various distance and depths of buffers that I've talked to previously.
Right, but when you say it's operator led to some degree, what you mean is that you are presented with a scale that needs to be provided for the DHL scheme, for DHL's priorities effectively to be delivered, and then you have to work with that. Is that not what you mean by being operator led?
Well, if you look at the height, for example, we were there to test heights.
Yeah,
And I'm sure we've all got other schemes that we're working on
Yeah.
other employment schemes I'm currently working on. It's very common now for 30 meters plus to being considered.
yeah,
So on this, we were testing heights and
Yeah.
we came up with a range of 16 to 24.
yeah.
And then we thought that the 24 or the 24.5 was acceptable, went with that, and then we've lowered the height. So we have worked in testing the building design as well as testing the landscape parameters and landscape depths around the perimeter of the site. And then we've looked at how the buildings are clad, the colours of those claddings. the dark
Yeah, no, I
green.
understand.
So it is
Yeah.
design led in parity with
It-
an operator requirement that has, yes, moved us towards developments, buildings that are of a scale that you can see on these DAS images.
Yeah, so you've been through with my learned friend all of the issues around 16 metres, and I don't want to go back over those, but at no point were any buildings below 16 metres or at 16 metres considered, practically speaking, were they?
No.
No. And we know from my cross-examination yesterday with Mr. Brooke, we can go to it again. Hopefully we don't need to, but we saw the operator requirement note about the size of buildings and the fact that in fact that they need to be large buildings, and that's good for efficiency, it's good for technology, it's good for this sector, it's good for logistics, et cetera, and they need DHL want buildings that are large. Yeah, and at no point was that questioned by you in your capacity as landscape architect. You didn't say, well, actually, we've got an SPD here, which is, or not an SPD, or pre the SPD, we've got the allocation and all the text that supports that allocation, suggesting small and medium-sized buildings. At no point did you say to DHL, we need to consider this and we need to adjust our plans.
We were clear to DHL that once you go above a certain height, you're going to be visible. And therefore, it became about what is the mitigation that we therefore need to do.
Yeah.
And that's come through via the setbacks, bunding along the northern edge, the fact that tall tree planting goes in from day one, and then the measures of the building design. So I've set out in my proof that we identified buildings were going to be visible. And then from that point, we've looked at design measures to mitigate that.
Okay. The 4.62 of your proof, you talk about the logic of larger buildings in the appeal site and how they're bigger on AL1, our bit, DHL's bit of AL1, and that they get smaller as they go to the remainder of AL1, and that is a sensible strategy. Is that right? From your perspective?
Yes.
Yeah, but does that align with the topography of the site, where in fact larger buildings are on the more elevated parts of AL1, aren't they? In the north east.
Well, in
parts and north-
terms of the detail for zone 1, that's a lower height building.
No, I understand that, but I'm talking about on the other side, on the north east,
Yes.
for
and-
example.
Yes, and levels are still reduced there. And then you go through to the mitigation that we've talked about, and we were taken to yesterday in that view from Caldecott, where you can see the extent of the planting and the mitigation. So there's been a design response to that.
No, I understand that, but in terms of a logic, both logic and landscape effects, wouldn't the better logic be to reduce heights at the elevated parts of AL1 and perhaps go down to go up to slightly higher heights, slightly taller heights at lower parts, at parts of the topography of the site that are lower.
Yes, and that's why we've got zone 1 at a lower height than the other parameters.
That's zone 1, although it's still very, 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 very tall. But in terms of the topography of the site, it gets lower in the site the further you go down, as it were, towards the other parts of AL1.
And then when you look at it spatially, that lower lying land is more logical for the sports pitches.
No, I agree with that, but I'm not talking about that. We're talking about the other AL1 site, that's the one that's subject to another application.
I think, could you repeat your question? Because they are lower in
Sorry,
height. There's the tallest parameter for the remainder of the AL1 is the 16-metre.
Exactly. So they're
Yeah.
lower there, but wouldn't the better logic from a landscape impact perspective to have been for those buildings to be slightly higher, perhaps, whereas the buildings up in the DHL site where the impacts are potentially greater because they face Caldecott, etc.
No,
wouldn't it be better for them to be a bit lower?
No,
if one's
because
considering landscape effects.
They can transition into the existing garden centre. The scale of that.
All right, and
so you get a consistent scale dropping back down towards the garden centre and the roundabout.
But do they, again, I mean, I think you make the point which Mr. Weeks disagrees with, that there is a nice transition between the two sites, right? The DHL site and then the other AL1 site. You make that point, don't you? And Mr. Weeks was saying, well, actually, there's 6-7 metre differences. So is that really a nice transition or not?
Yes, I think it is a transition in scale, so yes.
But it is a transition in scale. Is it a smooth transition in terms of effects? Okay.
Yeah, it's not uncommon to have variety in a skyline of building forms rather than them all at the same height. I think it's more varied.
Sure. Thank you. Well, obviously the inspector will form his view on that. So just on viewpoints, I think it was said earlier that I think you said earlier that there were no points on our viewpoints plan where you could see across the undulating landscape, as it were, slightly over the top of the development. But you would be able to, wouldn't you, from up in Ascot at viewpoint A, for example, or viewpoint is that B? Those ones to the north near Dunkirk and Ascot.
So you certainly could look straight
you would be
south.
looking across the undulating landscape, and you'd see the development site, wouldn't you? Across the sort of the foreground, over the foreground, you'd see it there, wouldn't you?
No, that's something as I said earlier, I've asked the inspector to look at how you get the rising land on the other side of the A5 that culminates in a slight ridge by, I think that's York's Farm. And then you've got the tree.
Which viewpoints are you talking about?
Did you take me to A and B?
Yeah, up at Ascot, exactly.
Yeah, so if you go southeast from A and B, you then come to York's Farm Business Centre. Okay. And then York's Farm, and then you'll see a dashed green line, which is a bridleway, I think. And the landform rises up there locally, and then you've got the trees there, which are between 15 and 20 metres in height.
Yeah.
And that's why I mentioned to the inspector that when you're standing on Caldecott Lane at B, you can look northwards and you can see that rising land and where those trees are from Caldecott Lane to get a kind of a bearing to orientate yourself, so that when you move round to the viewpoint B, you've got to look back across the A5 and across through that. And then with A, you've still got all the vegetation that's adjacent to the A5 as well.
So sorry, are you saying you can't see the site from there? Is that what you're?
I don't think you'll see it from B, and where you stand at A, because of the angle and the view and the existing vegetation, what you'd see along the A5 frontage wouldn't preclude the views of the wider landscape to the south, southwest, and north to the east of you.
So there are 2 points here. One is that you can obviously still see the landscape from those viewpoints. The point is that that landscape will be interrupted by the appeal scheme once it appears. That's the impact, right? And I'm just saying that you will look across from those elevated viewpoints. I mean, obviously, so you can go and look at these, but just to establish that those from there, you're looking down across.
Yeah, you're
aren't you?
more elevated at location A.
Yeah. So I mean, let's not argue about what you can see, because obviously the inspector can go and have a look. But I just wanted to point out those are points from which you can look across.
Yeah, I'd encourage the inspector to go obviously to both of those.
Thank you. Sorry. And points. Apologies. Yeah. So I mentioned Dunkirk. The other point, sir, is 16 from Dunkirk.
Yes, recommend the inspector to go to 16 as well. Yep.
Yeah. Good. Thank you. Sure, I haven't missed anything. Now, just a point. This is a small point, but just quickly, 5.105. You mentioned the efficient use of land, and I mean, I appreciate this is a planning point too for Mr. Guthrie, but it's just to make the point, which we all know, no doubt, but to get your agreement that making efficient use of land is obviously landscape when one's considering it alongside landscape is a balanced concept. I mean, you make efficient land as much as you can, but you also have to avoid wherever possible adverse landscape impacts, don't you? So you weigh the two together and you try and reach a kind of a balanced combination of the two, rather than just saying it's efficient use of land, and that's we just go with that no matter what the landscape impact is. If you think that's a planning question.
Certainly there's a planning balance that
Yeah,
has to look at what the landscape impact is, and I set that out at the start of my proof that this is landscape evidence, which is then weighed in the balance. Yeah.
So Mr. Guthrie might come and say to you, when you're a project team, say, well, we need to make efficient use of land. The MPPF tells us that, etc. But you'll say, well, yes, but there are landscape constraints here, and we need to obviously factor those in. We've got an SPD, we've got the policies in AL1 and all the development plan policies, and you have to try and make those things work together as best you can to come up with an acceptable proposal. So it's not just that efficient use of land trumps all that, it's actually how you put it all together.
Yes, there's many things in the design process. Yeah.
Thank you. I think, there's one other question just on the eastern side and the trim trails and so on, and the landscaping. Now, they're established on the eastern side of the site, aren't they? I mean, if we've got our
Yes, north. There's the existing right of way down the east, and then the trim trail which cuts between zones 3 and 4 to the south of zone 2, and then to the west of zone 1.
Yeah. So I mean, just being realistic here, for a large part of the day, these are going to be in the shade, aren't they? Areas, and not just the shade from the sun, but also the shade from zone 3, which is a very large building.
Well, the eastern side
that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
won't be, because the sun comes up on the east. It'll hit the eastern side of zone 3 unobstructed, won't it?
Yeah,
Because the buildings are on the other
the
side.
sun goes round, but this is a large building in the afternoon. It's going to be.
Yeah, there'll be shade. There'll be shade in
So it's one thing that there'll be in the shade in the afternoon, but it's also significant that this is a huge building right alongside it, which will also have an impact, won't it, on how pleasant or enjoyable this is for people using SB1 or the trim trails.
I see where you're going with that, but I disagree that just because there might be some shade, this doesn't make
Well,
it.
it's not just shade, it's the building right next to it, isn't it? Which is a huge, large scale building.
Yeah, and yeah, you're in a part there where you're between existing woodland, and it's a trim trail which varies in width, but you're there if you're on that trim trail for recreational use, whatever that might be. And yes, you'll have a sense of place of where you are. The fact is you have an improved recreational value through that part of the site.
And in terms of landscaping within the site, there's not much of it, is there? There's some landscaping alongside the entrance.
Well,
Path,
I don't think that's a fair comment. You've got an application which is in detail and in outline, and in what's in detail
Yeah.
is a significant amount of landscaping delivered at day one all around the perimeter of the site and along the access road.
I'm not
The
quibbling
design
about the
code,
perimeter.
the design code will bring forward future landscaping in respect to zone 2, 3 and 4.
So your case is it could all change a bit.
Well, of course, zones
I mean,
2,
it
3 and
was-
4
yeah.
can change because they're an outline.
But we're dealing at the moment, aren't we, with the indicative landscaping plan? And I'm just looking at that to say.
But what's here is not,
A11.
what's here is not indicative because it's supported by the detailed landscape drawings that form part of the detailed
No,
application.
sure, and I'm
So there's a
looking at what,
commitment.
I'm looking at what we've got here, and I'm saying there isn't much internally within the main footprint of the site, is there? As I take your point that there is perimeter, there's
No,
perimeter
that's not
landscape.
the case at all. You've got about 273 metres of planting either side of the internal spine road. You've got planting all the way around the perimeter of zone 1 and to the west of zone 1. You've got planting between zone 3 and 2, and the remainder of that space is in outline.
Yeah, so if I could put it to you slightly differently, if a different proposal came forward for a variety of small or medium-sized buildings, there would be opportunity for more landscaping within the site between all those buildings, wouldn't there?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Thank you. I think that might be my final question, just on setting, just to be clear. Your case or the appellant's case is that the setting of Toaster is in fact just below, further down towards the Tove roundabout. It's not that you are proposing to mark the gateway or the setting of Toaster with this site. It's rather that the setting of Toaster is further down, the gateway to it is further down, and so actually, if it was to be addressed at all, it would be addressed by the other AL1 site or the AL2 site. Is that
In relation to the northern gateway at
Yeah.
Tove roundabout. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not that you're saying that your site is providing a gateway. It's rather that the gateway is elsewhere.
The main gateway, the northern gateway, remains at the Tove roundabout. And
Yeah.
that has the stated function of drawing people off the A43 into Toaster. And you come south of the Tove roundabout and you get the Toaster
Yes,
signs.
understood.
And so
yeah.
that all remains as
Yeah,
is.
and you heard
Obviously,
what Mr. Weeks said yesterday, that in fact,
he would envisage the Toaster signs coming to the extent of the.
yeah,
of
that
the
this
scheme.
extends Toaster.
Yeah, but if that's
upwards, and then
what-
creates a new.
But that hasn't been done
entrance,
with the
and
Bell Plantation, has it?
that,
You don't get Toaster signs at the Bell Plantation.
you
So
don't get what, sorry?
you don't get the Toaster signs. They haven't been
No,
with
no,
the
I
Bell
mean-
Plantation, so I don't
Sure.
think that's a logical conclusion.
I don't think he was only talking about the signs, but.
I think he was
it-
talking about the signs.
He-
'cause
he
I
was at
remember-
one point.
I remember him saying the signs would come to the northern edge of the site.
Well, he was saying that this effectively takes Toaster up, further up to the north, and that
Of course,
therefore
yeah,
there's
it's
a new.
as allocated land.
But the point being that therefore there perhaps would be a case for something to mark the new gateway, but more importantly, that the impact of this development will change the setting of Toaster by virtue of it extending that far up.
The allocation will do that.
Yeah.
And this development responds to the active frontages and the design guidance
Understood.
in the SPD.
Understood. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hammond. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just one further question from me. Going back to when Mashake was asking you about Mr. Askew's various comments on the scheme, and you said, you took, well, in brief summary, we took away those comments. We reduced the height of buildings. But we didn't think it was necessary or appropriate to do anything in relation to his other comments on landform or mitigation. That's broadly what you said, isn't it?
We considered the earthworks.
Yes. So
but because of the balance cut of fill, decided we were at a position of being balanced, and therefore that against moving more material off of site and the potential effects of that, we didn't feel was the right direction of travel. We were confident with the landscape scheme, and then that was later validated by Quartet's review that said the landscape scheme was acceptable.
yeah. Yep, that's I was trying to summarize it even quicker, but that's
Fine.
That's
Sorry,
fine.
sorry.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
Because that wasn't my point. My question was
Right.
then, so who did you discuss that with? Who were you actually discussing that with, those issues and the issue?
The design team and the client side so internally as a project team.
Right. And presumably as well, I mean, you could have said, well, obviously we could reduce the height down to whatever, 16 meters, then it wouldn't be seen, or whatever height it needed to be not seen. You could have said we could reduce it to that. Was that ever a consideration? At which point somebody says, well, what did they say? Was that ever a consideration?
Yeah, we were very open about heights of buildings and how they would relate to existing and proposed planting. But we've obviously made a decision to go out and test where we thought heights could be accommodated in relation to the policy.
Yeah, I suppose I'm trying to get the point without putting words in your mouth. I'll have to put the words in my mouth then, because otherwise you won't. I'm not explaining it clearly enough. It's this point of, well, yes, you could reduce the height and the scale of the building as much as you wanted, but at some point it gets to the point where you can't actually deliver what DHL wants to deliver.
Yes, I think the point was put across. That's right. So the point, I think Mr. Tucker made the point yesterday about a minimum height requirement and an operational need. So yes, there is that threshold.
And was that part of that?
Yes.
Discussion.
Yes, yeah.
And was the client? I suppose at what point had the client said to you, "Look, this is what we're applying for. This is the absolute maximum or the absolute minimum that we can height that we can deliver our scheme." Was that what was that?
Yeah, that's what you have. That's what you have in zone 1.
Right, and that
the 18.5 meter. Yeah.
Right, so that was clearly put to you because you presumably don't know that from your
we test the building heights and feedback where we think we are with impacts.
Yeah,
and then it's the discussion of as I say in my proof how we.
Yeah, and so presumably even if this exact conversation didn't happen as such, you either knew already that 18.5 was the absolute lowest that this development in that terms could go in the terms of what DHL wanted to deliver. So you knew that from the outset, did you?
Not from the outset, but once we started to do our work and test differing heights. So I put in my proof that we were testing from 16 up to around 25. So our starting point was just to test heights. And then once we'd gone through that and fed back from that work, we then started to get into the more specifics of building heights. And then it was, as put in my proof, we're then realizing that these buildings are going to be visible. And then we move into cladding design and building design as part of the mitigation of that.
Okay, but at some point, I mean, and was that happening after... That discussion was happening after Mr. Askew's comment?
No, that was before Mr. Askew's comments. That was all in the run up to the first planning application.
Right. Okay. So before the so when the planning application was submitted, you knew that potentially a lower height building on zone 1 could have been submitted and it would still meet the operator's needs.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's helpful, thanks. Mr. Tucker.
Thank you, sir. So I'll add a frisson of excitement to the process by doing things in the reverse order, if I may. Firstly, can I deal with Mr. Stedman Jones' cross-examination and ask you about the gateway? Can you take up the SPD, please, if you would? And when you've got to it, if you can turn, first of all, to paragraph 3.1, which is on page 24. Under contextual considerations,
Yes.
which says this section includes following contextual considerations: existing scale, form, character of developments along the M1 and A43 relating to AL1 to AL4. Second bullet point, the establishment stroke enhancement of two key gateways, a northern gateway into Towcester relating to AL1 and AL2, and gateway marking the A5's transition from a rural to a more urbanized context relating to AL5. So in relation to what these two allocations are looking to do, there's a reference to establishment enhancement of two key gateways. You see that?
Yes, yes.
And then if you then take that and look at the page 34, which deals specifically with these two sites, the inspector wants to understand what this document means in relation to the gateway. Is he assisted by reading page 34 in full?
Yes.
Thank you. So for example, looking at AL1 and AL2, this is in the context of the enhancement stroke establishment of gateway at in relation to the Tove roundabout. It says AL1 and AL2 are situated adjacent to Tove roundabout, a key accessible gateway into North Towcester, sitting approximately 10 minutes walk from the town centre. Where does this suggest that the gateway is?
The Tove roundabout.
So if there's an enhancement of the gateway, where's the enhancement to be?
In the immediate setting of the Tove roundabout.
Okay, again, the inspector needs to read all of this. If you look at 322, it talks about Bell Plantation, ... New development may provide the opportunity to create a more active and distinctive approach to Towcester and the Northern Gateway along the A5 and the A43. How do you interpret that in terms of where the gateway is and what the appeal site should be doing in relation to bringing it forward?
I think the appeal site is, I think, focused on that more active and distinctive approach.
Thank you very much. And then the next paragraph talks about the gateway acting as a key arrival point into the historic settlement. Where's the historic settlement?
It was to the south of the Tove roundabout as you get toward the conservation area, which you can see hatched in the graphic on figure 22.
Do these proposals add to, diminish, or have no effect in terms of the objectives contained in those parts of the SPD?
I think they have no effect.
Thank you. Design and access statement next, please.
I just have to log back onto that one. Yes.
And can you turn to page 12 of that document, please?
Topography, veteran tees, flooding and surface water.
No, topography.
Topography.
Where we've got possibly the clearest intimation of the contours on the site from a topographical survey. Do you see that?
Yes, on the left-hand side.
Okay. In terms of the need for cut and fill, what, if anything, does this tell you in relation to the need for cut and fill to bring forward employment development on the appeal site?
It's inevitable. It's not a flat site.
And if we then look at the committee report, please. Committee report, internal page 58, hard copy 66. Sorry, 68, I'm so sorry.
Yes, on page 68.
This is under a section of response to points raised by third parties. And then I think there's a reference to the site being in a convex form at 7.137. But if you look at 7.135, do you see the section that starts a number of concerns over development height related to the proposed cut and fill and the raising of the plateau, the zone 2 to 6.5 metres above the A5? Do you see all that?
Yes, in the first few sentences.
Yeah. And then 7.136 says it has been suggested that the site could be lowered, i.e. excavated further in order to reduce the visual impact. Just pausing there. Lowering of the site, is that part of the points that Mr. Askew raises?
Yes.
This is what the officer says. However, the current cut and fill strategy has been devised in order to balance existing material on site and minimise traffic and environmental impacts of transporting excess spoil away from the site. Not asking you about that, that's a planning matter. By way of example, lowering plateaus for zones 1, 2, 3 and 4 by just 1 metre would generate approximately 170,000 cubic metres of material, which would equate to 11,000 additional lorry loads on top of the anticipated construction traffic, ... for a negligible visual benefit. Lowering the site by 2 metres would have at least double the implications. You're the landscape architect. In terms of weighing the benefits in terms of reducing the height of the site in terms of visual benefits against environmental consequences, is that a matter for Mr. Guthrie or is that for you?
I think it can be both of us, but from my point of view, I think the balance cut and fill and levels we've achieved is the better option.
Yeah.
Which is why we considered it following Mr. Askew's review, but kept with the levels as they were.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful. While you've still got the officer's report, my learned friend did some of my work for me by re-examining you and asking if there's anything in the officer's report you wanted to draw attention to, which is very, very sweet of her.
No, thank you for that.
She gets no cut of my fee though. If you look at paragraph 7.95 through to 7.140, where landscape and visual matters are considered, which includes the bit that we've looked at. Sorry, 7.138, I'm so sorry. So 7.95 to 7.1138. Would you invite the inspector to read that section in full as well?
Yes.
Which I'm probably has done already, but is that
That
the
was
context that you want to see?
Somewhat of a strange question had you answered no.
Thank you very much indeed. Back to the SPD, please. This is picking up a point that the inspector asked. So you looked at the 16 metre figure because it's referenced in 6.25 as the threshold at which small and medium shouldn't have a significant effect. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And the inspector said the definition of small and medium and large doesn't actually include a height requirement. I just wanted to have a look at that. Page 39 of this document.
Yes, it's the graphic of small, medium and large buildings with a metre squareage, but no heights.
Absolutely. So is there anything in page 38 which says a medium building couldn't be taller than 16 metres?
No.
Anything saying a small building couldn't be taller than 16 metres?
No.
So let's just think about that. So an 80,000 square foot, multiplying 8,000 square metres by 10, let's call it a foot, square foot underneath that limitation, at a higher level than 16 metres. Is that envisaged by the SPD?
No, it's not giving the building height, so.
Yeah. Thank you, that's helpful.
Can you just say, I get the point made, but I just wanted to get those figures sort of in my head a second. Page 39, aren't we?
Yes, sir. So medium goes from 2,500 square metres
Yeah.
to 8,000
Yeah.
square metres.
If you can just repeat then what
Yes, by all means.
you asked.
So it's just putting the hypothetical, the witness said no limit in relation to height in relation to that, but there is discussion about where height gives rise to significant or not significant effects.
Yeah.
And I asked whether or not this would anticipate that a medium building could, for example, be up to 79,999 square feet, so 7,999 square meters, and higher than 16 meters. Would that still be a medium building in accordance with this?
In terms of the meters squared,
Yes.
yes.
Ah, right, yeah.
Thank you.
The 7,900 square meters being within
the upper
ma-
level of
yeah,
medium,
right,
yes.
okay, it was that 7,900. I was thinking, where's that come from? But now I follow.
Yes, sir. So it's me mentally converting it to square feet now that we're not hidebound to preclude ourselves from using square feet, despite decimalisation happening when I was 4. There we are. Surveyors will catch up eventually. Next, towards the start of my learned friend, Ms. Kabir Sheikh's cross-examination, you were asked questions about LCA 6 and the subdivision of LCA 6. And you said, in answer to her question, that you didn't think it had been appreciated by Mr. Askew that you were only looking at effects on LCA 6 within your 3-kilometre study area. Could you just explain why that's relevant to Mr. Askew's point?
Because Mr. Askew's potentially thinking, I've looked at such a larger area, the LLCA 6, that because the scheme is small, the effect is diluted because it's a smaller part of a wider geographic area, but actually my geographic area isn't as large. I'm suggesting as large as he thought, that it's actually within my study area, so it's still representative and proportionate in order to make a decision against or an assessment against.
And why does that matter?
Because the basis of these assessments is that you're dealing with areas that you feel are proportionate and representative to a scheme, and you're making an impact upon those and concluding with an effect. And why it matters is because you've then got the potential difference between Mr. Askew suggesting the effects could be greater, whereas I've tried to convey, I think they are not at that level, because the area is that I've looked at is smaller, so it's not diluted in the first place.
And applying my so what filter, the inspector now has your view on Mr. Reynolds' subdivision of these areas, and also Mr. Reynolds' view in relation to the subdivisions of those areas. So in terms of the information available to the inspector to form a view now, is there any deficit of information before?
No,
before
you have the information you need, sir.
Thank you. Consideration of issues. You were taken to Mr. Askew's observations about there should be consideration given to lowering the height of the building, reducing the ground level, increasing the landscape. And you said to my learned friend, we did give consideration. In giving consideration, was the only dynamic the issue of landscape?
No, as I said several times, there's other environmental disciplines in here, and lowering levels obviously relates to drainage as well. Can relate to root protection areas, keeping ground levels the same in the areas of trees. So there's other factors as well. And obviously we just went to the officer's report that looked at the potential vehicle movement. So there's a range of factors other than just landscape and visual for that.
And my learned friend put to you a couple of times in cross-examination that because you hadn't responded by doing what Mr. Askew had suggested you should consider, reduce height, lower ground level, increased landscape, and because you hadn't done that, then the proposition was put to you that means that this wasn't a design-led approach, and you disagreed with that. Could you explain why you disagreed with that, please?
Well, there are a couple of reasons, but how much information Mr. Askew had in the first place is obviously an unknown, and as to whether he was looking at everything in the round or whether he was just looking at from a landscape and visual perspective, which goes to my last point, that there are other considerations as well. And B, it doesn't take away all the work that was done before the first application to look at the landscape parameters that were set, the new recreational value, the new planting, all of those features, which then gave us the locations for the development plots. And then roll forward and you get a position from Quartet, who reviewed the design, the landscape design, to say it was acceptable. which is obviously contrary to what Mr. Askew was saying about the landscape planting. So there's a number of reasons I didn't think that was a fair comment and didn't agree with it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hammond. That's very helpful. It's 1 o'clock now. Can I suggest we just spend 5 minutes just talking about the site visits? Then we've got that out of the way, and we can concentrate
Yes,
this
sir.
afternoon on highways, Miss Baker. So, well, first of all, who?
Well, to be fair, so the three of us haven't had a conversation about trying to
you're not?
agree to agree anything. Whether that would help you in the first
Probably.
instance.
Okay, well, let me tell you the things we need to know, or I need
Yeah.
to know, which is obviously a time, which I would like to say 9:30.
I think we can start whatever time works for you. So yeah.
Yeah, 9:30. I need to know who's coming. I need one from each of the main.
I would suspect it's Mr. Reynolds, Mr. Weeks.
That's fine. Yeah, it's just we don't want thousands of
No.
people.
Yeah.
Right. Oh,
Well, we'll come back to you on our numbers.
yeah, we'll fight it.
Yeah.
Say up to 2. Well, if you can then, that's the basic. So I then need to know where we're going to meet, broadly what it is we're proposing to see in terms of the site, and then also these 1 or 2 viewpoints, which they are. So if you could come back after lunch and just confirm that, that would be helpful.
Certainly. Yeah. Yeah. Certainly. So yeah.
Okay, so we'll do that just first thing, and it'll hopefully just take a couple of minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
So two questions in relation to that. So from our part, we don't think you need an accompanied site visit with the highway consultants, but since I think they're both in the room, it's worthwhile just confirming that.
At this point, no, I don't.
Thank you, sir.
See. If you don't, no. Sorry. If you don't, I don't.
So we don't, and I don't.
Oh
understand the
no,
authority
no. No.
And then the second point, sir, is the intention is that the gate will be opened tomorrow, but obviously that's solely for the purpose of coming on for the accompanied site visit to take place. I think there have been instances where the gate's been open and people have walked onto the site believing it meant it was an open site. So I'm just asked to say that in a public forum for the limited number of people that will be here, who are no doubt all law-abiding individuals who wouldn't do that. So, but I have now done my duty to my client.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Well, it's 1 o'clock. Thank you very much, everybody there, for being concise. Right. Good afternoon, everybody. We'll make a start then. So firstly, just to sort out site visit. Thank you. Oh, marvelous dots. Right. Oh, right. So this is just a correction of the one I've got, which I can now chuck out. Right. Okay. Thank you. Oh, so in terms of where we're meeting, right. Right, okay, and just so because when I drove down the A5, I couldn't, at the speed of the traffic behind me, couldn't necessarily see. So the gate is on the A5, is it to? So you come from the Tove roundabout, you pass the entrance to the garden centre and all that. You carry on, and is it the next gate? And there's a gate, and you can drive in. Right. Okay. So let's meet there at 9:30. We're going to, in effect, walk around the site, not necessarily the whole, every square inch of it, presumably, but yeah. And yeah.
Adjacent the site on the A5.
Yeah.
And the suggestion is to get in the cars and drive to Donkey Lane to the east, which is the 5A.
7.
5A and
No, F, not 7. Yeah, F.
5A and F, because
Yeah.
they're right next to each other.
Yeah.
And then the suggestion is to get back in the cars and drive back to the A5 to the north of the site, where there are the.
Oh, what we were talking about just earlier this morning.
Yeah. The final one is back and drive.
Right. Okay. So 3 of them. Right. Okay. Okay. That's fine. Right. Okay. So 9:30 in the morning then. Okay. There. Right. Okay.
So just one other little point just to add on to that. I know we discussed it as well, that Berry's Crane, which is opposite the site, have indicated that subject to the weather being okay, we can actually get the crane put up, and then we can verify with them whilst we're by it on the A5 that it will be put up to 27.5 meters, which is be the height of what the highest buildings on the site would be. So we will have a marker.
Oh,
exact
above
height, so that we can
above
see.
existing level, taking account
Yeah.
of levels.
Yeah. So we'll have something as a marker, which we'll
Oh,
be able
right.
to see from.
So
a distance to hopefully help everyone.
that was subject to what? Sorry.
Subject to it not being too windy, because obviously,
Right.
as you would expect, you don't really want to put something up 27.5 meters if it's going to get blown over.
Right.
But,
Okay. I presume you've got no problem with this.
I've got no problem with it. It's a matter for the owner of the crane hire company to put a crane up to whatever jib height they particularly want to put it up to. What I do say is that we won't have the opportunity to check the height. Appreciate that there will be no doubt a mechanism within the crane show how high it will be, but absent checking exactly what the level is it's going from, and absent calibration of it, so we just ask you to treat that with a degree of caution.
Yeah.
And no more sort of broad order of magnitude, as you will do as you're going around
Yeah.
informing of you anyway.
Yeah.
So no objection to it, just add that caveat that it's not being calibrated by
Okay. So
independent.
broader order of magnitude you're content with, as opposed to absolute precise. Yeah. Which
Yeah,
I
so-
imagine it would go with what you would.
I'm completely content to accept those
Yeah.
comments, but obviously with this, you can check whilst we're there. We should be able to check on the device. You can see exactly what the height is at, and you will be able to, using your own eyes, check the level of where the crane is against where the site is, because the site's directly opposite it. So that, you know, you will have you'll be able to use your own professional judgment, as has just been suggested, as to the accuracy of the information you've got to give you a rough indication of what the height would be.
Okay. That sounds very, very helpful, subject to the weather.
And what we can also do is we can get that crane put back up at the same height next Thursday when you're doing your site visit for the rest of the area, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, that would be. Although, I mean, I imagine the further away I go, the crane is going to be presumably quite difficult to Well, we'll see, won't we? But that would be helpful.
It will, I mean, the crane itself does actually have a flashing light on the top of it as well.
Have you alerted local airports and let me just put my laptop into silent mode. It seems to be wanting to be noisy for some reason. I do apologise. There we are. Right. Okay, well,
And so just one other point, it's building 1 has been laid out by a firm of surveyors to identify whereabouts it is. But it may obviously be sensible for Mr. Reynolds to check it in advance that he's happy with that in advance of the site visit. But so we can provide details to Mr. Reynolds of the firm if he needs to double check with them.
okay. Well, that all sounds good. Let's hope it's not pouring down and let's hope it's not too windy. Okay, right. So I think it's over to you, Ms. Shake, to introduce your second witness.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Ms. Baker. Ms. Baker, if I can introduce you, you are Jennifer Baker, is that correct?
That's correct.
You are a director of Markides Associates, and you've been a director of this firm since its formation in September 2016.
That's correct.
By way of qualifications, you hold an honours degree in civil engineering from South Bank University, an MSc in transport from University College London / Imperial College, and a DIC in transport from Imperial College. You also say that you have 30 years experience in highways and transport projects.
That's correct.
All correct? Good. By way of your role at Markides Associates and in previous roles, you've dealt mainly with traffic and transport issues relating to the following developments, which are residential, employment, leisure, schools, universities, and hospitals, amongst others.
That's correct.
Good. And then you confirm that you're instructed by West Northamptonshire and that you were instructed in November 2024.
That's correct.
And that you're familiar with all the plans and documents. Is that all correct?
Correct.
Good, thank you. Ms. Baker, if you could take up your proof of evidence.
I think you might need to bring the microphone just a little bit
Closer.
closer to you
Yeah.
and possibly down slightly. So it's sort of in as much as a direct of you as
Yep.
you're speaking.
Is that better?
Yeah, it is actually, yeah. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Ms. Baker, if we could start, please, by if you turn to your proof of evidence, your main proof, to chapter 7, page 34. And if you could read through to the end of your summary, please.
Okay, certainly. On the 10th of September 2024, West Northamptonshire Council's Planning Committee resolved to refuse planning permission for application reference WN 2021-1189 EIA against the recommendation of WNC officers. There were 2 reasons for refusal, one of which relates to transport. That reason for refusal is that the traffic modelling identifies that there would be a severe residual cumulative impact on the strategic road network with specific reference to the future year's cumulative impact 2031, resulting in unacceptable queues and journey times for traffic approaching the Tove roundabout to the detriment of the operation of the highway network. The development is therefore contrary to paragraph 114D of the MPPF and in accordance with paragraph 115 of the MPPF should be refused. Obviously, those paragraph references have now changed and moved on by 1, respectively, in the new version. National Highways are the highway authority for Tove roundabout, and they have set out their position with regard to the proposals in a statement dated 19th of December 2024. In summary, National Highways consider that the 2025 assessment produced complies with the requirements of paragraph 50 of Circular 0122. NH consider that NPPF paragraph 116 refers to the cumulative impact of development plus proposed mitigation, as well as sites where there is no reasonable degree of certainty that they will proceed within the next 3 years. NH consider that a cumulative assessment at opening year has been undertaken. NH consider that the mitigation identified does not mitigate the impacts of the other allocated employment sites. They also consider that the proposed development does not have a severe cumulative impact on the strategic road network. WNC Highways had remaining concerns with the impact on the SRN, but accepted that the cumulative impact on their own network was not severe. They also had concerns regarding the suitability of pedestrian cycle facilities being proposed, but as these were all accepted by NH, felt that they were unable to maintain an objection to the proposals. I have a number of concerns with the position that National Highways have taken. Paragraph 50 of Circular 0122 requires an open-ear assessment to be undertaken, and NH confirmed that the 2025 assessment fulfills this requirement, despite there being absolutely no prospect of the development being completed and operational in 2025. Their position on NPPF paragraph 116 is that it refers to sites where there is no reasonable degree of certainty that they will proceed in the next 3 years. Is incorrect, as none of the guidance would even require testing of scenarios where a development that has no reasonable degree of certainty of going ahead within 3 years to be undertaken. A cumulative assessment at 2025 is unrealistic, as not only would development on this site not be complete, neither would the other allocated sites. The 2025 assessment has been done including the allocated sites is also unsuitable, as assessing cumulative impact at these allocated sites are included within the baseline. The position that the mitigation would not deal with the cumulative impact of the allocated sites acceptably, but that this proposal would not have a severe residual cumulative impact on a strategic road network, contradict each other. In reviewing the submission documents and responses, I've identified a number of areas where I do not consider that the assessments have been undertaken comply with Circular 0122 or with paragraph 115 of the NPPF. In particular, the lack of a vision-led approach to the assessment, with highway capacity being considered first, rather than identifying a strategy to maximise non-car modes. The lack of any scenario testing, taking account of the effect of a vision for the development would have on mode share. The open year assessment and committed developments that should be considered, and the absence of any consideration of potential phased delivery of a more comprehensive mitigation scheme that could potentially incorporate greater improvements for pedestrian and cycle access, as well as strategic highway capacity. On vision-led approach, paragraph 115 of the NPPF specifically requires that sustainable transport modes are prioritised, taking account of the vision for the development, and also that any significant impacts of the development are mitigated through a vision-led approach. Similarly, paragraphs 15 and 48 of DFT Circular 0122 require a vision-led approach is taken towards transport planning, with sustainable modes given first priority. The proposed pedestrian cycle access consists of a 2 metre wide shared footway cycleway that does not fully meet with the requirements of LTN 120 and runs between the proposed site access and an upgraded Toucan crossing of the A43 at Tove Roundabout. In the run-up to the planning committee, the appellant was also prepared to accept a planning condition to provide a 3 metre footway cycleway to connect to the edge of the remainder of the AL1 allocation, which would have facilitated a future 3 metre continuous connection to the Toucan crossing, and make Section 106 contribution to ensure the future delivery of a shared footway cycleway to the south of Tove Roundabout to connect to Old Tiffield Road, where off-road cycle routes can be accessed. This contribution would only be required if this improvement were not delivered by the remainder of the AL1 allocation. The appellant is now contesting the necessity for these measures. As an update to that, I understand that the first of those 2 bullet points has now been agreed and accepted. This leads me to conclude that there is a very limited vision with regard to access to the site by active modes, and it does not maximise the opportunities for walking and cycling. Circular 0122 also requires at paragraph 48 that a set of scenarios should be considered to determine the optimum design / transport infrastructure to realise the transport vision for the site. No scenario testing has been undertaken as part of the assessment work undertaken. Turning to opening year and committed development. Paragraph 50 of Circular 0122 requires an opening year assessment to be undertaken, and that this should include forecast growth and committed development. Committed development is identified in footnote 21 to Circular 0122. It's all relevant development that is consented or allocated where there is a reasonable degree of certainty it will proceed within the next 3 years and include the full amount of development built. The aim sum modelling that formed part of the transport assessment of the opening year scenario has two fundamental issues. It is based on an opening year of 2025, and it does not include the other AL allocation sites that do not yet have planning consent in an appropriate way. An opening year assumption of 2025 may have been considered achievable when the application was submitted, but that hasn't been achieved. And to still work on the assumption that a development that is unconsented and subject of a planning inquiry that is taking place in February 2025 could be completed by the end of year is completely unrealistic. The 2025 assessments do not include a scenario that compares the cumulative effect of all of the allocated sites with a baseline that excludes them. It therefore does not present a realistic assessment of the residual cumulative impact that would be experienced if all of these sites came forward at the same time. Lack of a cumulative mitigation strategy. Paragraph 116 of the MPPF clearly states that the relevant test whether or not a development proposal should be refused planning consent is if the residual cumulative impacts on the road network following mitigation would be severe, taking into account all reasonable future scenarios. It is therefore essential that any assessment of transport impact considers the cumulative impact. Both WNC highways and national highways required that cumulative assessment was undertaken. Scenarios were agreed, and the resultant tests and results are summarised in the North Toaster Aim Sum Modelling Report 2031 Future Year, which is CD 03.14. The appellant planning and transport consultants also identified the importance of there being a cumulative highway assessment as set out in their response to planning application for development on the allocated site AL3, and that's in CD 23.08. From the early aim sum modelling, the appellant's transport consultants concluded that there was a need to mitigate the effect of their development traffic and identified a scheme to do this. The 2031 cumulative assessment in CD 0314 shows that even with this mitigation scheme in place, the residual cumulative impact of the development all of the AL sites would result in a journey time increase in excess of 5 minutes on one of the routes considered. On the basis of the modelling, NH concluded in their final consultation response that the proposed mitigation was unlikely to accommodate the impact of all other AL allocation sites in their entirety, and that it would be preferable to have a strategic mitigation to support all sites. In my view, the acceptance by NH that the proposed improvement would not mitigate the cumulative impacts of development is a clear indication that there would be a severe cumulative impact, residual cumulative impact. Otherwise, consideration of a strategic mitigation scheme would not be necessary. The appellant's consultants themselves recognise that there is a severe residual cumulative impact in paragraph 3.3 of CD 25.01. Reviewing other appeal decisions to identify where inspectors have concluded a severe residual cumulative impact has occurred, I am firmly of the view that in this case, an increased journey time in excess of 5 minutes does represent a severe adverse residual cumulative impact. The appellants have stated that they have made significant efforts to bring forward a cumulative mitigation scheme, but that these were dismissed by both WNC and National Highways. Those efforts did not include the identification of a vision-led cumulative mitigation scheme that's supported by transport modelling and a plan showing how the scheme could be implemented in a phased way by the different development sites. There is the opportunity for a vision-led approach to dealing with the cumulative impact of the AL sites to be followed, and a mechanism to enable its delivery across the multiple different allocation sites. However, that opportunity has not been taken, and a suitable vision-led strategy for dealing with the severe cumulative impact has not been identified. Granting planning consent in the absence of a vision-led mitigation strategy would mean that it is impossible to incorporate appropriate planning conditions to secure phased delivery of mitigation for each of the allocated sites. In conclusion, on the basis of the above, I consider WNC's planning committee to be justified in their transport-related reason for refusal, and that consent should not be granted in the absence of a cumulative mitigation strategy that can be secured by condition or Section 106 agreement.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Now, if I could just ask you to elaborate on some of these points, and in doing so, could you comment also on what Mr. Anderson for the appellant has said in his proof, picking up on some of your evidence? Mr. Anderson's put in quite an extensive proof of evidence. You've obviously had a chance to look at that.
Yes.
Can we pick up then the first issue, which is the opening year assessment?
Yes.
Now, obviously, you've given your evidence on that. The inspector has it, and he's got it in writing. He would have read all of your whole proof. Could you respond, please, to the points Mr. Anderson makes against you on the opening year assessment?
Yes. I think Mr. Anderson relies quite heavily on paragraph 50 of Circular 01/22, which
Do you want to go to that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
We've probably all got that separately, I think. Fire away, Ms. Baker.
that identifies that, and I'll just quote it, that an opening year assessment to include trips generated by the proposed development, forecast growth and committed development shall be carried out to establish the residual transport impacts, sorry, there's no mention of cumulative in this one, residual transport impacts of a proposed development. And it then goes on to say, for multi-phase developments, additional assessments shall be provided based on the opening of each phase. I think that's quite that last sentence is quite an important one, and doesn't appear in Mr. Anderson's evidence very much. That to me is indicative that the opening year is the year at which the site is fully occupied. So is the entire development that's being applied for is complete and can be occupied. It isn't the opening of the first phase of development. That would require a separate assessment if you were looking at multi-phased development. I think Mr. Anderson then goes on to detail within his proof that the first phase will be completed by the end of 2026 and that the full site will be built out by the second half of 2029. He indicates within his evidence at para 5.5.7 that Q4 2026 would represent the expected opening date of the development. In my view, that isn't correct. That's just the opening of the first phase. And that therefore, because the unconsented schemes have been slower to come to fruition than expected, the 2025 model flows that have been used are higher than would be expected in 2026, and it therefore still represents a reasonable opening year. I think from my point of view, the opening year, reasonable opening year for this site, if you were going to do a new opening year assessment, would be 2029. As the earliest that the entire site could realistically be occupied. And I think the 2031 modelling that is already available gives you a reasonable insight into what traffic conditions would typically be by the time this site is open, rather than 2025.
Can I just ask you one question there? Has Mr. Anderson done any modelling relating to the phased delivery of the site?
No, there has been no. There's been no modelling at all. All of the scenarios that have been modelled have included the complete development of the entire site, both outline and detailed elements.
Thank you. And the other point he makes is about the slower than expected delivery of committed sites. What do you say
Yes.
to that?
Yes, I mean, they're large sites. It's not unexpected that the delivery has come forward more slowly, as experienced on this application. I think to try and rely on an artificial situation where we're saying because those sites have been delivered more slowly, that we shouldn't need to take them into account as part of a cumulative scheme is incorrect. And I think it's very clear that you shouldn't rely on something not coming forward to substantiate your argument that the assessment is accurate and reasonable.
So just explain to me what you think the real world potential implications of that then is, but of not having assessed it on a phase basis, relating to each of the things. So if you're saying what the appellant has done is assume 2025 opening for the whole of the development, so all the traffic associated with all of the development would come in 2025, and then that's also assessed again at 2031. Right. So putting aside for the moment the argument that you think, so the implications of it not being of you saying it's no chance that it's going to be open in 2025, and I think the appellant agrees with you, there's no chance it's going to be open in 2025. The implications of that then are, and I'm putting words into your mouth, so but I think I know what you mean, but just want to be clear. You're saying, well, come 2026, come 2027, there will be general background growth of traffic, right, and therefore the opening traffic would the total amount of traffic from this development would be then feeding into a larger amount of traffic. Which is why you then say that 2029 for a realistic opening of, I can't remember, did you say that the beginning or the whole lot? I can't quite remember.
I think the first phase, I think the appellants have suggested by the end of 2026. So I think that's the detailed element of the proposals. And then the entire site would be Q3 2029.
And I expect that the appellant's going to say, well, actually, this isn't a phased development, it's blah, blah, blah. But that just to understand your logic here, really. So you're saying 2029, you would anticipate that the thing would be built out, which is why you're saying, well, 2031 is nearer to 2029 than 2025 is nearer to 2029.
Exactly. And but it isn't just a matter of traffic growth, as you suggested. The 2025 modelling only assumed that some of the consented schemes were partially completed. So they don't include 100% development on all of those consented sites, because again, they were assumed to be delivered to that stage. Now, I understand even some of those are being slower to be delivered than anticipated, but by 2029, there's no reason that all of those sites won't be completed. So you'll also have the full load of traffic from all of those consented schemes in place.
Right, okay. And then you're then saying that, so taking 2031 as what you say is broadly where you think this is going to be fully, this development would be fully open and all its traffic, which is why you say that would be the base year. So your implication of that then be, should that be looking forward from there should be a further date?
No, I think the assessment and the requirements of the circular are that you look at opening year. So opening year for the entire scheme to me would be 2029, or as a proxy 2031, because that's already been modelled.
So you're not suggesting?
I'm not suggesting that there needs to be a
future date be looked at beyond that. You're right. Okay. So am I missing a point here, though? If you're saying there isn't needing to be a further date further in the future, we've got the evidence on 2031 anyway. well, there we've got the evidence on 2031, haven't we?
We've got the evidence, and I'm saying that the evidence at 2031, to me, is the evidence that you should be looking at to consider the impact of this development proposal.
So even if you're right that you know, accepting your view that what the appellant did was not take appropriate account of the opening date, bearing in mind change, you know, how time's moved on, didn't consider phasing and all that. It's all a bit beside the point, isn't it? Because we've got the evidence there anyway.
We've got the evidence there. So my point is, I think the appellant's position is that you should be assessing the impact based on the 2025 modelling results, whereas I don't consider that
Right.
to be
Okay.
reasonable. So
yeah.
that's the point of the argument, is that their baseline position is you only need to consider 2025 modelling.
Yeah, but in terms of the reason why the council refused planning permission for this, which was based on 2031, and I don't understand that the appellant's case is, no, you shouldn't be considering 2031 at all. Don't consider 2031 because I don't think they're saying that. Yeah.
I think they are saying that. I think that's their position, is that National Highways have concluded that the appropriate tests for the impact of this development are in the opening year of 2025. Let me take you to the national. Let me see if I can find the National Highways response. I think let me find the right CD reference for you.
No, I understand that, but the key point is then we've got these figures for 2031, which you say you accept appropriate date and figures on which, for me now, to assess
Yes.
the impact of the scheme. And as far as I'm aware, irrespective of what anybody else has said, as far as I'm aware, the appellant is not saying to me, no, sir, you mustn't consider those figures.
I think he's saying that you shouldn't consider 2031 as a representative of the opening year.
But does that matter? Whether it's the opening year or the closing year?
It does, because the NH policy that's being referred to and that they've relied on in Circular 0122 says that they only need to look at opening year for the determination of whether there's an impact of the development or not.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, sir. We'll come to that point in a moment and elaborate it. But just in terms of the committed development point, is there anything else you want to say on that?
I think the other item on committed development is that the appellant's measurement of their impact is based on all of the unconsented allocated sites being treated as committed development and lumped in with all of the consented schemes, and that the cumulative impact that they are considering is their impact on top of all of those. My view is that because those unconsented allocated sites do not yet have planning consent, they need to be looked at in combination with this application, so that you can see what the cumulative impact of all of those sites together would be if they were to come forward. So in my view, the impact is not an assessment of the impact of this site on its own, in addition to all of those allocations, but it's the cumulative impact as required under the MPPF test of all of those sites.
Can you just explain that again? So you're saying, I'll leave it to your words. If you could just explain that point again.
Okay, so the testing that's been done to date for 2031 has a baseline scenario that incorporates traffic growth, all of the consented schemes that are to come forward, and all of the allocated sites that do not yet have consent.
Yeah.
And then
Assumed traffic growth for those.
all of those are combined in. And then the cumulative assessment includes this development's proposals on top of that. That
Right, yeah.
is what
Right.
my understanding is what the appellants are saying is their residual cumulative impact, is their impact on top of all of those. My position is none of those allocated sites, well, one of those allocated sites, I'll exclude that. Most of those allocated sites do not have planning consent. Their impact is likely to be felt on the network at the same time because they're all at a similar stage in the planning process. And therefore, the cumulative impact of all of those sites should be considered together, and a mitigation strategy that addresses cumulatively all of those impacts should be brought forward.
Ah, right. So this is the argument leading into the cumulative mitigation strategy.
Yes.
This isn't about numbers as to.
I'm not querying any of the modelling
Well,
results.
and the results in terms of whether you consider the other sites at sort of a baseline, or whether you consider them at the cumulative stage, if they're considered, they're all there anyway, aren't they?
Yeah.
Right. So this is just as a lead in to the difference between the two. Yeah. Right. Okay.
Exactly. So
Right.
it's the underpinning
Yeah.
difference, I think, between us as to how those sites should be treated and how you consider
Yeah. But
cumulative impact.
with reference to the real world impact being how mitigation is dealt with.
Exactly.
Yes. Not as to what the actual figure is.
No, I'm not disputing any of the modelling results.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, just going back to the, I mean, I think we've sort of got there, but just to tie it up, with reference to the circular, please, and NH's response, why does it matter that the relevant period for the opening year, as you put it,
Okay, so
should be either 2029 or 31 as a proxy for 29,
Yes.
rather than doing more modelling for 29? Can you just put that break that down as to why
Okay.
that actually
So
is correct?
National Highways Policy, as set out in Circular 0122
Yeah.
at paragraph 50,
50?
is that an opening year assessment to include trips generated by the proposed development, forecast and committed development trips shall be carried out to establish the residual transport impacts of a proposed development. So all of National Highways decision making is based on the opening year situation, no longer this circular that replaced the old one of 0213, I think it was, that had a 10-year forecast year. National Highways no longer require a future forecast year. So
just to stop there, so just on the appellant's position, let's assume they were right about 2025. Let's say that was a correct opening year. Would National Highways be interested in 2031?
No, National Highways have said very clearly in their position statement that they have made the decision based on the 2025 opening year modelling and haven't considered the 2031 modelling in drawing their conclusions.
Does that help with why we say it's important to have the right year?
Well, yes. Yeah, I have some questions about
Yes,
that,
of
but
course.
yes, I
But
understand.
hopefully that is sort of
Yes.
put the building block. Thank you. And now could you take us to NH's letter, just to sort of at this stage,
so,
point out why you say that, apart
Yes.
from the policy,
so this is their
in practice, so to speak, if you
Yes.
show the inspector how they have behaved.
So on the I think paragraph,
Which this is the
This
National
is-
Highways letter.
this is their position statement from December. You want me to find the
24
CD?
this is in response to the appeal, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
You want me to find the CD number for
No,
you?
it's okay. I've got,
Got
has everybody else got, well, have other people got it?
I think it'd be helpful just to.
19th of December 24.
Okay, so on the second page of the actual text, they identify there that their policy requires this opening year assessment.
Let me just find that, which sort of, I know they're not paragraph numbered, but.
It's the second paragraph.
Second.
So it identifies that paragraph 50 is the
Oh,
relevant
Yeah.
policy. On the next find the exact power. Okay. On the next page, third paragraph down, they say, as confirmed in our formal response to the application, the applicant considers the opening year assessment as required in paragraph 50 of the circular, an appropriate consideration of traffic impact from the remaining allocated sites has been considered. In this respect, we consider a cumulative assessment at opening year has been undertaken. Now, in all of their references, the opening year assessment is 2025, not the 2031, which is the future forecast modelling.
So what you're saying, I think, is because I don't think this it refers to the opening year, but it doesn't actually, I don't think it actually anywhere says that it's 2025, but I don't think anybody's arguing that they thought it was something else.
Yeah.
But taking the second to bottom paragraph of the third page, note to everybody in the world, paragraph number there, documents, where it says National Highway, are people there? National Highways recognises that the mitigation proposed by the applicant would be affected in mitigating the impact of this proposal in the opening year.
So it's 2025.
Right. Now, that was 2025. There, Mr. whoever is, Mr. Seddon, is writing this on 19th of December 2024.
Yeah.
So what you're saying, your interpretation of this is that they hadn't thought, this clearly isn't going to be open in 2025.
No, they are relying
They'd
on,
ignored,
yes,
either not thought about it or had thought about it and thought, doesn't matter.
and ignored the fact that it won't be open
Yeah.
in 2025.
Yeah. Interestingly, opening year, although there isn't the date, opening year is put in capital letters as if it's
If it's a term of art.
as if it's a term, as opposed to necessarily meaning actual opening year potentially. But that's just we don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know quite what was meant. But so that's what that just so I'm clear, you're saying that they either ignored the fact that this wasn't realistically going to be the opening year, or hadn't even thought about it.
They were, I think their position was that they were willing to take 2025 and to retain that as the proxy for the opening year.
So they had thought about it
I
and
think they have,
decided,
yeah.
well, that's okay then.
Yes, I
Yeah.
think that's what they've done.
Yeah. Well, yeah, right, okay.
Thank you. So just if you've got that letter still open, and you saw the sentence that the inspector referred you to,
Yes.
National Highways recognises, you see that?
Yes.
The next sentence,
Yes, it goes on to say that it's unlikely to accommodate the impact of other allocated sites in their entirety in 2031. So, there's a clear difference in their view between 2031 and opening year, or I'm sure they would have said opening year. The end of the current local plan period, I think that's slightly incorrect, because I think it's 2029, but it's near enough. We would concur with the council that it would be preferable to have a strategic mitigation to support all of the allocated sites, and consider that in order to progress this approach, it is necessary to ensure a jointly agreed approach between our authorities is adopted through policy, and they welcome working further with the council on this.
right, so then the next paragraph, in conclusion, National Highways have carefully considered aspects such as our approach to traffic modelling standards and the interpretation of policy, including para 50
Yes.
of the circular and para 115 of the framework. National Highways remain of the view that the proposed development does not have a severe cumulative impact on the strategic road network.
Yes.
What are they referring to there? What,
So
are they,
they're-
what is that conclusion?
They're suggesting that it does not have a severe cumulative impact in the opening year.
Well, actually, that's what they've said in the previous paragraph, but in that they don't say which year, do they? They don't. It's almost in conclusion, having set all out this, our overall conclusion is, isn't it?
I think they are making it clear by their reference to paragraph 50, because paragraph 50 of the circular specifically refers to opening year.
Okay.
Right. What about the footnote 21? Does that have any relevance?
I think footnote 21 does have relevance.
Which,
This is the circular again.
oh, paragraph 50, oh yeah, footnote to the
Yeah.
paragraph, not footnote to, not footnote to the, which,
Yes, if you could explain to the inspector the relevant, is it footnote 21, is it you want to
It
go
is,
to?
yes. So that says that where development proposals are consistent with an up-to-date plan or strategy, or where there is no up-to-date plan or strategy, committed development should include all relevant development that is consented or allocated where there is a reasonable degree of certainty will proceed within the next 3 years, and include the full amount of development to be built. And they have a slightly different approach to where it isn't consistent, where you should be considering the entirety of the plan period. The inclusion or exclusion of specific development should be agreed with the local planning authority at pre-application stage. I think is identified in there as well. So basically it's saying you should agree how you consider your committed developments and scenarios with the planning authority as part of the pre-app. And that was done.
Right, so can we move on to the residual cumulative impact
Yes.
then? Now, if you could just take this slowly, because I think it's quite important to take it in stages as to what has been assessed. As you say, we don't dispute any of the modelling or the figures. That's no part of your case. So if you could just explain why your conclusion is that there would be a severe cumulative impact in the circumstances.
I think the these are my rebuttal proof in table 4.1.
Yep.
And I think that sets out the model scenarios that have been tested, including the additional one that's referenced in evidence. So
oh, just hold on a second, let me just get to your rebuttal proof. Why? Yeah, I'm there. Sorry, whereabouts in it?
so table 4.1, so it's page 3, I think.
Right, I'm there, yeah.
I just felt it would be useful to provide a summary of all of the 2031 scenarios that have been assessed. So the starting point was a do minimum scenario, which included temporary growth from 2021 and all of the consented developments on the premise that they would be completed and occupied by that stage. There was then the most recent additional model was the 2031 do minimum cumulative, which is basically that do minimum scenario with all of the unconsented AL sites introduced as well, excluding this one. We then have a 2031 do something scenario, which is the do minimum plus the DHL application and their tow roundabout improvement scheme. So that's their scenario of their impact alone, assuming the other unallocated sites don't come forward. We've then got a do something cumulative, and we've got a new do cumulative. Those two are effectively identical. And those are the effects of traffic growth, all of the consented sites, all of the unconsented AL sites, the DHL application, and the proposed Tove Roundabout Improvement Scheme. So that's effectively the situation as it would exist in 2031 if all of those unconsented sites came forward and that improvement scheme was delivered. The key difference between us, I think, on this is that I consider the residual cumulative impact of these proposals to be the comparison between the do minimum scenario 2031, so the top line of that table, and a comparison of the do something cumulative, so the final situation in 2031 with all of the unconsented sites coming forward and the improvements coming forward, compared to a situation where none of the unconsented sites have come forward. So so that gives you the cumulative impact of all of those sites. I think the appellant's position is that their residual impact, cumulative impact, is the comparison between the do minimum cumulative, so assuming all of the unconsented sites come forward apart from theirs, and then the impact of their site and the Tove roundabout improvements on top of that. And I think that's the key difference between us. I consider that scenario just to be looking at what their own impact is, rather than the cumulative impacts.
And what is the difference? What is the significance of that difference?
So the significance of that difference, I think, is probably most easily seen at table 4.5 of my rebuttal, where we're looking at the AM peak journey times from the AIM-SUN modelling. You'll see that the do minimum scenario, which just has, if we look at, I think Route 1's probably the one that's impacted the most. If we look at the journey times for Route 1 in the do minimum scenario, so that's just traffic growth and the sites that have been consented, that's the top line of table 4.5. You've got journey times of 443 seconds. In the do minimum cumulative, so that's with the unallocated, the unconsented allocated sites going forward, that increases to 797 seconds, so a substantive increase in delays. And then the do cumulative, which is with the mitigation and this additional scheme, that reduces to 780 seconds. So the appellant's position is their impact is compared to do minimum cumulative, so they have a positive impact on that situation. My position is that it should be compared to the do minimum without those consented sites in place to see what the combined cumulative impact of those unconsented schemes would be on the network. And you'll see from the comparison between the do minimum scenario without any of the AL unconsented sites coming forward to the do cumulative with all of them and this mitigation scheme in place, there is an increase in journey time of 337 seconds, which is basically 5.5 minutes additional journey times, even with the mitigation that's been identified in place. So I'm accepting that this development, I'll use the phrase, washes its own face. It deals with its own impact, but there still remains a residual cumulative impact that isn't addressed.
The 337 seconds.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah.
Right, where is the support for your approach, please?
I think I've referenced an appeal decision.
But before that, what about the framework? Do you find anything there?
Yes, I mean, the framework clearly at Para 116 states that the test is residual cumulative impact. It's not impact of your site on its own. So it's the cumulative impact that should be considered. I don't know if you want to go to that. It identifies that under all reasonable scenarios, that if if there is a severe residual cumulative impact, the scheme should be refused. That's actually supported by the circular, which at paragraph 51
51.
quotes the same test. So it's residual cumulative impact. So despite paragraph 50 just referring to residual traffic impact, the circular does also rely on cumulative impact being the reason that you should refuse an application.
Fine. And now, why are you right to take the approach you have rather than the approach that the appellants have taken?
I think the approach that I've taken is correct because we're in a position now where the unconsented sites have still got the potential to deliver a cumulative mitigation scheme. If one is identified and appropriate conditions and obligations are put in place. But if we were to look at each site on its own merits and its own impacts, each site would say, well, I don't need to deliver this cumulative scheme, I can just deal with my own impacts. And AL, this site is the largest of the AL sites around the Tow roundabout that is unconsented. It can mitigate its own impact. The other applications may come forward and say, well, our additional impact's marginal. You know, why do we need to do anything further? So you can't look at them on an individual basis. You've got to look at the overall impact and make sure those combined effects, cumulative effects, are dealt with rather than it being salami sliced into each one, having a minor impact until the network fails.
But that argument assumes that an appellant or not an appellant, an applicant for one of the other sites says, our impact is just marginal. There is an adverse impact, but it is marginal. Therefore, you don't need to do anything about it.
Yeah, and my understanding is that's exactly what's happening on the
but
at the moment on the other AL1 site application.
Well, that's
Yeah.
that.
Yes.
But that's for the
Yes,
that's for the decision maker to decide, isn't it?
It is.
There's nothing in policy that says, well, I suppose you've got the cumulative impact is severe. They will have to look at the cumulative impact as well, won't they?
They should do, yes. So all of the sites that are unconsented should be considering their joint impact.
Okay.
So I suppose the question here, though, is that...
And just, sorry, this is, I don't know, we're talking just here just about these employment sites.
Yep.
Right. What about any other consented development that there is?
Those have been incorporated
Right,
already
you're happy
yes, the other consented schemes include, I think, residential schemes.
Right.
And those have been factored into the do minimum scenario.
So well, except on your argument, they perhaps shouldn't be in the do minimum scenario.
I think if they're consented,
right,
you have to consider them because the opportunity to get those sites to contribute to a mitigation scheme has gone. The ship has sailed.
Okay.
All right, so Ms. Baker, what about the appellant's position, which is that, well, we've put mitigation measures, or we're going to put mitigation measures in place, and there will be a positive residual impact on the local highway network when you look at our development in isolation. I mean, that's their case, isn't it? That we are going to improve things if you just look at us. And why should we have to look at everybody else? That's not our problem. We should only have to sort of wash our own face, so to speak.
Yes,
why is that wrong in your view?
It goes back to this position about incremental effects of individual sites. And if you could continue forever consenting small developments that would together have a large cumulative impact. So it isn't sufficient to just, there shouldn't be a requirement for development to fund doing more than it needs to mitigate its own impact. I agree with that. And it shouldn't be the appellant's responsibility to fund a cumulative improvement scheme that addresses all of these impacts. The issue is that in the absence of a strategy to deal with those cumulative impacts, consenting this site would give no certainty of the ability to deliver and mitigate those cumulative effects.
So what you're saying is that you see the responsibility isn't on this developer, DHL, to fund,
No.
yeah, and actually they're proposing to fund more than what technically they would need to anyway, albeit it might not be physically possible
Yes.
to fund something less. You're not saying the responsibility is on them to fund it, but you are saying, as being, I think, the first development that's coming along for approval since, are we saying since Circular 0102 came in?
Yes.
Yeah, you're saying as the first development that's coming along of these employment developments
Yes.
since then, that the responsibility is on them to identify a scheme which would meet, which could meet everybody, all the development traffic from all those sites. Yeah, you're saying they should do that, and then they pay for an appropriate proportion of it.
Yes, what I'm, and I'll go back to the circular, I think, because I think it helps on this point. Paragraph 52 of the circular identifies that the scope and phasing of necessary transport improvements will normally be defined by the company in planning conditions that seek to manage development in line with the completion of those works. So in my mind, I think National Highways have been remiss in their approach and should have been identifying, rather than pushing it down the line and saying we need to come up with a policy-based approach to deal with this, they should have been identifying or liaising with the appellant to identify a suitable cumulative mitigation scheme. And if we again look at paragraph 53 of the circular, that states that as a result of investigations undertaken by the company, development promoter and/or local highway authority, may become apparent that
that 52, the scope of phasing of necessary transport approved.
Yeah, will normally be defined by the company, so by National Highways.
Yeah, so you're saying that phasing relates to
Cumulative effects.
the cumulative. So you would say, take aside the phasing argument you had before in relation to this site alone, assuming it was all going to be delivered in one bang, which except it isn't, but assuming it was all going to be delivered in one, on day one, it was all going to be there type of thing. So there wasn't a phasing issue here. With this site, the phasing issue then becomes the date of the other sites. Mm-hmm. Yes, so you're saying that according to this, National Highways should have identified, well, here's a scheme. When this development comes on, this bit will be needed. When this bit comes on, this bit will be needed.
Yeah, exactly. I think the second part of that is that it suggests as well that there are circumstances where modifications to the SRN must have regard to the need to future-proof the network, and it may require, and its delivery may require a funding agreement between the development promoter and the company. So this is opening up the thing that it may be that there are multiple impacts that we need to consider that one scheme alone can't address, and that National Highways should come to an agreement as to what proportions should be funded by each development.
Okay.
So just sort of breaking that down, in a situation like this, where you have the appellant putting forward its own mitigation and dealing with its own scheme, in the evidence you give, if there are going to be potential consequences of severe residual cumulative impact arising from that approach, what is it then that you say is the correct approach to decision making in this case?
So I think it would have been remiss of the planning committee to consent it in the absence of a defined cumulative mitigation scheme that addresses all of those issues and clear strategy for planning obligations to deal with those. So, and in the absence of that strategy, I don't think it was appropriate for them to consent the scheme.
So what would be the, I mean, you have sort of given an answer, but why would it be unacceptable in your view for this scheme to be allowed in the light of what you've just said?
Because there remains a residual cumulative impact that this scheme forms part of, and consenting it alone in the absence of any solution to dealing with that cumulative problem would not meet with the requirements of the NPPF.
And how does, I mean, because it sounds here, you're not, it seems your major concern here is not so much with the appellant, but with what you would be arguing is a failure of National Highways.
I think it is something that could have been driven better by National Highways. There is nothing to stop the appellant having put forward a cumulative scheme that incorporated potentially land from other sites to deliver.
Yeah,
it.
but when that's quite a thing, isn't it, to say for a developer to be saying, right, we need to accord with what National Highways requires us to do, and then to say to National Highways, no, we need to go further than what we need to go further than what you're requiring. That would be an unusual state of affairs for them to be saying we need to go further. So, but it was the planning authority which refused permission for the scheme. Yet, what could the developer have done?
So the developer could have put forward in his assessments a cumulative scheme supported by plans and modelling and a suggested phased approach for implementation of that scheme that the local highway authority could have looked at and said, you know, this is, and the planning authority looked at and said, well, this is addressing.
But did the council do that? Did the council say, oh, we hear what National Highways say, but we would like you to put forward a scheme so we are clear what potential scheme there is for the long term? Did the council do that?
I don't think, as far as I'm aware, I don't think they did specifically, no.
So they just said.
Well, I think at that point, National Highways had previously, before their final response, indicated that they had concerns about the severe cumulative impact in future years, but then changed direction and said we're only concerned about the opening year impact in 2025. And at that point, they said we just need to agree with what National Highways have said.
But well, that's what officers said. But then the council formally didn't say, right, we think this is what is needed, a cumulative strategy. No. Therefore, we will we will not determine this application at this point. We will go back to the developer and say, we would like you to come up with a cumulative strategy. We're not asking you to pay for it all, but just come up with a cumulative strategy. And we can then go from there, and we'll then consider that. Had they done that, the appellant could have said, no, we're not interested. We're going to go straight to appeal on non-determination. That would have been their choice. But instead of doing that, and giving the appellant that choice, the council just refuses and says, no, planning permission refused.
Yeah, I think the difference, as you say, is between the officer's position and members' concerns. So the officer's position was, and for the local highway authority, they withdrew their objection in the light of still having concerns about the impact on the strategic road network. And that's set out in the committee response. But they felt unable to maintain their objection at that stage in the light of National Highways volte-face.
Ultimately, if a council, the formal council is formally a planning committee, which is formally making a decision on an application, it's got to, it is the one that is responsible for making that decision and for making sure that it makes that decision appropriately, having regard to all the guidance in the NPPF, which talks about taking account of conditions and obligations which might make development acceptable. But in this case, no, it just says no, planning permission refused.
I think they've looked at the modelling results that were presented in the committee report. They've seen National Highways' position that there remains a cumulative impact of the unallocated sites, and members have taken the decision that in the absence of a strategy for dealing with that, they didn't feel it was appropriate to consent a scheme.
Not consenting the scheme and refusing it.
Yes, I mean they could potentially have deferred.
Because it wasn't that they said to the, well, as far as I'm aware, they didn't say to the developer, well, will you go away and produce, we hear what everybody else says, but will you go away and produce a cumulative strategy, and then we'll reconsider the application. They didn't say that, did they? They just said
didn't,
refused.
No.
And the refusal doesn't mention the absence of a cumulative strategy.
It doesn't,
no, it just talks about the cumulative impact.
It's the cumulative impact.
Right. Have you watched the committee meeting?
Yes.
Do you think the members who made the decision were aware of these nuances of all this discussion?
I think they were aware of the fact that the modelling results were showing that there would be, even with the mitigation that was put forward, an increase in delays of more than 5 minutes, and they felt that that was something that their residents shouldn't have to experience.
Yes, but the logical point of your argument is that there's not that there was no solution to that. The solution is, from your point of view, come up with all from your point of view, and you are now representing the council.
Yes.
All you are now saying the council is really what wanted from them to grant approval on this basis is a strategy that set out what the cumulative thing would be. Not saying they had to pay for it, just you come up with a strategy that deals with everything, and that, in your view, would have been acceptable.
Yeah, if there would.
But was that, were having watched that video, do you think in reaching the decision that the council did, they had that in their mind, they were aware of those issues?
I don't necessarily think they were aware of the intricacies of what paragraph 50 of Circular 0122 requires for opening year and all of the other things that we've discussed. I think they were aware that with the proposed development in place, with the mitigations identified, there would be a severe impact remaining.
Yes, but were they aware that they have presumably adopted your view of what potentially would make this development acceptable in transport terms, which is to have a cumulative strategy set out, right? Were they
if-
aware that,
No.
that a cumulative strategy would have made this potentially acceptable?
If a cumulative strategy had been set out and presented in the committee report that said, this scheme's doing what it needs to do to mitigate its own impact, and with a further scheme that the other sites can assist in delivering, there is no severe residual cumulative impact, there isn't a 5.5 minute increase in journey times, then they wouldn't have been able to refuse it on the grounds of there being a severe residual cumulative impact, because the modelling would have showed that that could be addressed.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Baker, you were instructed in November 2024, I think you said.
That's correct,
Right.
yes.
So insofar as the dealings that the council officers had with the applicant at the time, I mean, how familiar are you with all of that?
I haven't seen all of the emails. I wasn't at any of the meetings.
Right.
So limited. I think.
Limited, right. Well, I'll ask Ms. Ford to deal with that, because there was obviously a long history of discussions, letters, and I'm instructed, and I'll have evidence that members did ask to defer this application, but there are letters from the applicant. Obviously, their scheme had been in the evolution for a long time, and they made it clear they would be appealing if there was a non-determination. And I think we have all that in writing, which we can put in if there's a dispute about that. So I won't ask you about that, because you just don't know, but I can ask my planning witness, and I can cross-examine Mr. Guthrie on it as well, because it's all documented. There's a limit to how much I think you've been burdened with it, but there is a long.
I'm so sorry, before we move on from that, so I can take instructions on the point, is it being suggested that members are bound by the views of applicants as to whether they defer an application or not?
Are you cross-examining me?
No, I don't want to know what the case is that's just been put part way through. Because my learned friend said that she's taken instructions on a point, you've been told what that point is. I want to know where the point goes so that I can ask my witness behind the scenes as to what's being alleged.
It goes as far as the question put by the inspector went, simply this, that members did ask to defer, and they were told that if they deferred, the applicant would appeal. That's as far as it goes.
So it's not being suggested that members could have chosen to defer had they wished to do so?
Could have chosen to defer. I
Yeah.
mean, it's in the members' power to defer.
Yes,
Yeah.
well, we're at one then, that's what I wanted to know.
Yeah,
Thank you.
obviously, I mean, that's quite basic. It's just a question is that it was put to them, and they were told you would appeal, which you have done. So,
My answer, and I'm grateful, thank you.
thank you. Sorry.
No, well, no, you say they would appeal if you deferred, which you have done. Well, no, they've
They would
appealed
appeal either
because
way.
they refused.
They
Had
were,
no choice at that
at that point, that was an add-on by me. But they were told, no, they would appeal if there was a non-determination.
Right, okay.
So they determined it. Can I, so you don't, I'll put that to the relevant witness, but Ms. Baker, can I just ask you just to pick up a little bit of what the inspector was asking you? The inspector was asking, well, was it in members' minds that there could have been some sort of a, I don't know, joint scheme or some sort of a cumulative mitigation process? And I think the inspector said, well, what did the discussion at committee say, and have you heard it? But just in terms of what the members did have, if you take up the committee report, please. And there's a section obviously on highway safety and access starting at 7.18.
Yes,
Page 52, sir.
yes.
Yeah.
Right. So if you sort of keep going, there's sort of the whole discussion about the MPPF and so on. But if you keep going and you come to page 54, paragraph 7.31, you can see traffic modeling in the little heading at the top there. Yeah.
Yes.
And then there's the various scenarios and so on. Carrying on, you have little headings about the 31 model. You have proposed mitigation. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yep. And then at the bottom of paragraph 7.48, you have appraisal of modeling and mitigation. Got that? Page 56.
Yes.
Right. Now, this is the section that deals with national highways. And if you look at paragraph 7.51 and 7.52, can you just read that? So if you don't mind reading that too, and then can you answer whether or not members had any idea about a potential mitigation strategy and what the officer said about it?
Yes, so para 7.51, NH is satisfied that the applicant has
Oh, you
considered.
don't need to read it out, just
All right.
just read it to yourself. And then 7.52.
Yes,
Right. So in terms of, first of all, the question about the opening year, just to remove any doubt, what is the year that National Highways had referred to there?
2025.
Right, that's in paragraph 7.51. 7.52, what is National Highways saying about the mitigation and in terms of a strategic solution?
So they're saying that that the totality of the AL allocated sites would have, at the end of the local plan period, so 2031, to have a severe cumulative impact, which would adversely affect the operation of the Tove roundabout. And it says National Highways recognise that the mitigation proposed by the applicant would be effective in mitigating the impact of this proposal. However, it's unlikely to accommodate the impact of other AL allocated sites in their entirety. They concur with the local highway authority that it would be preferable to have a strategic mitigation to support all the AL sites, and consider that in order to progress this approach, it is necessary to ensure that a jointly agreed approach between our authorities is adopted through policy rather than through mitigation requirements imposed on individual applicants for the AL allocation sites. And then there's an officer note that says there is no guarantee at this stage that an agreed policy will be approved. So I think that to me indicates that if members had read the committee report in full, that there was a risk of severe cumulative impact in 2031, and that there wasn't a guarantee of delivering mitigation to address that.
And just for the avoidance of doubt, what was National Highways advising here about how that mitigation should be addressed?
They've suggested that it should be through an adopted policy rather than a specific mitigation scheme. I don't consider that members would have thought that pushing this down the line to be something that's dealt with by policy, when there was the opportunity to get the allocated sites to actually, in combination, deliver a mitigation scheme, was an appropriate approach.
Right. All right, and then just, I mean, the inspector will be able to read this section himself, but in terms of the next section, highways, you were saying that the council's own highway authority had raised significant concerns, but then didn't object ultimately. Is there anything you want to draw to the inspector's attention that supports your case here?
Yes, I think para 7.57, WC Highways raised significant concerns with NH regarding the impacts of the development on the highway network and what it considers to be a potentially severe cumulative impacts of the development that will arise in 2031 on the SRN, as evidenced in the applicant's model. So it's clear that, you know, the local authority were concerned about that severe impact, and that had been raised by the local highway authority, even though the impact wasn't on their network.
And in terms of 7.52 and what it says there about the jointly agreed approach, is that something that you think could be, given that this isn't the impact of this development alone, it's the impact of the other schemes, the other allocations. Do you think this is something that could have been dealt with, or could have been, or can be dealt with by a condition that says no development may commence until a strategy showing how a strategy for mitigation showing how all development traffic in the area could be accommodated?
That, I mean, that would be a Grampian condition, I presume.
It would.
And I'm not an expert on obligations, but if my planning colleagues say that one could be suitably crafted that was enforceable and met the required tests, then yes, potentially.
Okay, so what you're not saying is they absolutely had to have that strategy there before granting planning permission, as long as a condition prevented that development taking place until such a strategy was in place,
Yes.
where such a strategy had been put forward.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you. Now, do you want to explain to the inspector, I mean, any support for your approach in the appeal decisions? Now, we're not going to go trawling through
No.
lots of appeal decisions, but I know there's one that you do want to.
There
explain.
is one particular one that deals specifically with this issue about residual cumulative impacts.
Yeah,
And it's
13 something.
yes, it was. It's find you the reference.
It's 11306. CD.
Then, yes, 06 in CD 13.
This is Bovis Homes,
Exactly. This
Cheltenham.
exactly. This is a site.
This is
on-
Secretary of State decision, isn't it?
It is. It's a site on the outskirts of Cheltenham, where the inspector had to consider residual cumulative impact. And if I take you to page 61 of that document, paragraph 221.
Yeah.
I think that's the start of the debate on what the appropriate tests are, and where it's the inspector there identifies that it's an often expressed view that development.
Sorry, can I just check? Are you hard copy or electronic copy 61?
Hard copy
It's
61.
para
Hard copies.
221.
221, thank you.
Para 221. The inspector there suggests that it's an often expressed view that development should be expected to do no more than wash its own face, and I'm afraid I stole his term, and not solve all existing unrelated problems. And I think, you know, I agree with that, and I think the inspector agreed with that. But I think the inspector's position on it was at Para 225, that whilst he can agree that development should not need to solve all existing unrelated transport problems, the existing or future in any event situation on the highway network is not an unrelated problem, which evaluation of the proposed development should ignore. So it's saying that you shouldn't ignore the future situation and the cumulative effects, and that it is a related problem which is highly pertinent to the evaluation of the current appeal proposal. So while it's acceptance there that you're not needing to solve everything, when you're considering your impact, you can't look at your site in isolation.
Just to be clear as well, who was objecting in this case?
This was the parish council. So again, the highway authority in that case had accepted that the site was dealing with its own impact and had not objected, but the parish council objected on the basis of there being a residual cumulative impact.
Okay, and that wording in para 225, I
Yeah.
can understand, but obviously, is the overall situation here comparable with where we are here? Not in terms of the numbers and whether it's close to a roundabout and
Yeah.
that sort of thing, but is
Yes.
the overall general point the same here?
It
In
is.
terms of, was this being suggested for refusal on the basis that there was a cumulative problem, that there wasn't a strategy to deal with?
I think that's what there was no objection, I think, from Highways. The inspector's conclusions was that there wasn't a strategy in this case to deal with the cumulative impacts,
Right.
and that even though this site only did wash its own face and only committed a proportion of that impact, there was still a residual cumulative impact, and he dismissed on that basis.
Right. Okay. So I suppose of ultimate relevance is, and I'm just looking at it because I haven't read this previously, is paragraph 14 of the Secretary of State's decision letter that says the Secretary of State agrees with the inspector's analysis of highway issues including those paragraphs we've just looked at.
Yeah.
Overall, he agrees with the inspector that taking account of the measures which are included in the Section 106 agreement, we don't know what they are, but anyway, the residual cumulative effects of development proposed would increase demand for use of sections of the highway network, which are already operating at overcapacity levels, contributing to a severe impact on the wider element of Cheltenham as traffic is displaced, contrary to blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
So it would
Yeah.
appear that was of significance to the...
Yeah, I think
But
para 223 of the report's quite important as well, because again, the inspector on this makes it clear that the test is residual cumulative impact, that it's the cumulative effect of all expected development which must be taken into account rather than the individual contribution of each development in turn, which is likely to be, as in the case that was being considered there, marginal. So he's saying that each site might have a marginal impact on its own merits, but when their combined impact is considered, the residual cumulative impact is severe.
And do we know in this situation, I mean, I'll go away and have a fuller read of this, but do we know this is 229 that's talking about this. Those parties who are professionally advised by transport experts. Interesting. Those parties who are professionally advised by transport experts seem to accept the predictions of the appellant's traffic modelling that all development in and around Cheltenham will contribute to a cumulative effect of growth in traffic of about 23% by the year 2023.
In 2016, I think this was.
Well, yes, this is obvious. I mean, it is obviously all prior to the current framework and the current one of 22, but the framework I don't think was different at that.
The wording of that text, the
framework,
severe
yeah,
residual cumulative impact
was there then,
is the
wasn't it?
same.
Yeah, it was there then. Yeah. Okay, I'll and is there anything else you want to say or ask about that? But otherwise, I think I don't think it can just be read on that paragraph alone, but
No.
I will read the rest.
No, I think that's quite right. So you'll have to read it all. I think I'll just ask one follow-up question on that. But I think the point is, yes, that in this particular case, the circumstances, I think, are being said to be the same, except that the council and the appellant didn't take a highways point. They just accepted the basis that Miss Baker says is flawed, and it was the parish council who raised the point, and that it became an issue. That's the interesting point there. So I should also say that we discovered just before coming in that this decision was challenged, and it only went to a permission hearing. and as far as I know, and the permission hearing found that the argument raised by whoever raised it was unarguable. So in other words, this is upheld, this decision.
Right.
And it was challenged on that particular point, this.
Oh, it was
residual-
challenged on the highway.
That point, yes. So we'll dig that out and bring it as a few pages. I think.
It's all right. That's accepted. I think it was Jerry Carhill's last ever case. So
Was it?
yes. So
Wow.
so
Did it-
yes, it's accepted. It's not been quashed.
No, and it's a David Holgate permission, but it's all as you'd
It would
expect.
be nice and robust then.
Exactly, yes. So it is actually helpful in that respect. It gets to grips with the new NPPF, it gets to grips with the new circular, I think, as well, and from a scan. So we'll provide that. Now, just one follow-up question, Ms. Baker, which we'll have to leave it, I think, to the inspector to read that decision, and
Yeah.
if he has questions, I'm sure he'll come back with those. But here, it was agreed that there would be a severe cumulative residual impact in this decision. Are you able to comment on the position in relation to the appeal? Can the inspector take away the same agreed conclusion? And if so, where does he find that?
I think I've put forward what I consider supporting info from other appeals. I'm not going to go into that, but I think
No, sorry, I didn't mean severe in that sense.
Yeah.
Sorry, I shouldn't have said severe. I should take the word severe out. Can the inspector find anywhere and agreed between the parties, so without having to trawl into different models,
Yeah.
that there would be a residual cumulative impact at all? And what does National Highways say about this, for example?
well, I think National Highways in their response make it very clear that there is a cumulative impact in 2031 of all of the unconsented AL sites. And I think I mentioned before that's raised in their position statement, but it was also raised, as you see, in the committee report and in earlier responses. And I think that the appellants themselves had identified concerns about cumulative impact of all of the AL sites in a submission that they made to the AL3 planning application, where I think they concluded, and let me find it within my proof. Harris 6.6 of my proof of evidence.
Hold on, let
in-
me just delve to the bottom of all the pile of documents again.
Yeah, sorry.
Paragraph 6.
6 of my proof of evidence, where I reference CD 2308. And this referenced, this was a response to the application for AL3 and cumulative highways impact. And the response given in the note produced by the appellant's planning and transport consultants was that the piecemeal delivery of highway infrastructure works by different sites in isolation should be avoided, as this may compromise or worst case prohibit the delivery of other adopted local plan sites. No local plan should be approved until an appropriate cumulative highway impact assessment has been undertaken in accordance with planning policy and guidance and agreed between the relevant parties. Alternatively, it should be conditioned that a cumulative impact assessment is carried out and agreed ahead of any development taking place. So I think at that point there was a concern about cumulative impacts of all of the sites. In terms of severity of the impact,
Yes, do you want to just give the inspector, I don't want to go into decision letters
Yes.
about that, but just give the inspector the guidance that you think he should have from you, how he's going to judge whether something's severe or not.
whether something severe. So based on previous decisions that I've been involved in, based on appeals and so on, the way that I would generally, if I was looking at a scheme, and I was looking at the impact at a single isolated junction, and the modelling was showing me that the increases in delays were less than a minute on any approach to that junction, I would say that's not a severe impact. If they're in excess of 5 minutes, I would say there's likely to be a severe impact. If they fall somewhere between 1 minute and 5 minutes, it's open to what the local circumstances are, and it potentially could be argued that it's severe. but in my view, delays at a single junction of more than 5 minutes would be a severe impact. Delays on journey times are very dependent upon the length of the journeys considered. Obviously, if it's a route that's 20 miles long, a 5-minute delay might not be significant, but if it's a route that's just a few kilometres, then a 5-minute additional delay could be severe. In this case, based on reviewing the modelling, I consider that in the morning peak in 2031, there would be a severe residual impact.
Thank you. And then just one other point on this. You were pointing out where there was reference to severe cumulative residual impact or residual cumulative. You've taken us to the appellant's comments.
Yep.
You've referenced national highways. Is there anywhere else?
I think just in the committee report where
Yeah.
we've addressed that, and if you give me a moment. I think there was something within the original modelling report that supported the TA that identified that there was the potential for a severe impact. I can't find the specific reference, but I will go away and
When you find
identify.
it, you can
Yeah.
let us have that. Original modelling report. Thank you. Right. So just moving on then to the last topic, and I just want to go.
Just before we do
Yeah.
that, just one final, well, hopefully final question on the Secretary of State decision, the Cheltenham one. Do we know, was that an allocated housing? Well, Bovis, so I presume it was housing. Well, I can read it, probably does say what it is. Well, of course it will say what it is, but I can find it relatively, oh no, actually it isn't. It's, 650 dwellings, mixed use, blah, blah, blah. Do we know whether it was an allocated site?
I don't.
It's presumably relatively, you'd thought it would be relatively easy to find.
I think looking at paragraph 265, sir, I think it talks about being consistent with the emerging joint core strategy as it then was.
Yeah.
So it was adopted the following year. So I think it's a draft allocation rather than allocation,
Ah, right, okay.
but we can check.
Oh, although consistent with emerging, which allocates the site for development. Yeah, okay, so it suggests it was. Well, an emerging allocation.
Yeah, I mean, at the time it was, the JCS was adopted the following year, and I think the Leckhampton site was actually allocated in that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, just this other point, please, that the inspector raised yesterday, Ms. Baker, you weren't here, but I don't want you to necessarily explain about the vision-led approach. I think you've set that out very clearly. But the inspector asked a question yesterday, which I decided to defer to you, which was, well, even if everything that the council says is correct, that the appellant didn't employ a vision-led approach. Now there are various commitments proposed in the Section 106 obligation, which deals with matters that might be said to be sustainable measures and so forth. So, you know, crudely spoken, you know, so what? Where does your evidence go? Why does it matter whether there was a vision-led approach or not? So I hope I've encapsulated that.
Broadly,
Broadly,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I think there were two kind of strands to my thinking on the lack of a vision-led approach. The first was really that national highways aren't applying the circular consistently, and I was quite surprised, having experienced it myself on a site soon after that circular was issued, that they didn't approach the appellant and say, hold up, we've got a new circular here, and you set out a vision statement for the site. So it was really to point out.
But then
that-
neither did the council, did it?
No, it didn't. But the policy is National Highways policy and how to deal with development, not the council's policy. So I would have expected, and it certainly wasn't in national policy at the time, because the NPPF vision letters followed on from the circular 2 years later. 3 years later. 2 years later. The other point I was making is that any vision that there is for the site is in terms of maximising the use of sustainable modes is a fairly dim one, based on the proposed obligations in Section 106 agreement. And I think I've said within my evidence that obviously the pedestrian cycle infrastructure that's being proposed isn't LTN 120 compliant, isn't the most attractive route for pedestrians and cyclists, and there isn't a guarantee of a continued connection at the moment in the 106 as required by the appellant to make that connection from the new Toucan crossing for cyclists down to Old Tiffield Road, where there are off-road cycle routes. The opportunity to take up, to maximise, which I think is the requirement of NPPF and circular, the use of sustainable modes and active modes hasn't been taken up to its full, was the main point I was making.
Okay, so in terms of one or two across the conditions and and I forget what they are again now, but there's a couple of transport related conditions stroke obligations that the appellant has put as blue pencil clauses, basically meaning, well, they don't think it's necessary, but if I do, they're happy with them. So that does that. But so beyond that, as far as I'm aware, the council hasn't said, these are further sustainable transport mode things that we think are necessary.
No, I think.
So I suppose my question is, I mean, and I know the appellant argues that they did do a vision approach, but even if I were to conclude that they hadn't done a vision approach, is there anything that we could say, well, this would be a potential outcome of a vision approach which isn't being provided here?
I think it's the key point is the bits that are missing from the blue pencil clauses.
So it's the blue pencil clauses that are the key ones.
Yeah, I think so.
Right.
If you were to not permit this appeal and the scheme was to go back to the drawing board and start with a vision-led approach, I'm sure that there is more that could be done than it is being offered. But I don't think it's the council's position at all that provided the 106 changes that they've required are made, that the site is accessible by non-car modes.
Right.
So I don't think we're not taking a point there that it should be refused on the basis of a lack of the vision. My point was more that NH's failures to really apply the circular, all elements of the circular was pretty obvious in this instance, and that I still felt that there was more that could have been done to maximise the use of non-car modes.
Right. Okay. And I have a number of queries about some of the non-car mode mitigation measures, which I'll put to Mr. Anderson in due course. Anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. There's just one question, so that I'll ask you now, so I don't fall foul of Mr. Tucker's new PIPA guidelines. This occurred to me just now. The inspector, just a few moments ago, do you remember, asked the question about the Cheltenham case and whether or not the site was allocated?
Yes.
Do you remember? And we've established, I think, that it's not allocated, but may have been in the emerging plan. Just on that point, this site is allocated.
It is.
Yep. In that context, what do you say is the relevance of the highway impacts that are being raised by the council? Would they have been considered or not at that allocation stage, or would there be further assessment, detailed work that would be expected to be done regardless.
So, my understanding is that I haven't looked at it in detail, but my understanding that the evidence base for the adopted plan was fairly light in terms of transport modelling. I think there was a reliance on the Northamptonshire strategic model, but my understanding was that the position at the time that the inspector wrote his report, that modelling work hadn't even been completed. So, and the National Highways position at the time was that mitigation schemes would need to be identified at the planning stage, which is where we are.
Thank you. Is there anything else you want to add at this stage?
I think that's it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that. My apologies for my interruptions, but it's helpful to me to get the evidence that way. Let's take 10 minutes, if that's okay with everybody. I'm afraid you'll have to sit in splendid isolation, Ms. Baker, during that.
So just to be clear, I very much doubt that I'm going to be finished any time around 5 o'clock. But given that Ms. Baker's in isolation now anyway, there's no difficulty in relation to breaking at that point. So is what I'm assuming.
So you're not going to get finished by 5?
So I think my estimate.
Oh, no, that wasn't meant as it wasn't meant as any sort of, it was a question.
I'd be astonished if I
Right,
finished
okay.
at 5, unless I got a very firm yes, I agree with you, Mr. Tucker, to all my questions. The first of which is, would you like to withdraw the second reason for refusal?
I've forgotten what the question was now.
Shall I look for a suitable time around 5 o'clock? So when we come back, and the
Yeah.
anticipation is that we'll be breaking cross-examination partway through.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, but I still think we need a break now. Yeah, certainly Ms. Baker needs a break now. Right, okay, let's take 10 minutes till 10 to by whatever that clock is saying at the moment.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, are we ready? I think everybody back? Yeah. Okay, over to you, Mr. Tucker.
Before I start, sir, what I have done, and this will assist in terms of going through the documentation, is on the rebuttal proof of evidence for Ms Baker for the different scenarios in table 4.1. I've labelled them A, B, C, and D. It just makes life easier.
It does, because
so
those
the-
names are so horrendous. I wish somebody would.
I'm
ban
sure
those.
somebody in the highways community
Would-
had thought, do something, do cumulative, doesn't matter. Do cumulative is a really clever way of doing it, but it makes no sense to me.
It's well, even when it makes sense, once you start having more than two of them, your head starts.
Correct. Am I talking about the do something and you ask a question? So if I call them scenarios A, B, C, and
Right.
B, then it will just hopefully make that a lot swifter if that's
that's-
acceptable, sir.
I approve of.
Most important point, good afternoon, Ms Baker. Can I be clear, Ms Baker, I'll go for Ms then. Ms Baker, can I first of all agree, so far as I
Oh,
understand
I think
it,
your microphone isn't on. It
Sorry.
is now.
It is now.
it's for the benefit of our vast viewing audience. I think we can agree, can we not? There is no objection to this scheme from the promoter of any of the other unconsented AL sites, is there?
Not that I'm aware of. But
And
I-
it is no part of your case, is it, that if this appeal was allowed, that that would prejudice the delivery of any of those other AL sites, is it? It's no part of your case.
No,
Thank you. Nor is it any part of your case that it would prejudge, this appeal was allowed, whatever mitigation was being sought by the council in respect of those other AL sites. Is that right? If we're allowed, we wash our face. The issue as to what mitigation is appropriate for AL2, AL4, AL5, the rest of AL1 is still at large, isn't it?
it is still at large.
Good, thank you. That's helpful. And a couple of additional procedural questions. Coming up in June, we've got another exciting round in terms of appeals, not one that I'll be involved in, but involving the remainder of the allocation. Are you giving evidence at that allocation?
Yes,
You are, okay. So you were first instructed, I think, on this case in September of last year. Is that right?
no, that's not correct. It was November.
November.
I was first approached, and I was initially approached to do a review of the submitted transport-related information, the various responses from the different highway authorities, and to give a view whether I considered that there was a severe residual cumulative impact and whether members' decision had been reasonable or not. And it was only after that that I was instructed to act as
So
expert
you
witness.
reviewed, decided whether or not the member's decision concurred with your professional opinion. After that, you accepted. So it was, you accepted your instructions in November then?
Instructions to act as witness was December.
December. Okay, thank you. Thank you. When did you first go to site?
In terms of visiting the surrounding road network?
No, in terms of going to the site.
The site itself.
Well, going to the area of the site. I don't care about going onto the site. In order to familiarise yourself with the site for the purpose of this appeal. When did that first happen?
It would have been December.
December. One small point about road conditions, the inspector will see that there are significant roadworks on the A43. Those current roadworks and whatever the effects on the traffic are, is largely as a consequence of the works taking place on the relief road. Is that fair?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm sure the inspector's well familiar with this, but it's no suggestion that's the normal operation of the network.
No, I don't think that's been suggested at all.
No, not by you. So that's extremely helpful. Thank you. Good. You raised a number of criticisms about the stance of National Highways.
I do.
Have you had any contact with National Highways? Has your proof been sent to National Highways for their comments? Has the council sought to involve National Highways at this inquiry?
No.
No to all of those.
Yes.
Thank you. And plainly, you presumably have had interaction with the local highway authority, as in your client council.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I just go back to just one point in terms of the involvement of national highways?
Yes, sir.
Has the council sought national highways involvement? The letter that we were looking at before. So am I right in assuming that in response to the standard, it was the standard, an appeal has been lodged, blah, blah, blah. Do you want to make any comments? And that came in. So it wasn't solicited as such. It just, well, it was solicited to the extent that there was a consultation letter, but only in the same way as everybody else got a consultation letter.
Yeah, so that's core document 90.09.
Which we were looking at.
Yes, sir. So that wasn't specifically solicited by either party. It was National Highways have written in to help you.
Off their own volition, but in response to the appeal.
Yes, sir. Essentially advising the Secretary of State in whose shoes you stand. Whether they're comfortable or not is a different matter. And I don't know what size Angela Rayner's shoes are, but there we are. Okay, so what weight should the inspector give to the views of National Highways, specifically drawn to his attention within core document 90.09?
I think they are the highway authority. They do need to be given considerable weight.
Considerable, thank you. And whilst you disagree with the conclusions of National Highways, it's fair to say that National Highways conclusions will have been reached in the knowledge of relevant policy and also knowing that this year is 2025.
Yes.
Thank you. In terms of discussions that have taken place behind the scenes, very fairly you said to my learned friend at the end of examination in chief that you're not the person that would be aware of the background discussions. Don't criticise you for that at all. You've seen the rebuttal proof of evidence of Mr. Anderson though, haven't you?
I have.
And let me see if I can summarise a couple of points in relation to it. In terms of the approach that's been taken by my clients, some of the points that you have raised are points that my client has raised behind the scenes with National Highways. So, for example, the bottom of page 3 of his rebuttal back in July of 2023, he sets out an email trail, which on the top of page 4, you can see there was a request by Mr. Anderson saying, time's moved on a bit, should we push the opening year forward to 2027? Do you see that?
Sorry, where are you?
Top of page 4 of the rebuttal of Mr. Anderson, sir.
In the table.
In the table. So the table starts in relation to core document 80.13.
Yeah.
Appendix 2 of that. You have to look over the page to see what his summary is. He says, email train attachment shows the appellant specifically questioned the council, i.e. Malone Friend's client, on the appropriateness of a 2025 assessment given the significant planning delay that had been experienced. This included a suggestion to change the assessment years to 2027. Despite this, the council did not change their requirement for a 2025 assessment. This exchange demonstrates it's unreasonable for the council proof of evidence to now seek to criticise the appellant for undertaking a 2025 modelling assessment. Now, forget the last bit. That's a matter that the inspector will form its own view about. But you've come to this and said, we want to check, you should change your opening year and push it back to something that's more realistic. You're acting on behalf of council who had a request from my clients, their consultants, saying should we push the opening year back by a couple of years to a more realistic opening year. You see why it somewhat lies ill in the mouth of the council to be coming along to an inquiry and going, that's a real problem with the information that's been provided.
I can see the email trail. I can see that there was a suggestion that it was moved to 2027. What isn't in there is why the local highway authority concluded that they didn't feel that that was necessary. And my understanding is that's because there was 2031 modelling available at their request and in the scenarios agreed, and they felt that that would satisfy the requirements of looking beyond the 2025 year and if opening was later.
Well, is that what you've been told? Or is that your surmising?
That's my surmise.
We know the importance of the opening year because that's the basis upon which National Highways have formed their assessment. Presumably your clients would also be aware of the importance of the opening year. Is that
Yes.
fair inference?
Yeah.
And yet they come to this inquiry through you saying it's a bit odd to have a 2025 opening year, notwithstanding Mr. Anderson said, can we push it back a couple of years, and they took a different view. You see,
Yes.
it's a little odd, isn't it? One of many things about this case that's a bit odd in terms of the highways case. Let's look at another thing. Can you turn to page 32 of your evidence? Page 32. And you'll probably see the dents in Mr. Anderson's head as he's banged heads against walls on this case. 632, it's understood that a cumulative mitigation scheme was also put forward to WNC in an email from the appellant's transport consultants on the 14th of July 2023 that covered additional AIMSUN, that's the model that's being used to address the council's comments, and then explains all about what was being proposed and indeed shows a potential cumulative scheme that's there, essentially saying, without prejudice to what we say, this is what we think might be achievable. And this is essentially using some of the land from in front of the south bit of Bell Plantation and potentially using some of the land from the frontage of AL2 close to their frontage onto the Tove roundabout. That's a correct discussion in relation to that. Sorry, correct description, isn't it?
I don't think that's completely correct. Doesn't give the full picture. I don't think there was any modelling appended to back
No,
up.
I've not asked you about modelling
Okay.
yet. I've asked you about what the plan showed. It essentially showed land, it needed the consent of Bell Plantation southern bit because it would essentially require them to relocate their access, ironically, to the location where they're now proposing it in the appeal. But it also suggested there may be some land to take from AL2's frontage close to Tove roundabout. That's what essentially was being shown on that, wasn't it?
I don't think it was. I think it was all achievable within highway boundaries because it was, the capacity enhancements were extending the length of the flared approaches to the signals.
That's true, but it impacted upon, at the very least, the junction into Bell Plantation South, didn't it?
I don't know what the position of their junction was at the time that that was circulated, so I can't say if it did or it didn't.
Well, work on that assumption for the purpose of my question. Let's just assume the Bell Plantation South bit. In fact, we can see it in the core documents in due course. My clients put that suggestion forward, but it wasn't taken up by the council, was it?
It wasn't.
There was no request for modelling. There was no suggestion about taking it forward. National Highways weren't interested in taking it forward. Your client wasn't interested in taking it forward. And the suggestion that you therefore come to at the end of 6.31 on the preceding page, an alternative approach was mooted where one developer took the lead, this is by my clients, and others reimbursed the lead developer without the funding flow through WNC. WNC thought that was unworkable given the lack of cooperation and trust between different applicants. Notwithstanding that concern, there was nothing preventing the appellants from proposing a cumulative scheme of mitigation that developers of other sites may have chosen to support.
Yes.
So in terms of promoting a residual cumulative scheme, my clients have been the ones that have been the lone voice on this one, haven't they, thus far?
Yes, I think the key point on this, though, is at the time that that offer was made, National Highways was still maintaining their objection and requesting cumulative scenarios to be modelled in July 23. And I don't think that was done until December 23. And presumably the local planning authority was relying on them to draw the conclusions on that rather than...
And the context of all this is that AL3 was consented in the teeth of my clients saying you should be bringing forward a residual cumulative model, which you pointed out to my learner friend earlier on, back in 2021, 4 years ago.
Yes.
Agreed?
Yes.
So we've got an authority which was prepared to consent AL3 without a residual cumulative solution.
I think there was a cumulative assessment,
There was an
Carried out.
assessment under the preceding circular,
yes.
but the report's quite clear that they're looking at the solar's effect in relation to AL3.
Yes,
So we've got, that was granted based upon its effect on the highways. We've got my clients approaching with different solutions which are being rebuffed by the authority all the way through there. And we now come to the point where after quite a while of sitting there in the process or the inbox of the council, my clients eventually get fed up and say, let's appeal. Yes?
yes,
And they do so and face a reason for refusal which does not allege a failure to contribute to a cumulative scheme. Because there isn't a cumulative scheme, is there, as we
There-
sit here today?
there isn't a cumulative scheme.
In fact, amazingly, LPP2, the second part of the local plan, was adopted without a cumulative scheme. Agreed?
There were a number of highway improvement schemes identified in there. There wasn't one for the Tove roundabout. So agreed.
So nothing at the point of the adoption of the second local plan. The emerging local plan still doesn't have a residual cumulative scheme, does it?
I think it does.
Good, where's that?
So I think the emerging plan policy makes reference to the fact it should be read in conjunction with the emerging local transport plan. And the emerging local transport plan does identify the need for a mitigation strategy at
No,
Tove.
not identify the need for one, actually identify one.
It identifies a sum of money for mitigation. I don't know the details. I presume National Highways have been in consultation on that, but I don't know the details.
Okay. So there's a pot my clients could contribute to, but as you sit there now, you can't tell me how much your client would like from my client for your residual cumulative scheme, and
I
we don't
can't.
know what the scheme is we can contribute
I
to.
can't because that policy is emerging.
It's not a particularly satisfactory position, is it?
It isn't.
And it's certainly not a position of my client's making, is it? In the context of your paragraph 6.31, in fairness.
In fairness, I think it's potentially something that's been contributed to, but I don't think it is the end result of your client's behaviour solely. No.
Okay.
Can I just, if this is just a point of detail, but just so I don't forget it, AL3 and cumulative impact assessment and cumulative whatever that, I asked about that this morning. I've been to the committee report and see that the committee report that's included is a sort of addendum officer report.
Yeah, we spotted that over lunchtime, so it's not the proper committee report.
Yeah. Am I able to have the proper committee report? That would be helpful.
I'm sure we can add that to the.
Yeah, I don't need it this second, but I just remembered that just as you were talking, because you have obviously read the proper committee report, because you then said stuff that I was wondering.
Yes, when you get to it, so it's paragraph 8.25 of that report that discusses that.
Right. I mean, but I could presumably I can find it myself, but it's
You can.
easier better if it's submitted.
So let's have a look at what the cases that my clients are to meet within the reason for refusal at the top of page 9 of your proof. The allegation is page 9, sir. A severe residual cumulative impact on the SRN. So just pausing there. That is not alleging a solus impact, and it's not alleging an impact on the local highway network, is it?
No, it isn't.
Thank you. It's identifying that there is a specific reference, so the particular concern is to the future year's cumulative impact in 2031.
That's correct.
And in the context, as I understand it, we're to read into what cumulative impact means is in the context of development traffic coming forward in the context of existing, consented and allocated sites.
Yes.
So traffic from those three sources.
Yes.
So what's not alleged by this reason for refusal is that if National Highways are right to look at the 2025 information, come back to why that might or might not be right in due course. But if they're right to look at that, the reason for refusal doesn't allege that that evidence is a severe cumulative impact on the SRN, does it?
The 2025 modelling doesn't look at a cumulative scenario. There isn't one.
I'll put it more
Within
simply
that.
then. If it's right to look at the 2025 work, which feeds in all the traffic from all the AL sites and some of the traffic from the two sites in Silverstone and the SUE, the Sustainable Urban Extension, if it's right to look at that, the effect of this proposal does not give rise to a severe impact, does it?
It doesn't give rise to a severe impact on its own. No, that's
No.
clearly demonstrated.
Thank you. So the issues really, therefore, from that are how to treat the cumulative effect of development and how to treat traffic arising from the unconsented allocations in 2031. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Good, thank you. And the allegation is only in respect of the operation of the Tove roundabout, isn't it? Not the rest of the network.
No, it's the Tove roundabout.
Thank you. I'm very grateful for the fair way in which you put the issue of the vision-led approach, because this isn't a reason for refusal which alleges a sustainable transport issue.
It isn't.
And if the inspector considers the blue pencil clause should be exercised in favour of the contribution towards the cycle improvements, any point about vision-led falls away essentially.
Yes, I think I still maintain a position that the assessment wasn't vision-led, but I'm not suggesting at all that the application should have been refused for not being accessible by alternative modes than the private car.
That's all I need in terms of whether it was or wasn't vision-led. Mr. Anderson's an absolutely lovely fellow. I'm sure he'd love a pint and you can go and have a chat about it outside of the inquiry, but I don't need to really further with that. Let's think of other things that aren't being alleged. There is no allegation of safety concerns, are there?
No, I think my understanding is that National Highways have signed off the road safety audits of the schemes that are being provided.
There is no particularly identified highway scheme to mitigate effects that should have been delivered and hasn't been. And I do mean identified highway scheme.
No, I don't think so.
Thank you. And there is no allegation of a failure to contribute to an identified scheme in a proportionate way to deliver the local planning authority's objectives, is there?
No, because there isn't a scheme.
Because there isn't a scheme. So the sole issue is severe residual cumulative impact on the SRN on one junction in one scenario.
It's on one particular route in one scenario, yes.
Let's have a look at policy. Do you have to hand, and you please know I'm not going to take you through the detail of policy, that's for other people, but I do want to just let you have the policy in front of you before I ask you the question. The allocation policy in this case, which is AL1 in the local plan part 2. Which when you get to it is internal page 128 of 179 of core document 40.02.
Which page number again?
128. And it's a bit of the policy we've not looked at because it's criterion 5 at the bottom of page 128. And I think the issue between us is 5D. I just want your confirmation. A is access to the employment site from the A5. It will be. Access to the football site is achieved. Good accessibility to public transport, you're not arguing that's breached. E, provision of new footpaths and cycleways linked to networks. Again, you're not arguing. So it's just, I think, a transport assessment and travel plan will be required to assess the transportation implications of the proposed development and to identify appropriate mitigation measures. It's that you're relying upon, isn't it?
Yes, and I think one of the infrastructure policies as well, INF.
I'm going to take you to INF 1 in just a moment. But there's some interesting words that are used there. The transport implications of the proposed development is what the adopted policy invites you to consider. Do you see that?
Yes.
You are not alleging an adverse effect in terms of the transport implications of this development, are you? You're
No.
alleging it's If this comes forward and there hasn't been mitigation for the other AL sites, then there will be a cumulative effect, which is severe.
Yes.
Thank you.
And can I just clarify what you're, when you're asking that question and answering that question? Well, this refers to the proposed development, but talking about AL1, presumably in its
As a whole.
As a whole, were
Yes.
you asking about AL1 as a whole, or were you only asking about your own
I was
development? And
asking
were
about
you
the proposed development, this development,
this development?
because that's what's before us.
Yeah, and you answered as the proposed development.
I answered as the proposed development, not as the entirety of AL1, yes.
Right. Okay.
Page 83 of 179 next. Because this makes it even clearer. INF1, infrastructure delivery and funding. New development will be required to provide for the necessary infrastructure requirements, not affordable housing, arising from the proposal. That's self-evidently the proposal itself, and that sentence isn't breached, is it?
No,
Goes on, this will be delivered directly by the developer and or through an appropriate financial contribution. Then says, where appropriate, developers will be expected to collaborate on the provision of infrastructure needed to serve more than one site. I presume that's the bit that you seek to rely upon,
yes.
okay? How do developers collaborate when there isn't a scheme promoted by the public sector?
I would presume they would discuss with each other how to deal with it and come to an agreement on a scheme that they could deliver in a phased manner.
Yeah, you've seen, in fact, you even set out what the issues are in terms of the ability of developers here to collaborate when the authority has granted AL3 on a solus basis.
My understanding that there has been a failure to collaborate from all of the, between each other, from all of the
But my
applicants on
client
the
would
AL
love to
sites.
collaborate with someone. How do they do it when the public sector isn't promoting a scheme? How do you go about doing that?
I can only quote an example that I've got of one that I'm doing that on at the moment, where I've got a section 278 scheme and there's another application come forward and we're working jointly to deliver a combined improvement.
Yeah, where there is
and that's
collaboration.
because there was collaboration
Yeah.
between the two appellants.
But it takes two to collaborate, doesn't it?
It does take two.
And what if one won't collaborate?
Then it's a difficult position, and a local planning authority, all they can do is encourage applicants to collaborate. They can't force them.
So let's just think about the logic of this then. The real world logic of this. We have 4 allocations, all consistent with the employment side, part of AL1, the other part of AL1, I'm treating as separate here. All of them have been told, unless you contribute to a residual cumulative scheme to mitigate the effects at a positive future opening year, then you're all going to be refused because you're all going to give rise to a severe effect.
Yes.
So the way in which, on your thesis, this happens, the way in which this happens is each and every one of them has to come up with a scheme and drag the others kicking and screaming to the table.
Or one comes up with an overall scheme that then, in negotiation with, I think it's para 52 of the circular, that National Highways would deal with the proposer, the local planning authority, to take that scheme forward.
Great, like my clients did 2 years ago. And nothing taken up by the public sector.
No, I don't know what National Highways' response to was at that time. I know that the local planning authority at that time were reliant on National Highways because they were still objecting to the proposal.
See, here's another way. In the absence of there being a cumulative scheme, so in the absence of that, isn't the most obvious way forward to make every scheme that comes forward to ensure that its effect is to wash its own face on the network, as my clients are doing in this instance? Isn't that the way forward if there isn't a scheme being promoted by the public sector? Because then you would never get to the situation where there will be a severe cumulative effect as a result of the additional developments.
No, I don't agree that.
You want to explain to me the logic of that then?
Okay, so if AL2 comes forward with a small scheme of you know, a fraction of the size of the scheme that you're proposing, that adds less than a minute of additional delay to journey time after your scheme has been consented, and it gets refused and considered to be a severe impact, we'll just end up at an appeal where they say, well, it's not severe, this is our impact only.
No,
timing on
you're
its
dealing
own."
with your own thesis now, where there's incremental changes.
Yes,
Yeah, I'm not asking you that. What I'm suggesting to you is that, yes, of course, where there are incremental changes, everybody comes forward and say ours is only a little bit and therefore it's not severe. I get that point. There's some force in that point. If my clients were proposing that, there would be some force and some embarrassed
Yes.
faces behind the scenes. Isn't the answer for each of the allocations to come forward in the absence of that scheme, in the absence of one being promoted in a policy or by the public sector, to make sure there is a nil detriment scheme promoted by each and every one of the applications?
but policy doesn't require.
No, forget the policy. In the real world,
In the real world, if those could be forced to do that, I would agree that would be a solution. Unfortunately, anyone else that comes forward with a subsequent site is going to cite NPPF and say, we're not required to achieve a nil detriment
but
solution.
in this one, you've got the benefit. This inquiry will be finished on the 20th of March. The inspector is going to do his best to get the decision out in advance of that. If we're right,
In advance of the closure.
in advance of the
I've got
closing.
quite tempted to get.
There's a very famous story about a QC that was up for a speeding offence in front of the magistrates' court. They came out and fined him £1,000, and he stood and said, "Would you like to hear my mitigation now?" And then he stood there for 3 hours mitigating. No, my point is very simple. If we're right, in the absence of a residual cumulative scheme to show that things won't be awful in 2029, 2031, or whenever the opening year is, in the absence of that scheme, in the interim, then the solution is each and every scheme that comes forward doesn't make it worse, even incrementally. Then you won't end up with a severe effect at the end.
If that, yes, logically, if that could be achieved, I agree that would be a way of doing it. The concerns that I think I've got and everybody else has got is that the other schemes that come forward haven't got a requirement under policy to result in a nil detriment solution. That went in 2012
No.
when the NPPF came
No,
out.
forgive me, they have in this instance. Because in this instance, you've got INF1. You've got the last sentence of INF1. How does my client resolve INF1 in this case? Where appropriate, we're seeking to collaborate on the provision of infrastructure. Well, we've tried, it's not happened. You turn up in June and say to Bell Plantation Part 2, where's your effort to do this? And because you haven't produced such a thing, because you have set your face against that, I'm really sorry. Unless you can demonstrate that there isn't an incremental effect together with you and AL2 and AL4 and AL5 on the network, you need to be doing exactly the same as DHL have done. Because, can we agree, if you think about the logic of your case, the severe effect that arises in 2031 arises precisely from the contribution of those unconsented allocations, doesn't it?
Yes.
Let's see if we can just demonstrate that. Do you have my beautifully scribbled upon version of your rebuttal?
I do.
I'll say mine. Somebody's got my virtually scribbled upon, and the others have got Mr. Riley Smith scribbled upon. If you look at your table 4.1,
Yes.
so just to orientate ourselves, this is the model scenarios for 2031. Scenario A, do minimum. Let's just look what do minimum is for scenario A. That is growth, background growth that's going to happen anyway, and consented developments in 2031.
Yes.
The difference between that input in 2031 and the 2025 is that the 3 sites which I've identified, which are consented, and also AL3, have all gone in at 100%.
Yes.
At 2025, the 2 sites in Silverstone and the Toaster site have gone in at 60%. That's the difference there.
That's the difference on the consented sites. And then there would be the difference of traffic growth for the extra 6 years.
So that's an inevitable consequence if that's been modelled correctly. In
Yes.
2031, that should be what happens
that
if
will be the
nothing else
situation.
gets consented.
Yes.
B, do minimum cumulative. This is exactly the same, but you've added in the traffic from the unconsented sites and you've added in no mitigation.
Yes.
You, Mr. Anderson's done that.
Yes,
That's therefore a scenario which presupposes this appeal has been dismissed, DHL walk away and go and invest in a different part of the country, whatever. And this scheme never comes forward. But it also then presupposes that the other sites have been consented and built and haven't added any mitigation.
yes,
In other words, B posits an extreme case. Forgive me, your client would be lunatic on stilts to allow that to happen.
yes,
Yeah. So you've got an extreme case is scenario B. Scenario C is exactly the same as scenario A, but with the DHL scheme and the towed roundabout improvements. So it's exactly the same as A, but adding our scheme in.
yes. So it's assuming that none of the other unconsented AL sites come forward at all.
Correct. Nothing else happens in terms of the AL sites. It's just literally comparing what we know is going to happen with adding in our scheme in 2031.
Yes,
The effect of that is, in every instance, an improvement, as Mr. Anderson's evidence shows.
yes, I'm not disputing that.
No,
that
no,
on
this
your
is
own,
just
you
understanding where we're going.
You do not have a severe impact on your own.
Well, it's not just that, it's betterment, isn't it? Quite significantly.
Yes.
Yeah.
In some locations.
So, well, we'll have a look at that in just a moment if there's an issue.
No,
So
no,
if-
there's no issue.
Good. So if you compare, nothing gets consented on the other AL sites apart from this, and the towed roundabouts improvements come forward. From Mr. Anderson's evidence, we know it's actually better in 2031 than if this scheme isn't consented.
Yes,
It's like a step back in time. It's a nostalgic application. D is the same as B, but with this scheme in, isn't it?
yes,
So if you were looking at the directly comparable scenarios here, so comparing like with like, as it were, you'd be comparing C with A and you'd be comparing D with B as the
Yes.
directly comparable scenarios. And happily, we have the figures for D with B, don't we, in your table 4.2 and 4.3.
yes,
This requires a bit of a cold towel to be wrapped around the head of a poor hapless barrister that doesn't have the expertise of a highway consultant or a very experienced inspector. But the upshot of the penultimate column, which hopefully on your version should be labelled D versus B,
yes,
Mr. Anderson's case, is again significant improvements compared to scenario B. Let's just go through it. So delay times, seconds per
Can
kilometre.
you just stop a second? Can you just go back to B
Yes, sir.
and just explain how you described B?
Yes, sir.
again?
So B is background growth
Yeah,
together with the consented developments,
Yeah.
AL3 together with the three other consents, together with the AL sites, but without mitigation.
all the AL.
All the
sites.
AL
That includes your development.
No. So B doesn't include DHL.
So right. So this is where I misunderstood this when
So-
I read this originally.
Yeah.
So, when it said plus unconsented sites, I assume that included the DHL sites.
No, sir,
It doesn't include the
It
DHL
doesn't.
sites.
That's right, isn't it?
that's
Ms. Baker?
correct, yes.
So
Yeah.
A and B are
So it's
DHL have gone away
unconsented
with them.
sites,
Yes, sir.
excluding DHL sites.
Yes, sir.
Appeal sites.
So the difference is, if I can put it in a even more simplistic way, is A and B give us two different scenarios. One's got the AL sites on, one hasn't. And then C and D add in DHL.
Yeah, got that. Right, okay.
So
You might need to go back and do TBVA again, just to remind me.
I think it's confusing to a transport consultant, which is why I tried to summarise it within.
Yeah,
This is brilliant. I'm genuinely impressed by this. So I'm extremely happy. Had you only had the letters on, then it would have been perfect.
I'll know for next time.
The only thing to look at on table 4.2 and 4.3 is that the columns aren't A, B, C, D, they're A, C, B, D, which makes life really easy.
oh, yeah.
But don't worry about that.
Okay, anyway, yeah.
Because it's the end columns which matter. And the end
They're in a
columns,
different order.
yes. The penultimate column is Mr. Anderson's case, which is to compare, or one of Mr. Anderson's cases, which is to compare adding in DHL compared to a scenario where everything else has been consented without mitigation.
Yes,
So we get to 2031, AL2, AL4, AL5, and the rest of AL1 AL2 has been consented. The rest of AL1's been consented without mitigation.
theoretically, that would be the situation if that
Yeah,
happened, yes.
that's the lunacy on acid. Lunacy on stilts, not on acid.
And all right, no, it's all right. We're getting there. Yeah,
Okay. So just then looking what happens in that scenario, if the council are daft enough to do that, or the inspectorate are daft enough to allow that, if that happens, what happens if you then drop DHL in?
There are reductions in delays and in queues.
Yeah,
So-
reductions, but not just reductions. These are quite significant, aren't they? Let's have a look at the indices on the left-hand side. So the delay time in seconds per kilometre. So every kilometre within the network, I forget how many kilometres are in the network. It's about 20 kilometres. Yeah. So give or take 20 kilometres in the network. So for every kilometre in the network, it gives you an average of a 17-second saving. And then the next one, don't worry about it, density of vehicles per kilometre. That's how many vehicles there are at any given time. Flow's the next one. How many vehicles are actually flowing through this network? You've got 440 extra vehicles are able to be accommodated by the network in that scenario. The queue, in terms of vehicles overall, it's a reduction in queuing of 99 vehicles compared to the lunacy on stilts scenario. The mean virtual queue, that's how many are queuing outside the network because the AIMSOM model can't bring them into the model because of delay. That's actually reduced by 37. The increase in speed has been for every kilometre, there's an increase in just shy of 3 kilometres per hour. Travel time, seconds per kilometre has gone down. You can get through the network quicker. And virtual queue, again, you don't need to worry about that. It's actually quite a significant improvement, isn't it, against the lunacy on stilts scenario?
You are, I think, and I've already said this, you are more than washing your own face with your scheme.
Absolutely. Now-
I would,
Sorry.
in terms of impacts and so on, I think there's limited value, real world value in the model network statistics because they do provide an average across the entirety of the network. It's more, I think, more valid as to what people would be experiencing is the actual journey time changes on routes.
Coming to that. I can only do one at a time. Now that's looking at the AM peak.
Yes,
The PM peak, exactly the same, isn't it?
yes.
I'm going to come to the last column. I'm going to come back to that, so please don't think I'm ignoring it. If you turn over the page, we've got 4 tables. And the reason why we've got 4 tables is because the PM peak in this case that's modelled is 2 hours.
That's it.
So you've got an AM peak from 7:15 to 8:15, but the one that really counts is the 8:15 to 9:15 peak.
Yes, that's where
Which is the bottom table.
That's where the impact is.
And again, just to add some of the detail in relation to this, Route 1 and Route 2 are the northbound and southbound A43, aren't they?
Yes,
And Route 3 and Route 4 are the northbound and southbound A5, aren't they?
yes.
They're the ones that really matter in terms of the operation of this network.
Yes, they're the strategic network, yes.
Yeah. And again, so looking at table 4.5, AM peak, comparing if the council or the inspectorate allow consent for the other AL schemes without securing mitigation on the basis of its only
You
incremental.
keep on confusing me there because if the council allowed them, I can't allow those other ones because I'm not considering those. Am I?
No, forgive me, sir. I'm
You
saying
meaning
if they're consented
If
by
they're
someone.
consented, yeah,
Yeah.
because that kept on confusing me
I'm
slightly.
sorry, sir.
Yeah, if they were to be consented.
So if they were to be consented by somebody without mitigation on the basis that incrementally we're not making much of a difference. So forget about residual cumulative, forget about all this stuff Miss Baker's saying, doesn't much matter because we're fine. And you don't play the card that I've already suggested you should. Do what DHL do, wash your face. If that were to be the case, then you end up with the situation that we've got here in scenario B. That's what we're comparing.
Yes,
If you then drop DHL into that situation, then in the AM peak, but it's the same for all the 4 hours that are modelled, all the journey times go down with the exception of route 5 and 5B, where you've got about 10
There-
seconds incrementally.
there are small increases on the local network.
But they
under
give
those
rise to no concern.
The Highway Authority does not feel that those are severe cumulative impacts on their network.
I think you'd struggle if route 2 improves by 4 minutes and route 4 improves by 4 minutes as well, to
Yes,
say that an extra 10 seconds on route 5B would be severe. It's basically significantly better, isn't it?
yes, which is why the local Highway Authority did not conclude that they had a severe impact on their network.
Now, what your position is that's the wrong comparison.
That's correct.
You're saying that's the wrong comparison because what you should assess is not against the one which is directly comparable, i.e. that the AL sites have come forward anyway, but that you should add this scheme in and also add the AL schemes in and then compare that to the baseline situation, which is scenario A.
Yes, so you should consider the cumulative effects of all of the unallocated sites.
Right. Highway consultants love process, but I'm going to suggest to you, perhaps you've gone a little bit too far down the process route. In the real world,
Can I just be clear then on, because we've got 2 Ds, haven't we?
They're
Two
both the
diff-
same.
yeah, both
They're
these
both
are exactly the
the
same.
It's just they've been given different names in the different modelling reports, so I thought I would make it
Oh, right,
clear
yeah,
that they
yeah,
were
yeah,
identical.
so we haven't
Yeah.
got 2 Ds.
No, we haven't.
They're both the same.
They're the
yeah.
same.
So I understand why you've said, do you know what? We've got these other schemes which may be coming forward. I need to know what the effect of that is. What you have beautifully done by column D is to say the best solution would be a residual cumulative scheme, but we don't have one.
We don't.
What you have demonstrated by the final column is exactly what the card is that you should be playing in relation to the other AL sites, which is why you can't allow incremental consents to come forward unless they demonstrate nil detriment. Because what you've done by D is you're comparing D, i.e. all the allocations, as against simply the consented sites and temporal growth. So if you unlock this particular Gordian knot, unwrap this particular Gordian knot, I think Alexander chopped a sword through it, so he cheated. But if you unlock this particular Gordian knot, unwrap this particular Gordian knot by saying DHL's approach is the way to avoid it, which is don't make it worse. Not severe, but in these circumstances, don't make it worse because there isn't a residual cumulative scheme to address. Then why isn't that your solution on a case-by-case basis until the authorities get their act together and come up with a residual cumulative approach? Why isn't that the solution in the real world?
In the real world, because I fear we would end up in a situation where we're sitting at another inquiry with another applicant saying, I don't have a severe impact. I don't need to do any mitigation at all. I don't need to deal with nil detriment. That went out when the MPPF came in 2012. That was no longer our test.
To which your answer is, have a look at my table, the equivalent table to this. Have a look at what your residual cumulative effect is with the other ALs. And unless you can demonstrate that you solve your part of the problem, sorry, tough luck.
And the first policy test or a policy test will always be the MPPF.
Yes,
Have you got a residual
cumulative.
effect? If somebody hasn't come up with a cumulative scheme, right? If they have, well, that's fine, isn't it? If they haven't come up with a cumulative scheme, then the council can say, right, well, in which case nil detriment will do. That's understanding.
That's exactly the point, sir.
Yeah. So it's not as if going down that approach or adopting that approach would say bye-bye to a cumulative to somebody being required to put a cumulative scheme in, the council could still, National Highways could still require a cumulative scheme, but if they don't get one because of the practical difficulties, then nil detriment.
Yeah, the difficulty that I've got with that, and I'm gonna venture away from my transport planner's ivory tower and go into the real world.
Good, because that's where I am at the moment.
If AL2 came forward after this scheme, which is a much smaller site, much smaller quantum of development, much smaller level of impact, and has to devise a scheme that just washes its own face, I'm not convinced that it's got the ability to do that, because to get the improvement, scale of improvement that you would need would potentially result in, I think I've set it out, I think transport planning, great minds think alike, and both of us, I think, in our proof suggested that adding a left turn lane on the A5 would go a long way towards dealing with the cumulative impacts.
Correct.
If
Which
a
is
scheme of
which is in the power of Bell Plantation South.
it is within the power.
We're coming up in front of the inspectorate in June.
Yeah, it is in the power of Bell Plantation itself. But if the costs of delivering that scheme, which is obviously much greater than the one that you're doing for a much lower level of impact, were prohibitive and didn't make their scheme viable, then it would preclude that site coming forward.
Yeah, but let's think about that. They're not here objecting, are they? They were here on day one. Mr. Jones was sitting at the back as their planning consultant, listening very carefully to all of this. And they've got the opportunity to look at the evidence. They've even got the opportunity to log on and look at the recording.
They have.
They have got the opportunity to look at paragraph 116 of MPPF. Let's just cast our eyes over that. Because your position would be, in that context, you only refuse on the grounds of unacceptable impact on highway safety, not the issue, or residual cumulative impacts on the road network. Your point is you're adding to this situation, which these guys that came earlier on in the year avoided adding to because they've washed their own face and some. Following with or the residual cumulative impact following mitigation would be severe. And then these are the magic words, taking into account all reasonable future scenarios. The reasonable future scenario, if they don't propose mitigation, would be potentially that you dismiss the appeal because they haven't been able to wash their face, because in that instance, they couldn't demonstrate nil detriment. And that's why the word reasonable is really important in that paragraph. It may be that there are solutions. In fact, for that one, there is an obvious solution.
There is.
Because the works predominantly take place within the highway boundaries and they just need to move their access. But in the real world, if they don't come up with that, there isn't a reasonable alternative apart from the cumulative assessment that you can identify, which is underpinning your scenario D. But the paradox of all this, can we agree, is that in the event that you dismiss this appeal on the basis that we haven't got the residual cumulative effect, what happens next? How do we get to the residual cumulative scheme? Or do the allocations in this plan simply fall away?
No, I think I would assume that if this scheme is refused here, that it would incentivise everybody, including National Highways, to get around the table and actually come up with a cumulative scheme, and for them to agree a cost on it and for proportionate financial contributions towards its delivery to be secured via planning obligations.
Well, you say that. Can you look at the statement from National Highways from last December, please, which is core document 90.09? And it's Annex A of that document I need you to look at, please, which is from April of 2024.
Got it here.
So from Mr. Sheldon, whose bank always goes to this particular feast. Starts off on page 8 in terms of the recommendation.
Still struggling to secure the right.
Annex
document.
A.
Sorry, Annex 1, sir, I do apologise. Starts on page 7.
Right, and then there's an Annex A.
Then
of
there's an Annex A
1.
within it, yes, that's what's confused me.
Annex 1 then has an Annex A. doesn't it?
Yes,
So it is Annex A of,
it's Annex 1, but it's Annex A of Annex 1.
Yeah,
but
Annex
you get
A
the
of Annex
date by
1.
looking at Annex 1 to see where Annex A.
Yeah. yeah.
Got Annex A.
You should
So what is
find.
it? Just, what is this again? This is
So this is the consultation response from
response.
National Highways of the 8th of April,
Final
2024.
right. Okay. So
This is the
final
one that said-
response on the application.
Yes, so this is the one that says no objection in principle,
Yeah.
and lots of the words here are to be found in their statement in December.
Yeah.
Not quite a cut and paste, but it's not far off. But if you look at, I'm looking at page 13 of it, which is the one that's got the summary before the words update March 2024, and it's a page which starts, we note that there is the potential for.
Yes.
Summary.
The summary is about 2 inches down the page, sir.
There's a heading, is there?
No, it's not a heading, sir.
Just as in summary.
No, it says the word summary, which is bold and underlined, then the words update March 2024, but the top of the page has
I've
the
got
words.
update February 2023.
You may have gone too far, sir.
It's the third page of Annex A.
Update 2023.
So a little earlier in the document, sir.
Update May 2023. Update. I've gone too far. All right. Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, so this is the one that says, we note that there is the potential for future cumulative impacts. You see that? Do you have that, Ms. Baker?
Yes.
And then it talks about, we note the potential for future cumulative impacts. The totality of the AL allocated sites at the end of the plan period, ... National Highways recognise the mitigation proposed by the applicant will be effective in mitigating the impacts of this proposal. However, it's unlikely to accommodate the impacts of the other AL allocated sites in their entirety. That's the point we agreed earlier, that
Yes.
it's the fault of, bizarrely, the fault of schemes which aren't yet consented, which gives rise to the severe effect that you've drawn attention to. We would concur with the council that it would be preferable to have a strategic mitigation to support all the AL sites, and consider in order to progress this approach, it's necessary to ensure a jointly agreed approach between our authorities is adopted through policy. We welcome further working with your council on this approach. Those last words are also in the back of the statement from December.
Yes.
So this is from last April. We're now about to be in March. What further working's taking place to create this residual cumulative model that we can see in the last year?
On the policy side, I'm
Yeah.
presuming that there has been work undertaken for the emerging local
Well,
transport
again,
plan.
if you don't know, please let me know.
I don't know for certain, but I do know that the emerging local transport plan identifies the need for improvement in this location, and there is.
So you said the local transport plan. You do mean the local transport
It's
plan?
the emerging local transport plan
Transport plan.
that
Not,
is referenced in the emerging local plan.
right. Okay.
Yeah,
There is a table at the back of that that identifies infrastructure schemes that will be required, and in that table, tow roundabout is identified. I can dig it out and we can provide it to
but
you.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt that Tove Roundabout's
I
been
think we've been here
identified.
before, isn't it? But there is no.
There is no
sort of
scheme.
There's just a title that it would need work.
I
we don't know
I
whether
don't
it's a
think it's
scheme.
supported by, I don't know if
We
it's
don't know,
supported by a
yeah.
drawing or a specific scheme. It's identified and there is a sum of money put against it for the likely cost of an improvement scheme in that location. And I can't tell you if that has been produced in conjunction with National Highways or not. I can find out.
Yeah, 1 to 5 million apparently is in there.
Yes.
But in any event, we don't know what it's a £1 to £5 million for. And you're not coming to this inquiry saying, would you mind contributing £750,000 to the scheme?
We're not.
What you're actually coming to the inquiry for is saying, would you mind dismissing the appeal and then go away and don't worry, somebody will come up with a plan at some point in the future.
Or wait until this plan has emerged fully so that there is a scheme. I can understand why you wouldn't want to do that.
We're already in the plan.
Yeah.
A plan that the planners will tell us next week is an up-to-date plan where there's an imperative to bring forward economic development in this country because we're in a mess. So the solution is dismiss the appeal because there isn't a scheme, but fingers crossed that the working that was promised last April between National Highways and West Northants Council will come forward with a scheme at some unknown future point. And until then, each and every one of the up-to-date allocations within this particular district should get rejected. It's not very satisfactory, is it?
I suppose the alternative that you're proposing is that the planning authority keeps its fingers crossed that when the next site comes to appeal, the inspector agrees with the strategy that they need to achieve a nil detriment solution and requires that of them, and doesn't say you don't have a severe residual impact on your own, go away and
Or that the inspector, if he allows the appeal on that basis in this appeal, that we are not worsening the situation, we're actually making it better in all future scenarios, unless you assume all the AL sites come forward without mitigation. So if the inspector allows this appeal on that basis, he's not prejudicing anything, and he's actually telling future decision makers, this is how you can avoid it, absent a scheme. Why isn't that a real world solution?
it doesn't give certainty. And there, as I said, there remains the risk that if they can't come up with a cost-effective scheme to deal with their small section of the impact, that their site can't be developed.
Yeah.
It doesn't give certainty, but this approach gives certainty that no development will ever happen. Because
I would hope this approach would encourage people to go away and say, here's the cumulative solution, local planning authorities, national highways, because particularly national highways, because you're the one that can deliver it.
But national highways, they're not here, so they've got to speak for themselves, but national highways would probably prefer that there was no development here at all, because then it doesn't have to worry about it.
They don't seem to have taken that view because they've not objected.
But their I'm not saying that they don't think, well, we've got this development, we haven't got a reason to refuse it because we've got national policy, but they probably think, actually, we've got nothing to gain out of this development. We don't gain out of this development, although potentially under this particular scheme, they would gain out of this particular development. But we've got nothing to gain out of all this development. All it does is put more traffic onto our road.
Yes,
So where's their incentive to?
Apart from within Circular 122,
Encourages them to.
It says that they have to, because they can't be thwarting the development on allocated sites. They should
Which they didn't do.
No, they're not thwarting the development on this allocated site, but they are tolerating, in my view, what will be a severe cumulative impact, which is again against their circular and against the national planning policy framework.
Look at paragraph 53 of Circular 1 of 2022, please. Paragraph 53. Quite why this refers to the company, I have no idea, but
It's most important they are a company.
They are a company.
They are.
but it's really there's a real lack of clarity in how this has been drafted, but there we are. So by the company, we mean National Highways, just in case they change their name again. But 53 says, as a result of investigations undertaken by National Highways, developer, promoter and or local highway authority, it may become apparent that a different form of intervention will be better address cumulative development impacts than the option already identified through the plan making process. The expectation for this whole circular is that this has all been sorted out at plan making stage, which in this case hasn't happened, has it?
No, at plan making stage, my understanding was that the modelling wasn't completed and the National Highways response to the local plan part 2 was to say that each site needs to do a transport assessment that looks at dealing with the impacts.
You said something very interesting in your examination in chief, which was National Highways' expectation was therefore that this was all going to get sorted out at the development management stage. But the consequence of what the case that you're running is this should all now get deferred until some future time when some future iteration of the plan making process and or LTP comes up with a scheme.
or an application comes back in on this site that includes a scheme that deals with the cumulative impact. So there isn't a severe impact, and National Highways can take that away and give you a phasing delivery strategy as they require under paragraph 52.
And paragraphs 29 and 33 of NPPF also say this is the sort of thing that should be sorted out at plan making stage, don't they?
Oh.
Capacity enhancements in the SRM, which are necessary to deliver strategic growth, should be identified as part of the plan making process, as it provides the best opportunity to consider the cumulative impacts of development. Paragraph 29 of NPPF, not done in this case. So we're bringing a sticking plaster to this particular wound. You follow the argument?
Yes, I follow the argument.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
And as as somebody who has done a large number of local plan examinations, I well know that these things then get discussed at local plan examinations. And I suppose this is a question to you, given that you said, oh well, the next round of the local plan will hopefully sort this. These are things that are, if we think this is difficult, get to local plan examinations where this is all donkey's years in the future. It's just a basic allocation. You've no idea what the development is. You don't know when it's going to come forward in a 15 or 20-year plan period. It is a principle of a development. That's why then it gets frequently said, right, ultimately this will have to be a matter for planning application stage. And does that not just happen again? Because it's not only the next round of the local plan won't just be these, it'll then be other sites around the town. Maybe Toaster needs to grow further, blah, blah, blah. Then there's huge amounts of uncertainty about when they'll come forward if.
I wouldn't suggest that it needed to wait for the new local plan to be adopted. What I've suggested is that there are two ways of doing it. The appellant in this case could say, National Highways, here's a scheme that solves the problem for everybody. We're going to do this bit. You agree that the rest of it is required and is a requirement on the other sites. And if there's a cost difference that means that it doesn't preclude development on one of the smaller sites, you may need to provide a financial contribution as well.
You highways, National Highways?
National Highways, yes, would say that. No, the appellant would need to potentially make a financial contribution.
So let's just think that through. I mean, let's just genuinely think that
Yeah.
proposition through. My clients turn up to this inquiry going, we've got a scheme. The scheme requires third-party land. It will deliver a solution for everybody if everybody contributes. But we need a bit of land from AL2 on the opposite side of the road. And here you go. And the inspector imposes a condition saying you can't occupy until such time as this fantastic scheme comes forward. My clients are then essentially ransomed by AL2, aren't they?
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest that an inspector would conclude that. Your interim scheme would have to be deliverable within highways, which is your interim scheme.
Which is what we're doing.
Yeah, exactly. But it's just the cost differential of a site that's the largest application, the largest remaining site, having the greatest impact on its own merits, may need to fund more of the cumulative mitigation than just that scheme on its own merits.
However, you've got no evidence on that basis.
We haven't.
If you were here with a scheme saying, do you know what, you may demonstrate net benefit by comparing scenario D with scenario B in 2031, but in reality, this is you ducking out of not paying an extra, I don't know, £250,000 for some more works on the A5 or £1 million to tow roundabout, whatever it might be. If you had such a scheme and there was an argument there may be some force behind what you say, but there is no evidential basis for that supposition, is there?
There is no scheme.
And the conclusion that you reach is therefore dismiss the appeal on the basis of a hope for some future scheme to solve it. In other words, it's a request to unplan rather than plan, isn't it?
It's a request to go away and come up with a cumulative scheme that National Highways can require all of the sites to deliver jointly.
You wouldn't believe how many requests I get to go away. So I've got opening year to do. I think that's the only substantive issue I've got left, which I can probably do in about 15 minutes. I don't know whether that's acceptable to everybody in the room.
Is that to conclude?
Potentially, I just need to check my notes through.
I suppose, yes. I mean, then there'd be re-examination, but
Yeah,
I mean,
it should
if
be
it-
in.
I mean, if it's such a short period left, then I think it makes.
Yeah, it makes sense. If you've only got
to-
15 minutes, it makes sense to get it done because you might just think of more by tomorrow.
By tomorrow,
No, if we,
I'm in a
if,
family event in Italy tomorrow, sir.
oh, it's not, well, by whenever it is.
I was
Yeah,
gonna
no,
say,
because
I'm-
also,
I'm happy to come back tomorrow and do re-examination to get it all out of the way. but
yeah, no, sorry.
You've got a site visit to do.
That's only because somebody else can't be here. I can't remember. Don't blame me, Gov.
Shall I get on with it, sir?
Sorry?
Shall I get on?
Yeah, just, you're happy to
Yes.
continue
yes,
on
I'd,
then, yeah,
I'd be happy to continue on and get the whole thing done.
well, that's unfortunately not going to happen, but you're happy to finish,
I am.
cross-examination.
Okay, good. 2025 opening year. You have a point. This isn't going to get built by the end of 2025. My witness's evidence is it's going to start in 2026 if the appeal is allowed, complete in 2029. Let's think why we do opening years. We do it to assess at a given point in time, which is inevitably arbitrary, based upon judgment, that the effect on the highway network is likely to be whatever it's going to be, and then form a judgment. Agreed?
Yes,
And the way in which the circular operates is not to expect all consented sites to be delivering to 100%. You've got to form a view as to what's likely to be happening by that opening year. Agreed? Hence the reason why your clients agreed 60% for 2025
I
for the
just
three
need to
consents.
double check that footnote because I think,
Footnote 21?
yeah, just give me a moment to double check it.
Page 18 of 18 of the core documents. This is another piece of terrible prose, by the way.
It is, it's awful.
Somebody who writes this in DFT doesn't understand the use of commas.
And include the full amount of development to be built.
Yeah, from the development proposals. It's a subordinate sentence, if you read it properly.
Yeah,
Where development proposals are consistent with an up-to-date local plan or strategy, we are, so we can ignore the words in parentheses, comma, this should include ... and include the full amount of development to be built. So it's telling you for the development process, you include all of it in the opening year, even if it's not going to be built out for a period of time. But it also tells you should include relevant development that is consented or allocated where there's a reasonable degree of certainty it will proceed in the next 3 years.
yeah, it was just the point there about the full amount of development to be built and what they meant by that.
Yeah, you can't get away with just doing, we're opening in 2026 and therefore that's all we have to assess.
Yeah,
You have to assess the full amounts of the development, otherwise it would be balmy.
but the 2025 scenario doesn't assess.
No, no, forget about that. I'm
Yeah,
just looking
right.
at the footnote. Relevant development and that which will proceed within 3 years requires a couple of judgments, doesn't it? It
Does.
requires you to see what is going to be relevant, and that for large sites, huge sites like the Toaster Southeast Urban Extension, requires you to form a judgment as to how much is going to contribute to the highway network by that point. And your clients concluded back in 2023 that by 2025, 60% of it will be built out.
Think in the agreed scenarios, there were, I think in the later consultation responses from WNC, there were concerns about it not considering the full amount, but I'm not going to debate that those scenarios were agreed.
Okay. And it also includes, I'll come back to it in just a second, and you've also got to identify whether or not things are going to start in the next 3 years.
Yes,
In this case, what has been modelled as set out within Mr. Anderson's proof of evidence for the 2025 opening year has been 2021 background flows growthed up using Tempro to 2025 plus all the AL sites, plus a proportion, 60% of the 3 allocations.
Yes.
You get that from, because my notes have got, the consent. Give me, it's the landscape pages. Can you just find that for me, son?
There's
Give you the reference in
table.
just a moment. Now, what Mr. Anderson provides within his evidence is not only that we tried to push back the start date to 2027 2 years ago, but also provides evidence at his pages 51 onwards to show what's actually happening in relation to those development proposals, both the AL proposals and also the consents. Do you have that?
I do.
And I think with one exception, which is the Silverstone Circuits Limited Scheme at Silverstone. So with that one exception, which is on page 52, everything else is well behind. So the Aston Martin scheme is unchanged. But save for that, everything else is well behind, isn't it?
It's, yes, at this point in time, they're behind.
Yeah. And however much one might want to be optimistic about delivering housing growth within an area which needs it, you're not going to build out all the SUE by 2029, are you? Because it doesn't even say that within the plan. It says 1,000 units come forward at the end of the plan period, after the end of the plan period.
No.
Have you provided any evidence to suggest that Mr. Anderson's assessment in relation to these pages is wrong?
No.
Or is it a proper basis for assessment?
I haven't provided anything to query the level of build out of these sites.
What we do know is not a single one of the AL sites has delivered a single job so far, has it?
No, not yet.
Not a brick has been laid, not a pour has occurred.
No, I understand there's reserve matters in on AL3, but it hasn't.
And we know
started.
from what SDN have said how controversial it is.
Yes.
So we know that the assumptions that you're going to get all of this, 100% of the AL schemes and also 60% of the other consented schemes by 2025 just isn't going to happen, is it?
No.
So what Mr. Anderson has said is, bearing you've got such a huge delay in relation to these, it's not unreasonable to use this as a proxy for what is really going to happen in the opening years, because what you're doing this for is to see what the effect is going to be when this scheme actually opens. It's the obverse of your assessment of looking for a proxy. That's a fair approach, isn't it, given this pretty catastrophic failure of delivery locally?
No, because it misses out the intermediate traffic growth.
Well, that's trivial by comparison to this, isn't it? Adding on Tempro for the next 3 or 4 years compared to adding on there's 1,000 units being built at the SUE, so another 1,000 within the next couple of years. The whole of the allocations coming forward apart from this one. You see what I'm really putting to you is...
Yeah, I see what you're getting at, but I don't agree the premise that those sites are going to come forward. They're going to be there at some point. So even if it's 2034, 2035, I'm not suggesting you should push the assessment year out, because as you say, growth itself is going to be trivial. But at some point, because those are consented, that traffic's going to hit the network. And that's going to be the situation that residents experience in the future.
But that's the point of the new circular. You may not agree with the new circular. Maybe you should assess, as we used to, what the position will be 10 years out from the date of the assessment. But the new circular doesn't tell you to do that. It tells you pick an opening year and assess at the opening year, and then assess what the relevant development is. That's how the Secretary of State has told us that we've got to use our precious resources of road space. If it's right that these haven't come forward, and it's right, therefore, that growth doesn't make much of a difference, why isn't what National Highways have done and what Mr. Anderson has done, why isn't that a sensible proxy to say, do you know what, the 2025 assessment is a reasonable proxy for what is the real opening year here?
Because in my view, the requirements of that footnote 21 is that you should be including the full amount of development to be built.
And let's think about what you're saying there. So for the opening year, you're treating as the ALs as the commitments, aren't you?
I'm treating the consented schemes as commitments.
Yeah, and the ALs, because we assume 100%
Yes.
for them.
Yes,
So you're saying for the opening year, you assume the ALs are commitments?
no, my position on the assessments is that the baseline for the opening year should include, so the due minimum for the opening year should include the consented schemes only, not the AL sites. The AL sites that are unconsented should only be looked at in terms of their cumulative effects.
Hold on, go back to footnote 21.
Yep,
Where development are proposals are consistent with an up-to-date plan or strategy, this should include all relevant development that's consented or allocated, whereas a reasonable degree of certainty it will be proceeded within the next 3 years and include the full amount of development to be built. That's a footnote to paragraph 50, isn't
50
it?
it is, yep.
Which tells us, where is it? Sorry, footnote 49, sorry, paragraph 49, where it's a footnote to the words committed developments.
It is.
See that? So
It
that's
is.
telling us that committed developments equals consented and allocations.
It is.
So are you saying that National Highways have got it wrong by including allocations?
No, I'm not saying that they shouldn't be included in the assessment, but if you refer back to earlier paragraphs in this, and give me a moment to find the relevant one. It's the previous one, actually, 49, and it's the third sentence. The scenarios to be assessed,
Sorry, which
paragraph 49.
49?
Oh, that's the one I've taken you to.
Oh,
'cause
that's
the
what we're
one-
in,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. The scenarios to be assessed, which dependent upon the development and local circumstance may include sensitivity testing, should be agreed with the company. So my position is that yes, you include committed development and the AL site, but that's why National Highways and the local highway authority required that to be tested separately to have their do cumulative, I think the scenario was. It's just,
Yeah, I
so
get
it's
that.
not in the baseline.
Sorry. The way in which the 2025 assessment, the opening year assessment treats allocations is to treat them as commitments. That's consistent with paragraph 49, isn't it?
Yes.
Why would you treat them in a different way on the 2031 assessment?
In order to determine what your cumulative impact is in your opening year.
So that's just words. Why in the real world are you treating it? If you use them as commitments in 2025, i.e. that's the baseline against which I'm dropping my development, the scenario B, if you will, from
Yes.
2031, why would you not do that in the same way at 2031, other than just to work out what the figures are?
It's the scenario in this circumstance that you need to run to be able to determine what the residual cumulative impact of those unconsented sites are.
What it's revealed is that the cause of the problem in 2031 is the other unconsented allocations where mitigation's still at large.
The cause is all of the allocation sites together.
Correct.
Yours is the first to come forward.
No, it isn't. It's the second. AL3's come
Sorry,
forward.
the second to come forward. The first to come forward recently. That has put forward a strategy that washes its own face, which, and we'll go back to our earlier discussions, I don't believe is the correct test for the
Well,
acceptability of the proposals.
And we can make submissions about that,
I
but
think
you're
because this is
treating.
just now going back to
Going
the
round in
questions
circles. It is.
where I started about 12 days
Yeah,
ago.
I'm looking for, if I may, a logical reason why your 2031 assessment would treat the allocations in a different way when you're modelling what the effects of the proposal are from the 2025 assessment, because that's what you're advocating.
Yeah.
This is a Schrodinger's commitment. Sometimes it is, and sometimes it isn't a commitment.
No, I mean, in all honesty, in my view, I feel that the 2025 assessments should have included a cumulative scenario, but they didn't. And I think I say that within my evidence, in my view, that to me, it was a missing element of the proposals.
So it shouldn't, so the allocation shouldn't be a commitment in 2025. So it's even better than National Highways assessed as being
No,
acceptable.
it should be included in the scenarios tested. So there should be At the moment, the only baseline that we've got in 2025 to assess against, what
Okay.
the cumulative impact is, includes the AL sites. So you can't separately see. So in 2031, we can see that the combined effect of all of the sites would result in a 5.5-minute additional journey time. We don't have that comparison at 2025 because those scenarios were not run.
I understand that point, but it's to what purpose? In other words, to what purpose are you finding that information out? Because it's
In order-
beautifully revealed that the AL sites are the problem, that are the unconsented ones that aren't washing their face or doing anything in 2031.
In order to determine what the cumulative impact would be in 2025.
But I started off with the government circular, which identifies commitments includes unconsented allocations.
It does.
And I asked you the question logically, if commitments include consented allocations in 2025, it should include unconsented allocations in 2031, surely. If that's a proxy for opening year, which was where you came in on the 2031 assessment.
Yeah, I mean, they should be included, but not in a cumulative assessment of the effects of those.
But this
sites.
goes back to the original,
it does.
what I asked you originally, however many hours ago, where I said,
Week.
well, if, sorry?
Weeks it feels.
Well, I'm sure it probably feels like years to you. Where I asked if the whole debate over whether it should be 2025, 2029, which you say
Yeah.
is what you think it realistically is, or 2030.
I think that's what the appellant realistically thinks.
Yeah,
it will
2027, which the appellant
offered up. Yep.
suggested 2029 or 2031. You said to me, well, actually, in the end, you're happy that 2031
Yeah, I am.
is the figures. So
So I'm happy with 2031, but I'm going back to what the difference is between us in that the assessments and the impacts that I feel we should be comparing, and going back to these tables that Mr. Tucker's kindly numbered. My consideration is that in table 4.5, that final column is representative of the cumulative impact, and that's the baseline you should be assessing the residual cumulative impact against, not the baseline that includes those sites.
But
That's-
your problem, I'm sorry, I didn't want to talk over you. Your problem is with that is you have told me already that paragraph 49, when it refers to commitments, includes allocations. That's your base against which you are dropping the development. And if we use the 2031 as a proxy for an opening year, then you should be applying paragraph 49 in just the same way. And if you treat allocations as commitments, they fall into scenario B, where you've got temporary growth, consented developments and unconsented AL sites excluding DHL, not A. You're using the wrong comparator to judge severe effects. If you are using 2031 as the proxy, you follow the point, Ms. Baker.
I understand the point that you're making. I don't agree with the conclusion you draw from what you were saying.
Good. Explain to me why I'm wrong.
Because, so 49 says alongside any additional trips from committed developments. Doesn't specifically anywhere in there say your baseline has to be everything that's coming forward in a local plan that's unconsented. It says that the scenarios to be assessed will depend on the development and local circumstances. So, and may include sensitivity testing. So in my view, National Highways in their response, in one of their earlier responses, set out the agreed scenarios that should be tested. And they felt at that time that it was necessary to do those tests without the unconsented NH sites in the baseline.
But that's not the basis upon which they've formed their conclusion. They've formed their conclusion on the basis of the most recent AIM-SUN test, which has gone through God knows how many iterations, which includes the allocations at 2025. And if their commitments at 2025, and you're saying use 2031 as the proxy, then the logic of the position is that their commitments at 2031, surely.
Yeah, they are.
And if they're commitments at 2031, then the comparison against which you assess the proposals is scenario B, not scenario A, logically.
No, I don't agree.
Explain to me a logical reason why I'm wrong.
Because the test that you're required to meet under the NPPF and paragraph 51 is that you need to demonstrate that you don't have a severe residual cumulative impact, and you can only do that test by treating the unconsented sites separately from the baseline. You can only identify, as this is identified here, what the residual impact would, residual cumulative impact would be.
And the magic words you've missed out are all reasonable scenarios, and we're looking at the nonsense on stilts scenario, but I'll make submissions about it, Ms Baker.
Again, I don't
Anything else?
agree with the nonsense on stilts.
I think you agree with nonsense on acid at one point, but we'll,
But I
the
think,
inspector will have a record. Only teasing. Thank you very much, sir. I've got nothing else.
Okay, thank you very much. How much re-examination is there? Would you rather do it now? Yeah, I imagine you'd rather do it now. When I said there was no chance before, I indicated no chance. I was having it in my mind that Mr. Steadman Jones was going to, but obviously he isn't going to be cross-examining. So if everybody's happy, let's just go in, and then it leaves you. Otherwise, you're impaired of the whole weekend.
I get a worry-free weekend.
Yeah.
Well, it also means my learned friend can then take instructions.
Sorry.
It also means my learned friend can then take instructions from the week, from the.
Yeah, it does,
witness,
and
which is a
yeah,
real
and all
plus.
that. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Okay. Oh, I should have just said I haven't got any further questions, but I've asked you quite a lot already, so thank you very much.
I think there was one question earlier that I couldn't find a reference for that I found, and it was CD 25.01 para 3.3, which was where the appellant had identified that there was a severe residual cumulative impact.
All right. Okay. Thanks.
CD 25
0.01
para.
3.3.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. So, Ms. Baker, just want to just pick up this last point that has gone round in circles. And Mr. Tucker is asking you, what is the difference? He's gone to 2025. He's looked at the circular. He's taken you to the footnote. And he's really asking you, well, what is the difference between what you're putting in that package as compared to 2031? And he says it should be the same. What is your point in your own words?
The point that I'm making is that the NPPF test, and the reason for refusal is that there is a severe residual cumulative impact. So it's the impact not just of this site, but the cumulative impact of the other sites.
Right. And just stopping you there, his point is that, well, you're already putting the other AAL sites in the package at that earlier stage,
Yes.
because of the footnote. So how do you then find out the cumulative?
You can't, because they're already there.
Right.
So all you can find out from that assessment is the actual impact of this site on its own,
Right.
which we've agreed is not severe. The issue is the effect of all of those sites that going to a real world scenario again, if all of those sites manage to get together and sort out their planning to a point that they get consented in the next 12 months or so,
Yeah.
start on site at a reasonable time, the traffic from those sites is likely to hit the road network at the same time.
Right. Okay, thank you. And now just going to your tables, can you, again, in the real world, it was put to you that, well, we're washing our own face, which you accept that
Yes.
they are.
Yes.
And Mr. Tucker took you through some of these columns and was explaining that there are some benefits. And again, you accept that there are some benefits. But I think what's important is just if you could just clarify, in the light of all of that, where do you get to from your columns here to say to the inspector, well, that's all fine, but without a solution, such as the one that you've been referring to, the scheme would give rise to these severe cumulative residual impacts. First of all, if you could just point out how that arises, notwithstanding the points that you've agreed in your evidence. Do you follow me?
I do. So it's table 4.5.
Yeah.
And it's the final column in table 4.5, which shows the effects, the combined effects of all of the unconsented AL sites on those journey times.
So the 337, the one, well, the 337 is most concerned, but the 128, well, all those pluses, yeah,
Exactly.
even the +1.
And that's
in
the information that was the underpinning of National Highways saying this scheme doesn't, this improvement
Yeah.
scheme doesn't deal with all of those. That's the information that was presented to members
The
in
committee.
the
yes.
committee report, and that's why the committee looked at
Yes.
that and said, we're consenting a scheme when we
Yes.
know that there's a residual cumulative impact that's, you know,
Yes.
severe, and at least significant, if not severe, in my mind, severe, and also in the minds of National Highways in earlier responses. How can we consent a scheme that does that when that isn't consistent with the NPPF requirements? I mean, it seems perfectly reasonable that they would have reached that conclusion to me.
All right. And then you've given your evidence about the Cheltenham decision, and that's not come up anyway in cross-examination. Now, the next point that I wanted to ask you is this, that Mr. Tucker's solution, which was, well, we're washing our own face, deal with these other issues in the future through some mechanism whereby you can require these other schemes to come forward. And you gave an answer that, well, some schemes, it just won't be viable for them to do so. Can you just elaborate that a little bit? In the real world, how would this play out?
So in the real world, on this site, the rest of AL1 comes forward. I'm not sure at the moment, because I've only just been instructed on that, what the quantum of development and their traffic generation is, but it's considerably lower than it is for this scheme. It's much smaller. To get the step change in improvement that they might need at that stage, they may need to add an additional lane, left-turn lane, as identified by both of us, to deal with the cumulative effects. They control the land to do that, and that's great. They can deliver it, but that's quite a significant highway works that may, at that stage, not be affordable or viable for that site to deliver. And therefore it may never come forward. And in the appellant, in this case, I'm sure they don't care if it doesn't come forward or not, but it is an allocated site, and it should come forward, and there should be a mechanism in conditions or obligations at this stage that ensures that all sites can come forward with an appropriate mitigation strategy.
Yeah. Okay.
But how does that, sorry,
No,
and
no,
I'll
go
let
ahead,
you,
go ahead.
I'll let you re-examine the re-examination.
Of course.
How does that, if there was an agreed strategy, right, already,
Yep.
and it was all set out, and it was all worked out that each AL1 would pay this much, AL, you know, that was all worked out what proportion of this total amount everybody would pay,
Yep.
right? When it gets to planning application stage, one suddenly says, well, actually, that's not deliverable, that's not affordable on my site. What's the difference?
So you deal with it proportionally, wouldn't you, on the basis of trip generation? And that's done commonly across lots of sites where you have a cumulative scheme identified in an infrastructure delivery plan. You look at the proportionate impact of each of the schemes,
So
and they fund it based on their proportionate impact.
So you're arguing, you see, the problem here is and we're getting this longer and longer, I know, but you're arguing that, and like Mr. Wynne from the post office inquiry, it's past 4:30, so I'm tired now. And lose my focus. But
You really did watch that, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
I have watched it. I have watched some of it.
Where you're arguing that with AL1, if AL1 came forward and said this needed this widening of the roundabout,
Additional left-turn lane.
yeah, and it couldn't afford
The works to deliver it.
that would be delivering. If that came, that's coming forward at appeal fairly soon. And if that comes forward and says, we don't know what it's going to say, but if that came forward and said, right, well, your additional, right, over and above, assuming this scheme was already approved, over and above they would already be getting the betterment of this scheme anyway, wouldn't they? Because this scheme's providing betterment.
They would.
So they would be getting that advantage. Are you saying that the cost of that scheme
Could potentially be equivalent to the cost of this scheme, because if you're adding an extra lane and you're doing the 278 works again, I mean, I don't know what the cost implications are. When you're widening further, there's additional potential utilities costs, there's all the traffic management again. That's why doing it as a joined up solution is a better option.
Are you, so is the point that doing a scheme in dribs and drabs and adding here and adding there will be more expensive than just having a single scheme?
It's partly that, but it's also partly that you can't provide a quarter of a left turn lane or half of a left turn lane. You've got to build the whole
No,
thing.
you've got, right,
And
yeah.
they may go a long, to
Yeah,
build
so I
that, they
understand
may
that,
go
yeah.
a long way beyond what
yeah.
they need to do to wash their own face.
Yeah, exactly, which is what I suspect has happened here, because they're more than washing their own face, which I suspect is not them because they're being magnanimous. It's because it goes in increments
scheme.
of what you can practically widen the road, blah, 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 what that will deliver. Yeah, do you understand that?
But my point was that 115,000 square metre development can afford that level of works. A 35,000 square metre development, if it's got to do similar level of work to make a deliverable improvement, might not be able to work on that basis.
So if we'd got the all approved scheme, say it had been in the local plan, that here was the approved scheme, this is the scheme that was needed to bring forward all these developments, and probably the first local plan in the world ever to do it, to say AL1 will pay 58% of the cost, AL2 will pay X, it's all set out there. Everybody's happy with it, right?
Yep.
But that's a total scheme. So what happens when?
So we've got a total cost. This application builds the scheme to wash its own face. And if there's a necessary top up to go beyond to do the cumulative effects, it provides a contribution so that it part funds any further improvement as needed to deal fully with cumulative effects. Now,
but then you've got two schemes going on, because you're saying we've got this single scheme that we're going to build and all pay contributions for, but
you've then got a belt and braces approach.
But then
the site can come forward, but it's not meaning that the other sites can't.
But it's saying it's requiring not just a single scheme that people put money into a pot to. It's requiring a single scheme that can be divided into individually deliverable schemes, isn't it?
Potentially, it's looking at a phased approach to delivery, which I think is para 53 of 0122. It says, in this situation, so that's where a better scheme is identified than the local plan identifies, the company, National Highways, will work with the local planning authority and development promoters to explore a cost-sharing mechanism or the phased delivery of a more comprehensive scheme. So you could do it that way, but at the moment, we don't know what that is.
But doesn't the phased delivery of a more comprehensive scheme potentially end up with a much bigger scheme than anybody needs at all? Because everybody's having to do, you can't widen half a lane.
Potentially, yes.
Which doesn't that go completely against the vision, which is where we started?
It does. But then maybe we should scrap it, go back to the drawing board and start on a vision-based approach, and then we might not need to do as many highway works.
Right, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think probably the positions are clear, and you've given your evidence on this. I think just as a sort of a wrap up point really on this is bearing in mind that you obviously can't solve the whole problem that you've identified, but can I suppose put it this way, that from your expert evidence and from your understanding of the whole situation, the absence of any scheme. Now, I'm not asking you to explain why there isn't one, or how there isn't one, how one might come about, or how one might address this. But in the absence of a scheme, as we know there isn't one, what is your evidence then after this whole day, in terms of the unmitigated impacts that could arise on a residual cumulative basis. What do you say to the inspector then in terms of the severity or otherwise, and whether or not to allow the scheme in the light of them would be consistent with policy or otherwise?
Yeah, I think I'd go back to that Cheltenham appeal decision, because it's a very similar circumstance that the applicant on that had identified a scheme to mitigate their own impacts, but there was still a severe residual cumulative impact, and the inspector in those circumstances determined that he should refuse, in the absence of a cumulative a strategy for dealing with the cumulative impact, that scheme should not go ahead.
So, right, so that's the evidence that that harm should mean the scheme shouldn't go ahead.
Not in the form that it is at present.
Not in the form that it is at present. Thank you.
Sorry.
And it was suggested to you, in light of delays and so forth, that to not allow it to go ahead or to take your stance, this was the not planning, but it was unplanning. What do you say to that question? I mean, to allow the scheme to go ahead with the impacts that you've identified, which would be unmitigated. What do you say to the inspector?
That to me is unplanning on how to deal with the residual cumulative impact. You're permitting a scheme that is going to contribute to that severe cumulative impact, and without any secured method of dealing with it. It's not, it's continuing the unplanning that has taken place so far. Yeah, we would in the real world all be very happy to be, I think, in a position where there was a cumulative scheme and a strategy for securing that using appropriate planning obligations.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm saying don't
not.
worry about why we're in the state that
No.
we're in, but just.
But we're not, and there's clearly been some lack of planning there, and to continue to allow that to progress is again a lack of planning to deal with the outcomes.
And in that sense, then, in terms of the decision by members to take the position they did, and in light of what we find in the committee report, the concerns of highways for the council and comments made by National Highways, what do you say about, in the light of the evidence, the reasonableness or otherwise of members' decision?
I think they weren't unreasonable in reaching the conclusion that there was a severe residual cumulative impact, that there was no strategy in place for dealing with, and from that flows the reason for refusal.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Baker, for your marathon session this afternoon. Much appreciate that, and I'm glad you were able to keep your good humour without have a joke about weeks and hours and days with me towards the end.
I shouldn't have said weeks because it gets confused with another witness at this inquiry, doesn't it? So that was a bad.
But thank you very much, and it's good that we're, although a bit delayed, we're back on target. We're back on schedule. Very well, but yeah, we are on schedule. Okay, thank you very much for that. So we'll adjourn now until, well, we've got our site visit, the small number of us who are going on it tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Otherwise, we'll adjourn till Tuesday. Can I suggest 9:30 on Tuesday? I think it's all just in terms of leaving these boxes of documents here. Is that okay?
Yes, I've been told we can leave them here.
I mean, well, it's just the documents the council sent me, so there's nothing valuable or anything.
Like we said before, it'd be pretty tragic if someone takes off with those.
Yeah,
but
we can just leave them here, can we?
I was told by somebody, not by anyone behind me, but by somebody outside.
Somebody.
The person who takes your card away, I think.
Oh,
he told me.
The security man. Oh, right. Well, that's fine then.
He said we could leave anything we like here. So unless I'm told differently.
It's expected to be here when you come back. So I don't know if it helps. We were told to leave our stuff in the room. So
yeah, well, I'll just leave that there. I'm not going to do anything with it. Okay, thank you very much. Well, have good weekends, everybody, and see you all bright and early on Tuesday morning. Is that,
thank you, sir.
Is that nearer to now? No, I've just confused myself. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.